My name is Erica Lorraine Spencer, and I remain subject to state surveillance and terrorism by the state of California that is operating a malicious targeting system which is referred to as federal group stalking and monitoring via communication devices. And it is in violation of federal stalking statute 18 U.S.C. sections 2261A subsections 1 and 2. My website and podcast serve the public good by publishing evidence of the public entity's ceaseless engagement in a pattern of conduct intended to stalk and monitor via communication devices, surveil, harass, and terrorize an American citizen in concert with the people of the state of California. Documentation serves the lawful purposes of wide exposure, federal prosecution, and influencing federal legislation with policies specifically designed to punish, dismantle, and disincentivize an unprecedented targeting system by a public entity that acts in concert with the people of the state in order to criminally place under surveillance and terrorize an American citizen, which is a matter of public corruption in the state of California. Notice: intellectual property theft is particularly egregious and equally unlawful where the sole inventor and creator of the intellectual property is the targeted individual. Erica Lorraine Spencer, subject to the unconstitutional and inhumane government system of gang stalking, otherwise referred to as federal group stalking and monitoring via communication devices, because of which the intellectual property created by the targeted individual, who is, in fact, Erica Lorraine Spencer, as the intellectual property also proves, serves to establish via evidence and expose the existence of criminal surveillance and thus an inherent threat posed by the U.S. government and the civilian population sharing engagement in the unlawful system. Such evidence, that includes all of the content created by Erica Lorraine Spencer, images, videos, audio, etc., belongs solely and entirely to Erica Lorraine Spencer only and is necessarily published online in order to protect her life, safety, and liberty as the targeted individual, who is also the intellectual property owner, no less protected from theft procured through targeting by a public entity. Theft of any intellectual property belonging to Erica Lorraine Spencer, which is necessarily committed while she, being both creator and inventor, remains oppressed by the public entity via criminal surveillance, is a criminal and inhumane means of infringement under all circumstances and not protected nor enforceable pursuant to any invalid or fraudulent acts of copyright, trademarks, patents, etc., including as it pertains to any ideas associated with or generated from the intellectual property or the intellectual property owner, Erica Lorraine Spencer, whether creative, business, or otherwise, nor does the intellectual property owner consent to any such means of infringement and theft. Erica Lorraine Spencer here. The following is an audio version of video evidence that is captured for purposes of mass distribution, which is why I am capturing it and sharing it on the podcast for evidentiary purposes and also to reveal the wealth of documentation that extends beyond what it is that I document on podcasts. Much of the video and images will be published onto the YouTube channel, the P.O.C, and it is also shared on the Google Drive. Again, this is for purposes of revealing what I remain subject to, which is federal group stalking and monitoring. It is a demonic system of state surveillance that the government is practicing in concert with the people of the state, and it should be known and well understood that for the government to engage in federal group stalking and monitoring, this is a crime that is committed with a criminal purpose to threaten the life of an American citizen. This is to conspire to murder and or permanently kidnap an American citizen while engaging in a perpetual sex offense in concert with the people of the state.
This is psychopathic pacing. And the pacing is recognized by, first of all, presence, because that's not the sun. and this is a stalker. So while I'm being stalked, monitored, and in a hotel room, this is sexual violence by an entity that's representing the Ontario Police stalking by helicopter at 12:20 on video at the same hotel room. This is an entity that's engaging in surveillance, sitting in their vehicles to engage in psychopathic pacing. These are demons that are monitoring me inside while I'm moving around, awake, using my devices, nude, indisposed, engaged in private activity. These demons are out here, psychopathic pacing. That's Southwest Airlines in particular. There's no airport over here. So the airport is south of Hope Boulevard. That's the demons that are stalking, and so are these demons that are stalking. The black SUV you saw in images that I took, they're stalking, crossing path as I'm walking through this hallway where engineer light moves across that brick wall. The entity is engaging in the pattern of conduct. The white SUV drives next, psychopathic pacing. They're sitting in their vehicles, taking turns, pacing one after another. Yesterday, this is the demons, the couple that were in this black vehicle parked here. They walk underneath, gang stalking, crossing path, and doing so under the fake sun that's here at 4 p.m. The entity is stalking. City of Ontario is pacing above my head. City of Ontario, Ontario International Airport is pacing while they're engaged in pacing on G Street, pacing while the gang stalking housekeepers are engaged in the pattern of conduct under the 9:40 a.m. fake sun that's over me at the same hotel on video 3 hours from now at 12:20, 12:24, where the demon's stalking in room 245. While I'm in room while the demon's in room 243 and I'm in room 245, and this is where the entity is stalking on this side by helicopter, on this side by plane, and doing so in alignment where the fake sun is here until 4 p.m. This is a stalker. This is a vagina monitor in position. MEJIA and KIMBERLY and the demons that are gang stalking under the guise of being housekeepers in the specific environment in furtherance of murder. All right, engaging in deliberate and mentally ill and sexually violent conduct on behalf of the state. It's federal stalking's license 8 P.I.C. 764, and this is mental illness. This is P.O.C. This is not the sun, first of all, and the sun would still not be here 3 hours later like I documented yesterday. The sun would also not be here at 5 p.m. like I documented November 1st. This is the clear identification of a state actor and a stalker that is acting as an entity engaging in surveillance and furtherance of murder. This is P.O.C. Okay, this is an old white male. He's a pervert. And Ontario Airport ends being prosecuted, acting as the third party, a facilitating venue, but also acting as a state. The state's being prosecuted for the innkeeper's criminal system. They're making money off of it. MEJIA and KIMBERLY are engaged in harassment. All right, and doing so, as I documented via podcast, 164 FWZ, that's an Oregon plate. This is ongoing psychopathic pacing. This is what the demons are doing while I'm walking out, capturing the fake sun at 4 p.m. Walking out of the room is crossing path. Doing so, walking from their vehicle underneath the room is crossing path. This is the P.O.C. at 9:41 a.m. This is a population that's monitoring my vagina together. Psychopathic pacing, impossible light on the sidewalk. 8 P.I.C. 744. That's the pattern of conduct. This is 1801 East G Street where the fake sun is remaining, and it's an abandonment from being over the town square, from being over Ovid Family Community Library, where Talia and Gregory and Mickey and the demons that are engaging in opening the entrances where this population is gang stalking and maintaining surveillance inside of a library. And it's the same analysis as I show you. The government that is engaged in surveillance, that is engaged in what is defaming my character while conspiring murder. That conspiracy of murder is established by this pattern of conduct of stalking. P.O.C. driving in the parking lot does not cause light to shoot in the hallway, which is exactly what the same entity is doing. This is the demon that's gang stalking in images that I captured in the afternoon yesterday. His license plate, Latino male. He's a vagina monitor. 5B43062. I took a picture. He's doing the exact same thing under the fake sun hours from now. It's 9:42 in the morning. Impossible light moves across the car. They're monitoring, and they're demons. And so is Ontario Airport Inn. I'm going to prosecute the business as a person under the law. Ontario Airport Inn is a co-conspirator of murder. Ontario Airport Inn is a domestic terrorist. Ontario Airport Inn is a sex offender. And it is a facilitator of all of the above. And they do so with impunity. P.O.C. This is ongoing targeting under the room, beside the room. The fake sun remains over until after 4 p.m. This is the prosecution, and Mike LORENZ is indeed going to federal prison. And stalking me by helicopter is punctuating why terrorists like him are going to prison. His co-conspirators, Tracy Banks and Fields, are subject to the same fate. This is P.O.C. All right, the following video that you just listened to is the evidence of, for example, what I documented, what you listened to on this podcast, what the entity that's gang stalking and harassing and threatening, as a police department stalking in helicopters, as an airport stalking with commercial planes, as a municipality stalking with The use of planes to maintain surveillance, as I documented on video this morning, the inaudible means of stalking in planes, where the entity maintains those cloud paths. That's where they're engaged in the same exact psychopathic pacing. It is stalking. The fake sun's over me. This is the crime scene, and I'm subject to massive, comprehensive surveillance by people who are not just criminals. These are not just stalkers. These are demon-possessed people. So this is exposing the government that is engaged in satanic conduct, and this is what is occurring when the government has conspired to murder somebody. And it's also relevant that the entity that includes Tracy Banks and Jason Fields, a married couple. This is a fake friend that I haven't talked to and have not been friends with in years. The last time I befriended Fields was June 2nd was the day I left his apartment in Rialto, California. He's irrelevant. He's not a friend of mine. I stopped talking to him years ago. He is demon possessed, and he was monitoring me in his apartment in Rialto, California. He's not a friend of mine. He was having sex with my fake mother. And I say fake because she's a demon, and she's been engaged in actually trying to steal my identity, be me, while she's feigning to be a loving mother, and literally feigning, because the bigger issue here is, I don't want to say bigger issue, the dual issue here is that the entity is not only engaged in what is the satanic targeting system that I've exposed, the P.O.C, the government's pattern of conduct, which is satanic, and it is criminal, exposing public corruption, because the government's not doing it by itself. The government's doing it with the population. That's why I'm subject to the pattern of conduct at Ontario Airport Inn, which is simultaneously exposing the entire city of Ontario. The entity has a whole fake sun. This is speaking to a supernatural means of not only identifying but prosecuting, and it's speaking to what is malicious because of the satanic nature of it. The ordinary target individual is very much likely not even aware of this environment, but is certainly in no position to even speak of it because you don't have evidence. And what is a fake sun absent the evidence of the P.O.C? Okay, this is the material where the government is criminally defaming American citizens. And that's why the entity that engages in this is going to federal prison. It is committed in furtherance of murder. It is committed in furtherance of kidnapping. Kidnapping by that government that is in fact stalking you. That is also a mentally ill entity. These are mentally ill people that are stalking altogether, mentally ill government actors that are engaging in that and facilitating that corruption by a population. All the stalkers at the hotel, all the stalkers driving on the roads and the highways, all the stalkers living all around where you are surrounded, and they're all stalking, and they do exactly what it is that you see in the video. And as I'm narrating, just sitting in their vehicles, maintaining ongoing activity creation, and they're doing so with knowledge about what I'm doing in my hotel room. I step outside to show that fake sun that is indeed over the same roof over my hotel room as I capture it this morning, and that is at 9:37 a.m. I captured video yesterday, if you recall, and this is at 12:20, so 3 hours from now. The fake sun is still, so that's what I did. I captured video 3 hours later than what I did today. 12:22, 12:29, the fake sun is over the same roof that it is as I'm capturing it on at 9:37 in the morning. And these are indeed stalkers who are also demon possessed. They're engaged in what is not driving in the parking lot, and it's also not constitutionally protected or lawful behavior. It's also malicious, and it is the fruit of public corruption, because they're engaging in what is stalking, which is, again, not recognized on the surface until you get down into the depths of the substance of what is recognizing a pattern of conduct, which is a malicious means of a government targeting someone, because the average American citizen is not getting to that detail. So they are on the surface pointing out that which they do not have evidence to support. And I want to be clear, not only is that not material, that's not the practice of medicine. The government that's intentionally targeting is the government that's defaming with those demons that are in the medical field, criminally defaming you. So this is, I want to be clear, because the evidence is not there, is not evidence of mental illness. So the entity that's engaging in what, oh, they're paranoid. No, they're not. They're engaging in what is pointing out very real targeting while they are able to sense it, but they don't have the evidence, which you need in a court case to prosecute for it. And when you're dealing with the malicious and an entity that is framing you, you are also in a position that makes an American citizen vulnerable, because everyone is poised to depict your character in a malicious manner, where they are very much stalking and targeting you, and they derive pleasure from what they have assumed you'll never be able to prove. That is the formula for criminally defaming them. This is what the government has done while it has maintained a fake conservatorship. This is what the government has done while it's maintained what is a fake means of a power of attorney over an attorney, by the way. a power of attorney over an attorney. This is the entity that's maintained this means of criminally defaming over someone that is in control. I am actually in control. I am actually in possession. I actually have assets and money. And the question is I don't want to say greater, because an American citizen that is homeless without a dollar, they're subject to this same system. Okay? These are demons. And it doesn't even require a dollar. But I will get into the motive. The entity that's targeting me is doing so with knowledge about money and property that has never been exposed to me. It's never been anything discussed with me. I've never been given the due process right to sit in court and tell about whether I want to just give my money and property over to Tracy Banks. Instead of that, the entity engaged in what is violating my due process rights and maintained this system of surveillance in order to put me in a position where it would criminally defame me, and is still doing so while it knows that it's caught and is anticipating worldwide exposure, speaking to what is not just corruption, it is speaking to what are indeed demon-possessed, obsessive, psychopathic serial killers who have been caught red-handed, and in the midst of that failed conspiracy to commit murder and kidnapping, the entity is still engaging in that, while the secret and the motive, meaning stealing a tremendous amount of money and property from me, which has been the case for a prolonged period of time, since I've been a child, actually. And the government knowing, and again, Tracy Banks is nothing other than a hitman. And anyone that she's in a relationship with, such as Jason Isaac Fields, a fake friend of mine, married to him, a hitman. Okay, and this is serving a purpose with regard to having some sort of legal, but it's not legal. On a surface, it appears legal, where you're depicting my character, and you're doing so while I'm a practicing attorney, living on my own, minding my business, ignorant about money and property that I own that has been left to me since I was a child. So I don't know that I'm a millionaire. I don't know that I own property in estates, perhaps in another state or in another country. And with regard to those that have stolen money and property from me, it's all mine. So this is very well what they've invested in. Those are my investments. What they have purchased with those, that's my property. Any and everything precipitating from what is an original theft by this entity that is gang stalking is prepared. Well, they're unprepared, but brace yourself, because it's all mine. You've been making investments for me. And it's the fruits of all of that laborious criminal conduct in furtherance of my murder is that which has not only failed, it's exposing the predator that the government is. It's exposing the vast amount of corruption that is in the states amongst a population with a government that's engaged in an organized crime of kidnapping children. Kidnapping children that it is very much aware are in positions that I am in, unbeknownst to me. I did not know that I was left wealth. I did not know that I came from wealth. I did not know that I had money that could have paid for my college and law school education, but I responsibly financed my own education, because this brokey Tracy Banks could not finance a box of Twinkies like I stated. Very irresponsible, very fraudulent. She's a con woman. She's a Jezebel spirit. She has sex with people to get what she wants. Totally different from the beginning. We're nothing alike. She just so happened to be my mother, so I thought. And so you accept those people that are in your life. What do you know as a child? And you're told that this is your mom, this is your brother, that's your uncle, this is your aunt. And these are the circumstances that we live in. This is your life. Where the government's engaged in an organized system of stealing children. Like this is relevant with regard to Tracy Banks being disingenuous, being dishonest, and doing so with the government. I've been targeted since I was a child, and the fact that having wealth attached to me is relevant with regard to a motive. Why are you interested in a child? Why have you gone to this far-reaching extent to target a child and to target every area of their life, where also I am on the surface one that's coming from what are humble beginnings that I worked myself out of. I'm the only one. I went to college and I went to law school, and I made something of myself, even in spite of this. The entity then, again, after I'm a licensed attorney, this same entity is targeting with regard to terrorism on the job amongst those that are so-called officers of the court, the same ones that are engaging in fictitious prosecutions that are going to prison and losing their bar license. But the entity is engaged in what is targeting me even upon accomplishing my life goals, and I still did that, and it's no less of an accomplishment. But that I say that to say the entity is engaged in targeting me ostensibly for no reason. If you look at my documentation from 2018, I am stating in my letter to the media that will be reporting on this case that this media, they are the people of the state. They're very much aware of who I am and are engaged in the pattern of conduct. That's the same media that's going to be reporting on this when the entity is now at a position that it cannot deny that it's happening. They can't write it off as mental illness. It is, in fact, undeniable. That same media that did not help when I send out an email asking for assistance, suspecting that the police, the law enforcement are engaged in targeting me, maintaining my own documentation in order to establish that. In other words, asking for help, a desperate plea for help, and no one from the media on the venue of the internet while I'm sending emails and the all internet access, which is under surveillance, nonetheless, emails that are received, emails that are not replied to. Fox LA, those are demons in Los Angeles. You have Channel 5 LA, demons in Los Angeles. You have the news anchors that are in Burbank, Cali. I'm driving by, the fake sun's over me while I'm driving by the anchors stations, Channel 7, Channel 5, Channel 11. They're demons, gang stalking, engaging in this surveillance system, maintaining a narrative, conditioning your mind on television. The entity is engaging in this pattern of conduct, and when I'm writing a letter to the media asking, pleading for help, identifying myself as an officer of the court, perplexed as to why I would be targeted, but nonetheless documenting that I am indeed being targeted by people that I don't know, and it includes what is law enforcement. No one helps. No one aids. No response. Absolutely nothing. And this is where surveillance is underway on the internet. So it's not that it didn't go unreceived, that no one knew about it. This entity that's engaged in surveillance is engaged in what is keeping you in that bubble and has no intention of helping you make it out alive. Okay, no one's going to, contrary to what they put on their channel. Oh, we conducted an ongoing investigation and we cracked the case, and this is what they're doing at this company, and this is no, they're not for real. No, they are not. Nobody's engaging in any investigation. I'm the one that's conducting the investigation, exposing what no one is going to speak about and what everyone is involved in. Everyone. So the entity is engaged in targeting. I write a letter to the media, and I'm referring in that letter. You can refer to my documentation, and it is proving that I am in fact ignorant about that which belongs to me, which is attached to me, which is relevant to a government targeting me. Tracy Banks represents the government. Okay? She's an entity. Never mind the fact that I know her name and she's been feigning being a mother, let alone a loving, caring, concerned mother that has anything to be concerned about regarding anything that's wrong. There's nothing wrong with me. There's something wrong with her. And she thought that she could project that onto me and then steal my money and my identity in doing so. Nobody knows that she's stealing my identity. Nobody knows that she's engaged in all of the criminal acts and all of the curious conduct, but they know that I'm mentally ill because she said so. This is the same entity that's gang stalking me with the police and the airport and a whole population. Okay, they don't know the latter, but they're aware of anything that's concerning me and my so-called mental illness. This is the entity that's engaging in stalking under things like a fake sun. Stalking with a whole airport. Stalking from city to city and from state to state. Police department to police department to police department to police department. Very much engaged in what is a system within the states, kidnapping minors, children. And it's a means of literally bullying, murdering them. Basically, when you're talking about witchcraft, it's swapping destinies with them. All right, and it's the entity that's essentially, it's very basic. It's very simple. You're kidnapping children, and then those children are the heirs, if you will, of wealth. And when you take the child that would inherit said wealth, and the demise of those wealthy parents equals those children that are standing in the shoes to inherit that wealth, and that child that is that meal ticket, that represents that dollar sign, has been kidnapped. And that's a kidnapping that's occurring and facilitated by the government, which is, again, the system that I'm subject to, that Tracy Banks and Eric Spencer, Tommy Allen Banks, this is a whole fake family that has been in, Leroy Spencer, let's not leave him out, okay? The demon-possessed, the fake family members that are documented on my website. This is the P.O.C.wordpress.com, identifying them. They're in West Virginia. Again, family that I don't have a relationship with. I don't really know. I did go visit in 2023, but there is no close relationship. And this is why. Okay, this is why Leroy Spencer has no emotions toward his purported biological daughter. Okay, it's not just because he's a heartbroken victim of a Jezebel, Tracy Banks. It's because there is ongoing relevant context regarding whose child am I, in fact, and what money, what property is attached to me with regard to what is being interested in that money and that property and not interested in me, the person. So your supposed daughter, okay? So this is not just a deadbeat father. This is an entity, and it's the same with this pedophile, Tommy Allen Banks, who married the pedophile Tracy Banks. They're both sex offenders, and they engaged in sexual activity. They engaged in grooming, showing me their genitalia, being nude and engaging in sexual activity with each other in my presence, doing so in ways in which I would interrupt that. I would walk in on that as a child. These are sex offenders, Tommy Allen Banks and Tracy Banks. And it's also relevant to what is witchcraft. Okay, they're doing this. It's also relevant, and I'm not going to go into that, but when demons, witches like Tommy Banks, he's a part of a cult, calls himself a Mason. That's a cult. That's not a religion. That's not a faith. That's a cult. And by the way, Mason is synonymous. All they do is worship Satan. So they just call themselves Masons. That is a cult. They worship Satan, and they are engaged in apparently pedophilia, okay? And because that's what Tommy Allen Banks is, and he is also a convicted sex offender who has been convicted of having sex with minors. And it's no coincidence that Tracy Banks was married to him and that they are engaging in what is grooming conduct. They also engage in witchcraft, such as engaging in sexual activity like with a child, like with me, and then using witchcraft to wipe my memory of it. Very, very gross, perverted, psychotic behavior, and it is relevant to and directly indicative of the character of one that would engage in stealing a child, harming my parents, harming whoever it is, rather, that is in a position to leave me money and property. Whatever is the true nature of the relationship between Tracy Banks, there is a question there that needs to be confirmed with regard to this ongoing investigation, because her interest in my demise, the extent to which, the lengths that she has gone to defame my character, it's abnormal, it's unnatural. It's not just that it's unwarranted, it is unnatural and it is abnormal. She is mentally ill, and there is a motive behind it. So that's what you are paying attention to. Regardless of whether we are actually blood related, you're talking about what is behind the ongoing obsession with trying to defame someone. You cannot defame me. She could not on her best day. Okay, this is a feces consumer. She has had sex with thousands of people for literally there is no excuse for the whoredom that is her life, and also the whoredom that she's engaged in with regard to some sick, entertaining delusion in her mind that she's competing with me. This is a witch, and that's a Jezebel spirit that uses sexual activity, and in their mind, where I am under no circumstances even engaging in that type of lifestyle, that you're quote unquote competing with me. I'm not even into promiscuity. You're having sex with Jason Fields. I'm not. I could not care less, and I will never be having sex with Jason Isaac Fields. I don't care if he divorced Tracy Banks. I don't care if he calls himself coming to Christ. I do not care. It will not happen. Anybody, I made it very clear also. My social media, just as an aside, is my ongoing evidence of this entirety of this case. You already know where you stand. And I've made it very clear. If you've had sex with Tracy Banks, you're not sitting at my table, meaning we will not be having a conversation. We're not friends. We're not linking up. We're not going to get there. None of that's going to happen. You make me want to puke on top of that. I hope you do come to Jesus, but that's none of my business. Stay away from me. It's disgusting. The entities engaging in this pattern of conduct and those that engaged in sexual activity with someone such as Jason Isaac Fields. Okay, someone that was a fake friend and interested in having sex with somebody that I'm related to for any reason. I don't care what you tell yourself. We will never be. It's never going to happen. It's never going to happen, and it's not going to happen against my will. I've said this tons of times. You're dealing with demons. Tracy is engaged in witchcraft because she's had sex with Jason Isaac Fields, engaging in what is witchcraft, manipulating in the spiritual realm, and doing so while spiritually attacking, engaging in psychological torture, which is in the physical, coexisting with the Ontario police stalking me as I go outside and capture them stalking in a helicopter under the fake sun. This is witchcraft. This is a comprehensive system. It's domestic terrorism and psychological torture. It is witchcraft. Okay, and your ongoing context regarding, well, I don't know, that's witchcraft, but you know, I see the fake sun, I see the helicopters, and I see the surveillance, and you're not sure about the whole spiritual aspect, because the evidence that it is witchcraft is the fake sun. The evidence that it is witchcraft is the light flying in the air, the light that's manifesting in the dark, the multiple shadows that are not the product of standing under the sun. It's also not the product of being in any light when your shadow is appearing in the dark, in the shade. That's the evidence of what is spiritually ongoing. It's witchcraft. It's twisted. It's wicked. It's abnormal. And so is Tracy Banks' mind. Her obsession with having sex with people that I knew or that I associated with is based on her witchcraft practices. And if you had sex, this is your notification, okay? That was a test a long time ago. You failed that test. I'm not interested. And nor do I have to be interested. I have to prosecute. I don't have to deal with you. And I'm sick of repeating myself. This is an entity that's engaging in a pattern of conduct, and Tracy Banks' mental illness is also proven through the ways in which she has targeted a so-called family member, a relative. This is the same with Eric Corey Spencer. They're engaged in witchcraft. So when they're engaged in what is placing cameras, where Tracy is actually obsessed with my vagina, she's engaged in sexual activity while she focuses in on it when she has sex with people like Jason Isaac Fields, who I will never be associating with. This is the practice of witchcraft. And this is why she is engaged in what is cloaking, if you will, spiritually attacking and disguising herself as one who is, for example, one of her sex partners. This is how you're revealed as a sex partner of Tracy Banks, because she's able to cloak herself in your energy. She's engaged in sexual relationships with you, and you're already disqualified. You will never be in my life. Just want to let you know that. Okay? Satan was able to get to you. You're out. Period. The best to you. So this entity is engaging in that pattern of conduct, and Tracy's engaged in witchcraft. The government's engaged in witchcraft, and this is relevant to how we're prosecuting that in a court of law regarding criminal conduct, what the demons are doing. They are indeed kidnapping children. That's what I have been subject to. And the entity is engaged in what is kidnapping children, stealing from children that are wealthy. And they're wealthy, the demise of their parents or whoever it is that bequeaths money and property and estates to them, their demise is either naturally or unnaturally occurring, so that those children are in those positions where the government that is engaged in kidnapping and an organized system of targeting those children in furtherance of kidnapping and murder are able to profit off of them, okay, while they're maintaining a whole system of surveillance, which is demonic. Okay, the government's not just stealing from me. The government's not just incentivizing ongoing corruption, stalking me in order to pay the demons that are gang stalking. Why are you interested in keeping me under surveillance, gang stalking at the airport? These are paid actors. They're engaging in that which they are compensated. They are interested also with regard to being interested in what is a large amount of money and property surrounding my name. And this is, again, while I am documenting in 2018 and writing out an email to the media, just random emails of contacts online, people that have blogs, people that have websites, people that claim to be interested in exposing justice, people that are associated with the newspapers that have email contacts, and the news broadcasters. Nobody is responding to that. And not only that, I am in that letter stating the fact that it is unclear why I would even be subject to targeting. I am not wealthy. I didn't win the lottery. I don't have any, inheritance. This is what I'm referring to in my letter. I'm speaking to, as far as I know, no reason why would you be targeting me. I'm practicing law, minding my business, living my life. But I have found myself actually targeted. You'll see that evidence of what is ignorance about money and property that belongs to me. I don't know anything about it. But Tracy Banks is, and so is everybody else in my life. Those who she has paid to be around me. Tracy Banks has paid Ariana Elena Lopez, paying Carrie Heberlin, paying Morgan Amanda Smith, Edwin Lamont Grant. These people that have been, in other words, incentivized to be around me. Shanita Ramaya McLean and all of her sisters. There's Deja. There's Tonda Williams and her baby daddy, husband, whatever, William. They've been around. I've known them since I was a kid, and this is why Shanita's been such a poor friend, because she's not a real friend, and she's engaged in what is being around me with regard to this system of surveillance, with regard to having insight and being close with regard to maintaining presence in my life. And this is serving this psychopath that's obsessed with me, Tracy Banks. She's a demon. She's a She's also a state actor seeking to commit murder and kidnapping, and is doing so through the delusional effort of trying to defame me. You can only get away with that when there's no evidence to support what it is that they are doing, why they're doing it, and what is also a motive. And this is concealed wealth, okay, that actually belongs to me. And that's why I'm able to walk outside of my hotel room and show you the fake sun that is indeed over me at 9 in the morning. And it's 10:27 a.m. That fake sun is over the same roof as I documented on video for everyone to see. What you're looking at is the evidence of the mentally ill police department, the mentally ill demons that are engaged in commercial flight to stalk one person, investing millions of dollars in keeping me under surveillance. And they're still engaging in that while the evidence, the crime, it is all exposed in real time. So where they're going with that is relevant with regard to delusional conduct, with regard to mental illness that is a threat to you. As I'm exposing this, as I have been subject to it, and I've been reporting on it the whole time and showing you the ways in which the entity is corrupt. The government is necessarily corrupt to disregard the evidence that I have provided years ago. The government is necessarily corrupt to aid in what is an obvious and problematic means of stealing from me through the corrupt court system. And that's the entity that maintain a conservatorship or a power of attorney while I am nowhere to be found. I'm not, that's not an excuse to continue and proceed at all. And it's also not coincidentally happening while I'm being gang stalked, under surveillance by the government, where I am a child that has wealth attached to me, and the entity is engaging in this very system to get away with murdering me. And how do you get away with murdering? Because that wealthy child that grows up to be an adult, and this is when the entity feels as though, okay, now we're going to go in and target with regard to taking this person's life, when they become too much of a threat. That is, I become aware. That's because I'm able to sniff out, these are demons. They're not just stalking, these are demons. But I'm wise enough to know you don't just go around and put that on them. Oh, they're demons, and you don't have any evidence, especially a non-believer. That is the material to prove what is the mind of a non-believer in any way that's already rooted in what are the ideas of death. They already don't believe, so that's ammunition to someone that's looking for a reason to call you crazy and looking for a reason to call you, who is a Christ follower, one that is some sort of Looney Tune that's imagining, and none of that stuff is real, etc., etc. Those are that's the enemy. All right, those are unbelievers in the first place. But this is about a prosecution, and this is about a game that this corrupt government is playing, and I have already beat them at their own game, okay? So this is why you don't speak on what it is that the entity is doing until you can prove it. That's the P.O.C. And the entity anticipates they literally calculate that you're going to unravel, that you're going to engage in some sort of conduct that's on its surface falsely depicting your character, where they are using the illusion that they create, where they're stalking and monitoring and doing so in demonic ways, doing so in unfathomable ways. They are stalking you in helicopters. They are stalking you as a population of demons that are flinging light around and stalking with amplified noise and creating earthquakes, psychologically torturing you and keeping your genitalia under surveillance and deriving pleasure, violating you in that sexual manner even more and more in ways in which the ordinary person doesn't have evidence to prove that. No connection, no connectedness regarding any of the things that you're alleging versus what somebody that's keeping their back to in the parking lot, kissing on their boyfriend is doing. How do you draw any connection with that on the surface? The entity is relying on the ordinary American citizen, the ordinary target individual, to make those allegations and to do so in what you are ignorantly assigning as mental illness. If they're emotional, if their tone of voice is too high, if they're too excited, if they are acting what you consider to be irrational, when they are subject to a pattern of conduct by a bunch of feces consumers who are psychotic. These are demon-possessed people. They're crazy, and they're torturing people. And where you are in an ignorant position, exacerbating the harms of an American citizen, abusing the law that you don't have jurisdiction under, relying on the illusion of that what those laws are defining and requiring to be met in order to meet that rubric for mental illness or for a criminal charge. Okay, there are elements with regard to committing a crime. There are elements with regard to meeting the standard for mental illness as well. The entity is abusing that and doing so under the illusion where you are on the surface assessing a person that you are in no position to assess. I just want to be clear because I'm speaking to everybody. This is what American citizens suffer from, and you are harming them. This is what the Lord God is looking down at, and it grieves him. Okay, now it pisses me off because I know exactly what American citizens, and excuse my French, but I know exactly what American citizens are subject to. This whore, this 60-plus-year-old whore, who is not a mother, who wants to be me, who actually worships me, is one that is defaming my character and projecting her sickness onto me. And the only reason why this high school graduate who sleeps with everyone to recruit them is successful in doing that is because the government has a whole elaborate system designed to back those liars up, that backs them up, while they are absurdly crazy, hopping into helicopters. Those are the ones who are crashing out. The entity anticipates an American citizen to quote unquote crash out, that's have a psychological breakdown in front of people that are poised to falsely depict your character and essentially point their finger. See, they're crazy. That's what I said from the beginning. And you need to give me all of this money that belongs to them. They're not in a position to govern over it. They're mentally ill. And I am their mother. I am their husband. I am their caretaker. I am their executor. I'm the one best poised in that position to do so. And I am also working with those that are in the medical field, signing off on that. I am those in the legal profession and in the courthouse, adjudicating over it, and also with law enforcement who are providing what is that formula to get that American citizen in a position where they could be kidnapped by a medical facility, where they could be kidnapped by the sheriffs that are kidnapping that person by the court, subjecting them to that criminal act, that fictitious exercise of authority, jurisdiction, prosecutions under the law. And this is all concerning wealth that belongs to children. There's a whole system, and that's what's relevant regarding what is the interest and what is also the absurdity regarding the type of undiagnosed mental sickness that Tracy Banks suffers from. Not just a weirdo, not just someone that is just merely jealous, not just a liar and a criminal. She didn't just steal my identity because she's a fraud. She didn't just have sex with Jason Fields and then plotting together to steal from me because she's just a bad person. They're not just sitting in their vehicles under a fake sun that's still over the same parking lot at 4:10 in the afternoon yesterday. A whole bunch of inferior, intellectually impotent, demon-possessed people who are focused on my vagina right now and not thinking about the greater context, the pattern of conduct where they're surrounded by evidence. They've lost at their own game. It is going to be in court. It will be a cinematic production with regard to a prosecution. Because there's a whole crime scene in a different location for the duration of the day, at the same time of day, in a mutually exclusive means of being over me. What was that and what is this? Because it's not the natural environment. They are all stalking, and this is a government system. And this is exposing what is actual mental illness, where the mentally ill, corrupt population frames those who are attached to wealth, and they are targeting children, kidnapping them, claiming to be adopting them. Those children who have received wealth inherited to them, received to them in one way or another, and the demise of those that left that to them, that is also that which needs to be investigated, because it is very much relevant to how that child even received that wealth, whether in a timely or untimely manner. Meaning, for example, I have a father that is wealthy and he left money to me, but Tracy Banks murdered him. That's the type of situation that you need to look into. Okay, or Tracy Banks hired a hitman like Jason Fields to murder him. That's the type of situation that needs to be investigated. Okay, that's what I mean by exposing the system. The entity is engaging in what is the pattern of conduct, and it's relevant to who my identity is, who I am actually related to, who is actually in a position to want to foster, engineer a relation to me, such as maintaining some fake marriage to me on paper, maintaining a fake relationship with me, a fake friendship with me, to maintain surveillance with the government. While I'm at Shanita's house, you have what is Encino police keeping me under surveillance while I'm in her apartment. She's in Encino, California. All right, Encino, you understand the P.O.C. So Encino police are engaging in the gang stalking while I'm going from city to city to county to county. You know how the whole pattern of conduct works. While I'm at her house, and Glenn Anthony Williams comes over, DeJuan Williams comes over. They bring their minor children with whom they're engaging in criminal conduct, sexual violence, the conspiracy to murder. They do so with children, just like I'm documenting these sex offenders at the Ovid Family Community Library, at the hotel, on the roads and the highways, at the apartment. This is the entity. These are demons whose name I know. These are cold-blooded killers. These are thieves, acting like we're cool, acting like it's all good, acting like we go back. We go back like car seats. No, we don't. They're demons, and they're engaged in what are targeting me with Tracy Banks, having an incentive to do so, knowing that there's money attached to me, having sat in courtrooms perjuring my character, and doing so unbeknownst to me. Nobody told me about any. This is not a coincidence. This is what I'm stating. It's not a coincidence. It's not just the P.O.C. that I'm showing you. You are automatically looking at what is the evidence as they prosecute themselves, because the level of secrecy that is there. It doesn't make any sense why you would not say anything about, and they know. And so you're looking at that, which is on its face perplexing. That's suspicious, in other words, when you're conducting an investigation. That none of Erica Spencer's friends, so-called friends, that are engaging in what I've shown is the pattern of conduct. I've been prosecuting the entire entity while they are in the background thinking that they were going to successfully defame and ultimately murder me with this gang stalking system. Okay, so I don't have to know what's the name of the judge that let Tracy Banks act like she's me, or somebody walk into a courtroom, stealing my identity, acting like they're crazy, putting cameras on me in my home, in my hotel rooms, putting that on the internet, not only submitting it into court to defame my character, which I have stated, by the way, is a basis to change these laws, and I'll get to that later. But the entities engaging in this pattern of conduct, and they're also sitting around masturbating, having group sex, practicing witchcraft, in other words, which is nothing. It's not witchcraft. They're just a bunch of sex offenders. They're mentally ill, and they climb on top of each other. That's all. But they call that witchcraft. They're mentally ill. You can stand back and look at that scenario. Everybody engaging in those sex rituals, they're crazy. They're mental. They're sick. They're sickos. Okay, they're engaging in that. However, they call that witchcraft. While they look at me, my nude body, unbeknownst to me, Tracy Banks is not a mother. She's sexually aroused by my anatomy. She's engaged in incestuous sexual violence. She's fixated on my vagina. She's engaged in what is sexual activity with other people while she fixates on my vagina. And then she likes to falsely depict my character. And that's what she is convinced by Satan, her leader, and with regard to the law, she's a state actor. She's a third party while she's engaging in the government's pattern of conduct, defaming me while engaging in what is gang stalking me in furtherance of murder. And she has played a key role, a leading role in that. Okay, so this is an entity that's engaging in that, and my identity and property that is attached to me is relevant to motive. Motive that's getting to literally the details of gang stalking at any hotel that I go to, any job that I maintain, any city, county, state that I travel to or live in, and everyone that has ever had anything to do with me. That's how comprehensive a system of gang stalking is. Gang stalking is relevant to what is exposing the reality of surveillance in the United States and the illusion of privacy. The entity that is gang stalking me, you do not have privacy. So it's simultaneously exposing a whole system. Okay, and the entity's doing so while children are subject to what are kidnappings, and the entity's lying about your whole makeup, about who you are, who are your parents, where you came from, who you're related to, and the entity's doing so while they are stealing from you. That's why, and this is a government system, so I want to speak to that, and this is relevant to what could not possibly be just me. The entity spent way too much money on gang stalking me and is so invested that they're still doing it. This is the entity that's engaged. Why do you do that? Why would the Ontario Police Department engage in the stupidity that I've been capturing them doing for years? Why would you do that? They would rather me talk about, or rather stop talking about Mike LORENZ, who's going to prison, but talk about them stalking me in a helicopter than for me to talk about the fact that the city of Ontario, the state of California, down to Mike LORENZ, Craig Hazelwood, Vivanco, Jonathan Burnett, Sequoia Payton. You have what are the demons, in other words, that have engaged in kidnapping, such as Jason Knighton, Lester Keys. You have Jay Sandoval, the demons of the Ontario Police Department, the demons that are stalking me with Ontario Police Department helicopters. They would rather me talk about the fact that they are harassing and keeping me under surveillance in the state of California than to talk about the greater system that is international, regarding kidnapping children, regarding sex trafficking children, regarding what is murdering children that are attached to wealth. And it's a government system. And gang stalking in California is a part of what is that international syndicate. Okay? This is what's relevant with regard to investigating my identity. Why the government? Why Tracy Banks? Why these demons engaged in falsely accusing me of crimes that I never committed, that I don't even have the time to or interest in committing, which is, again, a blessing in reverse, because that is the only way to get justice. When you tried to frame me and the federal government is looking into, okay, well, it's clearly not her, and we're looking into what everyone else is doing around her, and then you're looking at what it is that I've been talking about the whole time, that they're gang stalking and that they're psychotic. They're demons. And there's a greater system that surrounds what I'm subject to in little old Southern California. That's why the Ontario police would go to that desperate length. And that's a threat. That type of desperation, you're talking about an agency that murders to maintain secrecy. That engages in kidnapping just like they have to maintain secrecy. That engages in kidnapping just like they do, just like they have. Well, they want to refer to the municipal code, or they want to refer to Section 602 trespassing, and they're engaged in surveillance, so we already know you don't have authority under the law. I'm going right back to that bus stop, because that's where the entity has placed me since they've engaged in what is targeting me. It's a kidnapping, and they're not getting out of prison. They've already made that decision, but I want to be clear. The entity is engaged in what is stalking in that obvious manner with the airport, with the helicopters, the police department, because they don't want speaking. This is already exposed in my documentation, though. I've already referred to this. I've addressed this already with regard to those that are aware, not the YouTubers that are sitting up listening to me and watching my videos and sitting around having sex rituals and then casting spells, and all that's returning to the sender, by the way. But nonetheless, I'm not talking to them. I'm talking to the federal government that's maintaining an investigation. I have exposed this because you're maintaining an investigation, and you should, if you're not, be aware of already regarding why, because that's what you're getting to. You know that I'm not the criminal that the entity has sought to make me out, assuming that you weren't going to look into it. But it's now why? Why would they do that? Why, besides the fact that they're crazy, why would they do that? And there's a greater motive behind that. Why would the Ontario police, the city of Ontario, be so overt and obvious in targeting me? Because they don't want, there's a larger international interest that is attached to the criminal conduct that the city of Ontario is engaging in. That's why you would basically fall on the sword, if that's what they call it. It's not. I said it's not. I already said that. But these are, I'm dealing with demons that are, they're not only inferior, they're inferior in every regard, okay? So in their minds, where they have not realized that the Lord God himself has said this is over, and they're hearing want, because they don't want to hear it. But it's not about what you want to hear. It's about what reality is. When video one hit the internet about you engaging what is stalking somebody in a helicopter, and I mean video one, it's none of this is ever supposed to be exposed. That's never the plan behind this type of conduct. That was already a warning to them. That was an indicator. This is not going in the way that it typically goes. This is different. And the entity continued and continued and continued. I literally witnessed these because I'm discerning. These are demons. So the moment that I started capturing video, I felt their fear when I started taking pictures and videos of them. These are psychopaths that in the face of that fear, they just continue anyway. But this is years ago. This is back in 2018 in the parking lot at the former Rite Aid that is now the W.S. shoe store, where the fake sun is over me at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and the Ontario International Airport is stalking at the Pizza Hut, that same plaza. At nightfall, I'm capturing video there. And those demons that are pacing all around, and they're acting, that video, that documentation from 2018, 2019, 2020, that's the evidence. You need to go back and look at that, because that's when the entity's engaging in, they're showing you who they are. This is before they're accustomed to being on video. This is before they're accustomed to being described and depicted via podcast. This is before they realize the fact that I'm not just capturing on my phone, I'm gonna put it on the internet. This is before all of that. And you're seeing the true nature of the demons that are sitting outside in the parking lot at the Ontario Airport and keeping a woman's vagina under surveillance in a hotel room, which is criminal activity in the name of a business, criminal activity in the name of a state, all right, on behalf of a pattern of conduct by the U.S. government. But that early documentation, when these demons were convinced they're getting away with it like they always do, that's where you see the true monsters that they are. You hear them speak as though, you hear the demons that are under 18 as I'm telling you and documenting what they're stating and what they're doing, and they do so with that level of impunity. This impunity is impunity. Stalking by helicopter plane, the impossible light, you're going to prosecute with the mental illness that is clear to see while you're stalking. Yes, but the impunity, when the demons were, that impunity was raw. They've never been documented before. They've never been exposed before. That's when you see what they really are, okay? They're demon-possessed minor children going around calling me nigger. Okay, that's what's really coming out, and they want you to see a minor child that doesn't have anything to do with criminals that are over the age of 18. I'm just a teenager using my cell phone under the fake sun in the engineer light, maliciously, psychologically torturing an American citizen, and doing so while using a minor. That's Satan that's using that vessel under the age of majority, going around calling the target individual a nigger, doing so passive-aggressively while the teenagers are walking home from school, psychopathic pacing, all right, while their parents are gang stalking with them, with the government, and they're engaging what is audible activity within earshot, calling the target individual. Everything that's happening in the environment is relevant to monitoring, but I'm getting to the malice of the entity. All right, these underage demons, the underage terrorists that are engaging in that means referring to, oh, you're a B, you're a nigger, while they're monitoring with the government as a whole bunch of teenagers are engaging in the pattern of conduct. All those teenagers are demons. This is the type of conduct that I'm capturing, that I'm subject to. And the entity is literally fear-stricken, but they monitor and gang stalk through that fear. And it's ongoing into 2025. Now what you have is the entity that's engaging in what I would rather you get me stalking you in Ontario by helicopter. We'll fall on the sword for that because we don't want talked about, we don't want discussed the fact that there is indeed an international system of kidnapping children. And I want to be clear, it's reported on the news as something else. It's reported on the news as something else, but children in a position like me where they are, they represent what is wealth. They represent what a government is. They're taking them from one part of the world and putting them somewhere else, changing their identity. They're living in a whole fake reality, told that this person is their parents and this person is their brother and this person is their sister and this pedophile is your granddad, and they're violated, abused, and they are brought into California where the sex offenders are maintaining a whole adoption system. The same San Bernardino County that's engaged in sexual violence, they maintain a means of an adoption agency. Yeah, that same corrupt entity that's gang stalking, engaged in the system of criminal defamation to get away with criminally defaming an American citizen that grew up from a child to an adult, and now that same entity that's engaging in that in order to steal wealth, get away with it, wants to commit murder through this gang stalking system. That's what's relevant with regard to the nonsensical and a far-reaching, just like way out lies that they came up with. That's where you're getting to that. That's where you're getting to why would the police, because we're beyond stalking and they know that they're, so why would you overtly engage in that? Because they don't want talked about what is an international system that Mike Lorenz is paid to maintain as an agency. He's not just going to prison. Yes, he gang stalked me. They're going to be disbanded because of the international ring that the Ontario International, the Ontario International Airport is being shut down as well. The Ontario Police Department is fully a part of, and they made that abundantly clear. While they're failing and thinking, no, you're not stopping a discussion and exposure of the international syndicate. Children like me that are already dead, by the way, whether they grew up to be adults who were murdered by this entity or they were killed as children. The entity engaging what is keeping me around and using witchcraft and spiritually attacking me based on what is knowledge, while they are indeed spiritually attacking and because of awareness of my spiritual gifts. Okay, so that's part of the reason why I was able to live so long, as far as Satan would state. This is what, while the demon-possessed think that they're in control of everything. They were never going to accomplish murdering me. They were never going to accomplish defaming me. They were never going to silence, in other words, what the Lord God has said is going to be exposed on this date, in this manner, by this person. They were never going to change that. You're dealing with what are actual mentally ill people. I am giving you context in case you did not know, contrary to this demonic system that operates the practice of medicine, that operates the practice of law, that operates what is this corrupt court system. A system is what I'm prosecuting by the P.O.C. And I'm also prosecuting the state of California that's in operation of this corrupt system. And it's demonic. And the entities engaging in what is abusing this system, while they are all demons, they know exactly who you are. This is a whole international system. San Bernardino County, Ontario Police. This is why I go from city to city and county to county. There's an international system, and that's proven while I go from California to Nevada, and that pattern of conduct is ceaseless. There's no pause. There's no pause in the P.O.C. And there's no pause in that demonic slash supernatural pattern of conduct either. So I just want to get to that. The entity is maintaining that pattern of conduct while the entity is keeping a fake sun over this hotel room. 3 hours. It's 10:51. The fake sun is yet to be on video yesterday, December 27th at what is 12:22 p.m., 12:29 p.m. And who is on video? Wants everyone? They want you to see that? That's foolish conduct. It's suicidal conduct. while they are failing in protecting any sort of international engagement in what is stealing children, abducting children that are being abducted, children that are being murdered, children that are being stolen from, and children that grow up to be adults that expose that, and speak on behalf of those who are already 6 feet under. Speak on behalf of those who are being kidnapped right now. They're vegetables already. They've been convicted of crimes that they didn't commit, especially when they happen to be, for example, what would be a black man. That is the formula for falsely depicting him as one that's some sort of criminal. And he's actually one that was kidnapped from some other part of the world. And he's wealthy. And the entity used this system using stereotypes, the way that you look at the average black man, gang stalking him, pinning charges on him with regard to this system that you see me subject to. And he's sitting around doing a life sentence in prison. Or he was subject to the death penalty in a state that has no business inflicting the death penalty because they are engaged in this very system. Because they can't be trusted. Because they're kidnapped by agencies like the Ontario Police Department. So I just want to be clear on that. And I'm just using a black man as an example because you're talking about the spiritual realm. It's not based on race. But this is very, very easy for the entity to do against a black man that's sitting in prison. And he's actually spiritually gifted. He didn't have the evidence to prove that he was targeted, that he's innocent, that he didn't commit that crime. They sit in that court and they bear false witness. You bring in my white counterpart with tears on her face and speaking of the fact that this scary black man broke in and violated her and her kids and then murdered her. Not murdered her. Obviously, she's in the courtroom. Murdered her children, murdered her husband. And the entity's actually gang stalking. She killed her husband for money. They're engaged in this system. This is not Dateline 48 hours. This is the pattern of conduct. This is what this entity is engaging in. And they're framing the targeted individual and maintaining control of the narrative. And this is the type of conduct that American citizens are already subject to. I don't know who that black man is, and it doesn't matter race. I'm just using that as an example. I just mean those stereotypes, this system of racism. Oh, this is exactly what that is tailored to. Okay, and he couldn't be farther from the stereotypes that are created for that very purpose. And it's the same thing with me being a black woman. And I could not be farther away from the stereotypes. And that's also, like I will say, forgive my language, that's what pisses off psychopaths like Craig Hazelwood, who come and commit kidnapping in the middle of the night, referring to the municipal code. While you're engaged in you're actually engaged in what is kidnapping, while an ongoing international crime is sought to be concealed. And you thought that you were going to conceal it by gang stalking me as a whole police department. And then while you're a whole psychopath pacing in the middle of the night with the people of the state. That's what these demons are doing. Look at the video. I cannot point it out enough. He's going into a mental ward. He's not just going to prison. He's going to be subject to what are routine examinations. Him and Owens. Those are angry demons who are engaged in pacing around me. And because they're wearing police uniforms, because they're wearing badges and guns, you're analyzing the stalker. That's a threat to your life. In those same circumstances, American citizens are murdered every day. And who controls the narrative? LAPD, who turns their sirens on and runs over an American citizen in the middle of the street, claiming that they didn't know that they were there. And they are essentially shielded from any sort of liability because of their identity and because they were engaged in what is relevant to the execution of the duties of an officer going to a scene where they're needed. And they're engaged in surveillance. And that's how they are engaging in murder. That's what's a threat to my life. Controlling the narrative. And you're going to stalk me and threaten me conspicuously while you're psychologically torturing. You're a demon that's monitoring me. You're hostile because I'm documenting, exposing you as you engage in federal stalking under Title 18. And you're doing so while you're kidnapping under the municipal code. And you're doing so while this psychopath who wants to be me, who is a pedophile, cloaking as a loving mother, who's defaming my character and targeting with that same government. That same government who's so desperate for me to not talk about this international ring where children just like me are kidnapped, they're adopted, they're absorbed, in other words, into this system where sex offenders like Tracy Banks are adopting children to have sex with them, to expose them to that sexual violence, while they are actually meal tickets. They come up missing, they come up dead, and the entity, the entity is essentially playing lottery with people. They're a lottery ticket. So you are inheriting that. You get that wealth. You've stolen that money from that child that's been kidnapped, that child that's been abducted, that child that's been taken from one part of the world to another part of the world, and the entity is engaged in that. This is what the United States is engaged in. This is what California, this is what Ontario, this is what Mike Lorenz, the Ontario Police Department, are engaged in. That's what's behind kidnapping me under the municipal code. And remember, every single aspect that is going on in my life, meaning the fact that the San Bernardino County TAD office that's issuing out what are SNAP benefits to what is a licensed attorney who's been gang stalked by the state of California because they want to keep me in an economic circumstance so that they can falsely depict my character in gang stalking courtrooms in the manner that is in furtherance of that which they have defamed my character to support, to continuously engage in what has been theft of my money and property for years. That's what's behind every circumstance in my life, including sleeping at the bus stop. They are the ones that created that. And then you have the audacity to kidnap me. But this is what they do to American citizens. That's what pisses me off, okay? Understand where I am coming from. And whether you understand it or not is neither here nor there. You prosecute in a court of law with facts and evidence. I don't care about your emotional position or what you think, because you don't even know what you're talking about. You don't know the substance of what is actually going on. You are the one that is speaking with regard to what the illusion is revealing to you. You don't know what is going on. I don't care about what you think about someone's tone of voice, about how someone is moving their neck, or about how someone is conducting themselves, their demeanor, or how they should be sitting and how they should be behaving when you are not engaging in any sort of assessment of medicine. That's not mental health. That's not the assessment of mental health. The entity is always, under all circumstances, engaging in criminal activity. This is a means of targeting, and they're doing so under an illusion. And by the way, they're demons that are engaging in that deliberately. Deliberately. And it's witchcraft, by the way. It's witchcraft. They're demons. And they're also not only maintaining this international system regarding kidnapping children that are attached to wealth, killing all of those around them in order to get that wealth, and then taking that child. And the entity that's engaging in this targeting system is doing so to kill those children and take that wealth. That's what I've been subject to. Looking into who I am, my identity, who are actually the relation with regard to Tracy Banks's obsession with being me, with lying on my character. She is convinced that I'm a psychopath. This is what she's telling other people. And this is how you know that they're all demons. Shanita, Jason Isaac Fields, Glenn Anthony Williams, Morgan Amanda Smith, Eddie Lamont Grant. He's in Minnesota. Okay, he moved this is somebody I don't even talk to. He should be married, living his own life. If he sat in court, he's going to prison. It's as simple as that. And I'm letting you know exactly what's going to happen, because you're listening to the one that is not only prosecuting, I'm legislating. You're going to prison. You're doing that in furtherance of murder, and you're not getting away with it. You're going to federal prison for all the other people that you as an entity have murdered. This is the state of California's pattern of conduct. This is the U.S. government's pattern of conduct. This is bigger than you perjuring in court regarding Erica Spencer. This is the government system. You're going to prison, and this is how any terrorist is going to be prosecuted. These are the laws that are going to uniformly apply when the government's engaging in what is domestic terrorism and psychological torture. Federal group stalking and monitoring, which you are learning. I'm listening. You're listening to me break down to you what is ongoing relevant context. Okay? Even though you don't ever have to give a judge a reason why is somebody stalking you. Okay, this is what Thomas Garza, a gang-stalking psychopath that is not remaining in the practice of law, this is what he stated, and he stated it on the record. Okay, it's biased, it's improper, and it's harmful. You don't have to give any evidence as to why somebody is stalking you. It's relevant context if you have it. When the government is targeting you, it is not your responsibility to tell why, especially when you don't know why, and the entity is anticipating for you to make some unsupported claim that's acting in furtherance of criminal defamation. Thomas Garza is responsible for the Ontario police kidnapping me over and over and over and over and over. For the entity engaging in what is defaming my character. Filling and injecting my body with medication that I do not need, and they don't have any right to put into my body. And they're doing so while they were forcing me to be a patient on paper, while Tracy Banks is having tantric sex on my money. And marrying people that I would never even have a conversation with. Nobody wants Jason Fields. It's never going to happen. Her obsession with him is her obsession with me. And he's the fool that fell for it. We will have no future together. The bigger issue is that the entities engaged in what are San Bernardino County, engaging in what are egregious crimes that they're going to prison for. Ontario police are not helping or shielding anything and anyone when they're obviously stalking. That's the same agency that's engaged in kidnapping, and they're doing so with the Shannon Dykes of the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, kidnapping with the Lisa Rogan of the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court. There is no son at any point of the day that's over the Regis Cucamonga Superior Court, but for exposing that courthouse as engaging in what is a state system that is exposing demons. Demons in the court, demons of the sheriff's department, demons of the police department, demons that are gang stalking me at a hotel. That's why it's still here, hours from now. That's impossible. How is the sun going to be in Florida? And it is not in Florida. Anybody in the state of Florida. While I'm looking at it outside of the same hotel room at 4:10 p.m. It never made it to Florida. It never left the parking lot. And it certainly isn't responsible for the light activity that I'm showing you inside of the hotel room as well. This is surveillance, obsessive surveillance of a child that's attached to wealth that the government has surrounded with a corrupt system. A system that is designed to steal their money. The government knows who they are. The government's full of demons as well, surrounding with the satanic system. And this is what Mike Lorenz is going to prison for, and going to prison for acting with impunity. This is a whole international system. People on the opposite side of the world watching my vagina on the internet, thanks to Tracy Banks. She's a sex offender. She masturbates and has sex with other people while she fixates on my vagina. And those are facts. All right? It's not just the fact that she's lying on my character. Now, this is the entity that's engaging in what is monitoring and has been doing so for years, and that's detailed down to the gang stalking housekeepers, pacing around. What are they doing under the fake sun? These are demon-possessed people. All they're doing is pacing back and forth and back and forth. I'm showing you their mental illness. The scene doesn't change. The fake sun moves as it's here till 4:10 yesterday, but not today. I'm checking out today. And the fake sun is leaving right along with me. And so is the evidence. And they're going to prison for that which the entity. A lot of people are going to prison. And that is not too much to ask at all. Not at all. Because you know what the sentence was supposed to be? The sentence was supposed to be death for me. And the exact opposite is happening. Okay? You're going to prison, Tracy, and you're going to die in a cell. You're going to federal prison. You're not getting out. And your co-defendants that are gang stalking at a hotel because they share your obsessive mental illness, your demon possession, they are sharing in your criminal conduct where you're going to federal prison. Ontario Airport Inn, sacrificing a whole business. There are demons that are engaged in psychopathic pacing under a fake sun. No housekeeper is creating any earthquake. All right, no housekeeper is engaged in housekeeping under the fake sun that's still here at 4:10 p.m. while they're pacing under it at 9:37 in the morning. While they're listening to me read Tracy her sentence on this podcast. And the entity is stalking inside of this hotel room, sensational activity. So let me repeat it again. Tracy Banks is going to federal prison and she's going to die in a cell. It's not my death sentence, it's hers. And everyone needs to know why that is the case. And you also need to know the system, the government system that she is engaging in, that is including the conduct of the Ontario police. Literally, the hotel, the population, the police department, the county. They're sharing in what is a criminal system, and they're telling on each other. They're engaging in it because their partner's engaging in it. Their partner's engaging in it because the greater entity that I have surrounded with evidence. I've shown you the court. I've shown you the police. I've shown you the sheriff. I've shown you the people of the state who are connected. They're not strangers, and none of them are engaging in private activity. They're remaining in an illusion. If I go to Mission Boulevard and Euclid Avenue, if that's an actual intersection, I'm just getting any random street, the fake sun remains over me. They're engaging in the pattern of conduct, and they're not strangers. And I will reach into any and every, and my evidence has already done that. Hilton, Marriott Bonvoy, you have Wyndham, you have what is Economy Inn, this little gang stalking motel in Ontario. This one, Ontario Airport Inn. You have the entity that's engaging in this pattern of conduct while they are maintaining this P.O.C. as an entity that is connected by virtue of the pattern that you can see as I documented it. And that's impossible to be a coincidence. Nobody is secure. Tracy Banks is the gang leader that's going to prison, and that's where she's going to die. And this is just a matter of what is spiritual law. This is not rejoicing. These are just the facts. In case you did not know, Scripture says the demons that thought that they were going to come against Christ Jesus himself, who sits on the throne, outside of time, rendering judgment, righteous judgment, a holy God. And these demons hopping on top of each other and engineer light, masturbating and watching my vagina on the internet as though they're going to spiritually legislate over what the Lord God has said. And you were given a warning by virtue of the P.O.C. When my eyes are closed and I'm telling you what you're doing, that was a warning. And you still thought that your gang violence was going to supersede that. You're going to die because you first sought to sentence another whom you have no authority over to death. That's your death sentence. That's what you've reaped. And you wanted to do it publicly. You called that some sort of witchcraft. It's just wicked. And you reap what you sow. There's no mystery about what's going to happen to not just Tracy Banks, but there's a population that shared in death magic, that are sharing in criminal activity. Criminal activity has a consequence. It just so happens to be demonic. They share in criminal activity. They share in what is sexual violence against what are a woman that they are keeping under surveillance. They share in all of this together. You're reaping together, and you're reaping together publicly in the same way that you like to share in targeting an American citizen publicly. It's public. Even though it's in a bubble, okay? It's an unspoken system. Nobody's talking about it. But it's public. While the demon-possessed tarot card readers are on the internet and they're engaging what is mocking the Lord God, he's looking right at you. He's looking right at you. Everything that you stole, which is his word, he's not joking about that. It's coming. It's coming. It's comprehensive. This is an entity that's engaging in criminal conduct and they fail to recognize, and that's because they have been blinded. Where they first sought to set up a child of God, someone who was innocent, someone who would never do anything like that to anyone, let alone them, but also someone that is unsuspecting. I'm minding my business. It would have been better for you to have minded yours. This is the entity that has found itself being set up. It was never what you thought it was in the beginning. I was never the fool that was the easy lick, okay? And for those of you that are ignorant, I'm referring to in the vernacular, criminals that are engaging in what is conduct against one that they find to be particularly vulnerable or easy to violate. I am no such thing, and I never was. I'm just a good person that minds their business, but they are again, this is the wicked. And they are gratified, and also this is relevant to what is not only what is an easy lick, but an easy lick with regard to a lot of money and getting away with it. Not knowing that the Lord God has set up a plan from the beginning, knowing what you were going to think, knowing what you thought that you were going to accomplish, knowing the ways in which you were going to do it. He knew that all before you even realized that he sits outside of time. Demons that are inferior to him, and this is the foolishness behind being an unbeliever. You are intellectually inferior when you do not believe, when you don't know him, when you walk outside of his protection. This is an entity that's engaging in that. So I just want to be clear. The entity is engaging in what is sentencing itself to death. The entity is engaging in what is sentencing itself to what is imprisonment in medical facilities as mental health patients. The entity has engaged in what is sentencing itself to what is time in prison. You're going to prison. Okay? And it's manifesting in the physical. You're going to prison behind bars. Inmates. You like to engage in sexual violence, violating people in a manner that not only are they ignorant about, but you derive pleasure from it even as they become aware of it. In fact, that inspires you to engage in more. You're going to be subject to these things that you have sentenced yourself to. It's called reaping. It's called judgment. I'm the messenger. I'm the one that you sought to target. It's not working, and you're still doing it. I just want to be clear. Your sentencing, it is increasingly enhanced. It's not going away. You're not stopping it. In other words, Mike LORENZ is going to prison, and you're talking about enhancement terms in prison. Every helicopter, every kidnapping, every act of threatening, the stalker is being analyzed. He's going to prison as a terrorist leader. This is terrorism in the United States. You have been surrounded with what is bigger than just your demonic conduct and what you thought was getting away with kidnapping a kid and no one's ever going to know and you're going to get this payday and then you're going to go away with it. Nobody cares about Fields. You can have it. No one cares, and I never did. It's not that serious. You're engaging in what is conduct that is surrounded the government with a whole means of prosecuting for terrorism in the United States. It's unprecedented. And I did it with my foot on your neck, Satan. This is an entity that's engaging in that, and there's a whole body to prosecute. Now what is proven, no conspiracy theories here, terrorism. And you set yourself up for it. And not just you, they know how it works. The groundwork, the foundation, meaning when they see the indicator, the symptom, they know everything else that's going on. That's what you set yourself up for. Everything that you have done is coming back to you. And that's not my wishes. If I'd have known that I was a billionaire, I would have eagerly, willingly wrote you a check. You had to do all this and you sentenced yourself to death. That's not my wish. That's your reaping. And I'm referring to not just trade. This is a spirit that's shared in what Tracy Banks, what Jason Fields, everybody that's targeting me. You're sharing in a spiritual means of attacking. You are on the wrong side of the team. In other words, you're on the wrong side. You're on the losing side. All right. And the stakes are a matter of life and death. It is currently 11:12 a.m. I just wanted to go into context regarding the entity that's engaging in what is an international system of kidnapping children, trafficking children, and it is a means of stealing wealth. This is associated with those that are, politicians, celebrities, wealthy people throughout this country. This is a system that is long existing, and it is something that I have been surrounded by. This is relevant to my being gang stalked, as I've shown, not just proven beyond a reasonable doubt and by science in Ontario. What the city of Ontario, what the Ontario Police Department, remember, it's starting with the police. They're the ones that have to kidnap you in order to get you in that system, and that's also why they're going to prison. That's also why they're being disbanded. And there's a basis for disbanding of also the violence that I'm suffering, that I document as a matter of evidence by the Los Angeles Police Department, the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, the Fontana Police Department, the entity that's engaging in the pattern of conduct while they are acting for a prolonged period. I want to be clear, San Bernardino Police Department, I lived in San Bernardino for a prolonged period. They were keeping me under surveillance, engaged in sexually violating me while I'm a student, getting my bachelor's in political science. Entity keeping me at San Bernardino Police engaging in what is monitoring. This is the entity, when you're aware of the P.O.C. and you're going back, they engaged in systematic surveillance, sexually violent conduct in concert with the people of the state, with a corrupt institution such as Cal State San Bernardino, Cal State University San Bernardino. Okay, this is an entity. These are the bases of disbanding, including what is the you're being disbanded for kidnapping. That's Ontario Police. And I just want to be clear, this is terrorism. You're not losing your job. You're done with law enforcement. So you're going into something else that has nothing to do with security, bearing weapons. It's going on your record. Good job getting a job good luck getting a job as a janitor, whatever you do with your BA in criminal justice as a terrorist leader of a police department, because you're done with law enforcement and every other puppet associated. You're done, and it's public information why you're done. This is terrorism. These are policies, not just to prosecute, but policies that are going to be implemented in order to legislate around how do you disincentivize this and how do you affect as many people with regard to the gang violence that an American citizen is subject to, where they're kidnapping children to steal from them and torturing them. Killing them, stealing from them, or you're also killing them when you're kidnapping them, defaming them, you're drugging them, all manner. The pattern of conduct that I've been subject to, this takes on countless iterations. This can happen in so many different ways. That's why, as a matter of justice, the policies that I have called for are necessary as a matter of justice. There is no negotiation here. You're not going to negotiate. You're listening to the person that is legislating over this satanic pattern of conduct. That's the person that you thought you were going to sentence to death, and it's your own sentence. You sentenced yourself. And it's unfortunate. Unlike you, I don't celebrate in your permanent demise. You're not going to recover from it. But that is what Scripture says. I just want to be clear. You can believe or not. Just like the documentation of the fake son. It's not a matter of your believing, it is. And you're going to witness those of you who believe and do not. The truth of what the Lord God has said. It is His word. And that's something that He will honor forever, by the way. It will never perish. He upholds His own word. And it is written in Scripture that that's whatsoever a man sows, that he shall also reap. God will not be mocked. He will not be mocked. You're looking at people who are demon possessed. Literally, practically, you're looking at their mentally ill behavior. Yes, they're gang stalking. That's the mentally ill behavior. They're mentally ill to persist in their own demise. And not only that, they're looking at the evidence, the fruit of it. And you know what they're doing? They're deciding, while the spirit of Satan compels them, because they're dying, because they've lost in some one-sided competition, which was never that. While I'm living my life and minding my business, there's no competition. while you're kidnapping a child and engaging in pedophilia and then having sex when she gets older with everybody that she knows, and they're weirdos for doing it and you're a weirdo for doing it, that's not a competition. You're mentally ill. While you're competing with a child who's sexually violated by you and who is spiritually gifted, that's the source of your obsession. This is a demon-possessed person. And it's gone undiagnosed and unchecked. I'm referring to Tracy Banks. And what is the, in her mind, understand, Tracy Banks's condition is demon possession. Her mental illness is not shared. It's not just her. She's not isolated. They're surrounding. They're the ones that are sitting in the cars. They're the ones that are hopping in Southwest airline planes, UPS planes, American airline planes, Delta airline planes, United airline planes, maintaining a whole airport, Alan D. Wapner, the Ontario airport. This is a spirit. As I embarrass Tracy Banks about her behavior, based on her condition, she's demon possessed. It's the same spirit. They're all engaging in this demonic system together. It's a pattern of conduct. You will know them, and you will know them by their deeds. A demon-possessed psychopath, calling itself competing with me. You're not. You're just a pedophile. You're not. You're just a sex offender. You're a stalker. That's not a competition. You're a weirdo. You're a criminal. You're a fraud. You're an idol worshiper. You worship me. That's what you are. That's not a competition. And that's not even witchcraft. That's not magical. That's not spiritually potent. Honey, your spiritual potency is going to be shown in a court of law. Where's your magic when you're sitting in prison? Where's the magic? All right, the entities engaged in this pattern of conduct, and I just want to make sure that that is clear. The entities engaging in that which it is doing so on behalf of a government system. Okay, so that the mentally ill kidnappers and pedophiles like Tracy Banks, who is obsessed with wealth that doesn't belong to her, obsessed with me, and doing so since being a child and sharing in what is a whole corrupt government system, and it is international. Okay, children are brought to the U.S., children are taken from the U.S. to other parts of the world, and they're subject to this targeting system that I'm exposing in Southern California. This is it's demonic, so you're understanding the nature of that criminal system. All right, and the purpose of it, they're focusing on children. That's a means of Satan snatching, it's like taking candy from a baby. When you're taking the wealthy's children and kidnapping them, you're taking the wealthy's children that represent a lottery ticket, and then you are creating a whole other life somewhere else if they even live. Okay, this is the formula for, oh yeah, that's my child, and that's my money, basically. So this is the way in which an entity is engaging and profiting off of that. So I wanted to speak on that. I have in many ways, and this is relevant to the federal government that's maintaining an investigation, but also those and the demons that are maintaining these fake tarot card readings. These are demons that are engaging in this shared system, and they have the same mental illness. You're subscribing to and listening to people that are obsessed with my vagina. It's the same spirit. They're monitoring spirits. They call themselves reading cards. You're not reading cards. The Lord God is not telling you anything. That's why you did not know back in 2019 that I was going to prosecute in 2025 and 2026. That's why you did not know that. You are not divinely inspired. Okay? You're a monitoring spirit. You're getting your information from monitoring spirits. The monitoring spirits that are sitting around stalking me all day long in Ontario, California. I can't make that any more clearer. So this is not me. Those that are ignorant. Okay, by ignorant, you don't know. You don't know what scripture says. You're not a believer yet. I'm not, this is not attacking. This is just me. This is how I am. I am prosecuting, and I'm also unapologetic with regard to proclaiming what the truth is, whatever that truth is. Okay, the First Amendment says X, Y, and Z. That's how I am. That's what the First Amendment says. It's a fact. That's how I am. It is a matter of getting out of your feelings. But this is something that is adding harm to people that are elsewhere. This is something that it particularly is despicable to me while I'm looking at it. I know what this source is spiritually, and you're entertaining it. You're even profiting of it, gaining popularity off of it on the internet, where they're sharing in the criminal pattern of conduct. And many of them are doing so intentionally, stalking in the energy, and then it's in my feed with regard to a story that doesn't belong to you. You're a monitoring spirit. You're engaged in what is monitoring me with Tracy Banks, with these demons of the Ontario police. Acting like it's some sort of destiny that you share, that you're chosen. This is, again, demonic vocabulary. Satan is out here trying to perpetuate as a fraud. They're not chosen. They're demons, okay? They're not prophets. They're witches. All right, they engage in what are monitoring the children of God that actually have what is a word from the Lord. The monitoring spirits are those that seek to steal that and act like they want to, in other words, dress in that person's skin and in that person's likeness in the spiritual sense, as though they are some sort of prophet. That's a witch. That's witchcraft. That's demonic. Tarot card readings, this is what they're doing with regard to, all they're doing is hiding behind a tarot card deck. Those are witches. And they have shared in what is death magic. You're going to see this comprehensive judgment. You're going to see it. And it is wicked. And that's why I'm going to go again to what Scripture says. First of all, the Bible says that you're not supposed to be engaging. I'm paraphrasing, but you're not supposed to be engaging in witchcraft. Tarot card readings, divination, that is a part of that same umbrella. And moreover, if you call yourself a good person, listen. You are partaking in what is witchcraft and harming people. You are partaking in that which the Lord has decreed is wicked, that which is harmful to you and dangerous for you. When you expose yourself to smoking tobacco and you have been given the Surgeon General's warning, you are then exposing yourself with knowledge of that warning. You continue smoking. Whatever comes from those choices that you made with that knowledge, that's on you. But you were given the warning. In fact, the Lord God is not giving a suggestion. He said you're not supposed to do that, those that belong to him. So it's very clear. And no witch is giving any prophecy. No tarot card reading is giving any sort of prophecy. You're not speaking on behalf. The Holy Spirit is not speaking through tarot cards. And if you are speaking of the Lord, then you need to step away from those. Whatever you need to do, but it's a matter of repenting and turning away from. It's a matter of seeking his face, and it's a matter of understand monitoring spirits are real. So just because you get information, that doesn't mean that it's from the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit isn't going to tell you to throw your body off of a building. Okay? That's you receiving information as well. I'm going to speak to what is a matter of identifying witchcraft, and it is trickling down even to criminal conduct. And it's also relevant to what's on the internet, where, again, my content is online. My content is also spiritually significant, spiritually effective. As I'm also prosecuting with it, okay? So this is an entity that's engaging with very much witchcraft with regard to what is the conduct of witches. All right. Not only does the Lord God see them, those that know the Lord God, those who are his children, you know them and you know them by their deeds. The Lord, I'm not worried about that, because those who actually belong with Christ, who are walking with him, I know that in the end you're going to be fine and you will not be deceived. But this is what Satan is doing. This is the framework. This is the formula right here. All right, and I will be prosecuting. The prosecution is going toward what is surveillance on the internet, just so that you know. Anyway, it's currently 11:24 a.m. It is December 28, 2025. And the entity engaging in what is demonic, as I referred to Tracy Banks, who is going to federal prison, and her ultimate demise. And remember, Tracy Banks represents an entity. I'm speaking in, there are terms of art. It's kind of deep what I'm referring to. When I'm referring to an entity, yes, I'm referring to the public entity. The physical people, entity, the government, the people of the state, etc., that I'm prosecuting. I'm also referring to a spiritual entity, the demonic entity. Tracy Banks represents an entity. She's not in a league of her own. She is with demons who are monitoring, and she didn't engage in this by herself. So I am both referring to literally Tracy Banks. She is a demon-possessed person. She's a witch. All right. And she thought that she was going to take out. I'm not into labels. I just did what the Lord God told me to do. And he told me to do that when he told me there's trouble. OK, there's trouble here. And he told me what was going on, and he told me what to do. And this is how we get to the P.O.C. in 2025. OK, as simple as that. You want to call that being a prophet? I call it a prosecution. Now, yes, I did say things that are going to happen. Absolutely. But for purposes of, it's really sickening what these demons are doing, what these witches are doing. Oh, you're a prophet. They're out here. Everybody's chosen. Everybody's a prophet. I'm not into that. I am prosecuting. Okay. I am prosecuting. And I said that on day one. I said exactly what's going to happen. And yes, I did know that. I knew that I was going to prosecute. And I know that the evidence is key and central to that. So there is a lot of other information and spiritually significant indicators and signs and whatnot that you are extracting from that. And even I myself am learning from that in my walk with the Lord. And it's just a spectacular walk with the Lord as I've prosecuted a government that is demon-possessed, engaged in targeting me. And that was given me notice by the Lord God himself. That's how I received my calling, when the demons started targeting me. I didn't put myself on the internet and just create a whole genre. None of that. This is not some sort of ambition. I went into practicing law. The Lord God used that with regard to his divine purposes. That's not me leading anything. I'm following him. I just want to put that out there as well. Okay, it's currently 11:27 a.m. It is Sunday, December 28, 2025. I do remain at Ontario Airport Inn, where the entity is following with a specific environment, and that is relevant to criminal conduct that I remain subject to. And as I'm referring to what is going to happen, Tracy Banks, which represents an entity, both the public entity and this demonic entity, subject to federal prison. And the death sentence doesn't apply to me. Unfortunately, it applies to those that I don't know, and for people that I do know, like Tracy Banks. Of course, I don't actually know. I didn't know that this is not a good-hearted, actual loving mother. I did not know that this was a witch. I did not know that this was a pedophile. I did not connect the dots with regard to what is actually referred to as grooming a child, stuff that I recognize and I just didn't realize. I realized that the more that I prosecute, the more that I document. Sexual violence that I was subject to, relevant to what is this witchcraft practicing and mental illness, this obsession. You're both engaging in grooming conduct, and then as an adult, all of a sudden, with the moment that I want to move away from you, now all of a sudden I'm mentally ill. But I wasn't mentally ill when I was paying all the bills. Okay, when you got supposedly fired by Canon Management, and you're living in my apartment under my name, my credit. I'm the one driving to Orange County where they're targeting me, unbeknownst to me, and I'm making more than ample money, and I'm paying and providing for the whole house. So I'm not mentally ill then, but the moment that the Lord God and a monitoring spirit like this, which Tracy Banks also knows where the Lord God is, and I am discerning all the enemies in my life, and I'm taking instructions from him to stop talking to them and to move away. And I also know as a prosecutor that is not the thing that you are going to put in court. You need tangible evidence. So I can move away all I want and to engage in what is the P.O.C. criminal summoning of Upland Police. That's exactly what the pattern of conduct revealed itself as the moment that the demons started recognizing how much of a threat I am, because I was aware of what they were doing with no physical evidence. There's no way that I would know that. There's also no way that I will be able to prosecute the government without any tangible evidence. So this is very much spiritual warfare. Okay, the demons think that they can target you and you don't have evidence, and the demon possessed think that they can defame me when I know what they're doing and I don't have the no. You lose in this, and the sentence is death. And that's because you first sought to take my life, and you don't have a right to do that. And I am not the one that is sentencing you. I'm telling you what's going to happen based on what you did to me. And you were warned. You were warned way back in the day when I started documenting, and you sought to continue in the face of that warning. While you're looking at me, okay, you're not doing battle with me, you're doing battle with my Father. And that's all I have to say. I don't take pleasure in that, unlike the wicked, all right? I don't take pleasure in that, but I'm not going to speak anything less than the truth. It's a death sentence, and it's a death sentence for the wicked. Alrighty, it is 12:11 p.m. This is documentation of the entity engaging in surveillance. These are sex offenders stalking with the government on behalf of the government, and doing so under the corrupt business of, this is the RICO case against Ontario Airport Inn, which is the RICO case against the entire state. Every business in California is engaging in surveillance, including businesses such as YouTube on the venue of the internet. The entity is engaging in the P.O.C. while they are stalking with noise. The stalking with noise conduct is harassment by Ontario Airport Inn. That's maintaining surveillance with the Ontario International Airport. That's stalking me at the hotel room. 245 is the room I'm in, where I'm under surveillance. My vagina is being kept under surveillance. The demons that are gang stalking in the parking lot. Doing so, you'll see my shadow filling the hotel room above my head. The engineer light. The fake sun is over the same roof that it was this morning on video at 9:30, and it is again 12 p.m. and this is also documenting the mental illness of psychopaths that are engaging in a whole illusion regarding privacy, the illegitimate operations of business that are engaging in surveillance, that know who you are and still go through the process maintaining that illusion. I need your ID. What's your name? What state we need to verify your identity, and this is an entity that's engaging in this surveillance system simultaneously. That is not just corrupt, it is mentally ill. It's psychopathic, and it's designed, this pattern of conduct is embedded, surveillance is embedded into society, in other words. Ontario Airport is monitoring every step that I'm taking. They're engaging in the pattern of conduct while I'm being monitored as I go to the front desk. So I just want to make sure that that's clear. This is the entity that's engaging what is harassing me and referring to what is some mandated policy to enter in my room to monitor me. While they're monitoring by virtue of that phone call yesterday, while I'm engaged in documenting which demons who are engaging in surveillance in the name of a business, such as Ontario Airport Inn, are hostile to that documentation. You'll see the psychopathic pacing, the airport plus the vehicles driving in the parking lot, they're demons in their pacing. And they're engaged in monitoring on the internet, Title 18 federal stalking, and it's all state action as well. It's all going to, as you're prosecuting the government, it's going toward demons like Mike Lorenz who are going to prison. It's going toward, again, the entity that's engaged in what is always revealed as kidnappings, such as what Craig Hazelwood and Owens committed at 3 in the morning. While they're engaging in this surveillance system, they're doing so as immigrants. They're doing so while in custody of minor children, engaging what is sexual violence, engaging what is criminal conduct as a matter of public corruption, maintaining a whole illusion regarding reality, life itself. Ongoing enjoyment benefits of a so-called constitution, state and federal, while the entity's gang stalking. The employees are gang stalking while they're walking around on the grounds right now. The fake sun's over me. The entities maintaining this environment while the demons at work at the Ontario Airport Inn, hostile demons, hostile to the evidence that I'm publishing on X, showing their faces, referring to them appropriately as vagina monitors, sharers and facilitators of vagina monitoring by incestuous sex offenders, and the business sharing in and facilitating and enabling and approving of incest while they're monitoring my vagina with Tracy Banks on behalf of Tracy Banks, enabling Tracy Banks to keep my vagina under surveillance. They're one entity acting together. They're doing so with regard to what is a state system, pointing out the entity that wants to engage in sexual violence, but then also wants to be looked at as being safe around children, being safe around anyone that is kept under surveillance in this manner, where people don't tell you that they're sex offenders. Because that's what you are when you're engaging in what is surveillance in a hotel room, when you're engaged in surveillance in a bathroom, when you're engaged in surveillance as a population and no one knows about it. All right, this is an entity that's doing so under the guise of the business. So I'm going to take a picture right now because I'm facing now the hotel building that I just came out of. 245 was the room I was inside of. And I'm taking a picture of that building in the absence of any sun over that roof. When I'm standing at that building, the fake sun is right over my head, right over my same room. And that's the same roof that it was over at 9:35 as I capture video. That fake sun moves as I move. The airport is stalking. Airport is stalking by necessity with the people of the state who are psychos sitting in a parking lot engaging in surveillance. So they sit in their vehicles, they walk outside of the entrance doors to stalk in the path, MYIVORY, an African-American male approaching that vehicle that knows that it's been documented. They were documented by license plate in front of my room already. The entity's engaging in that while the fake sun's over the entrance. 5ENN779 is the African-American male. They're monitoring. And the fake sun is over the entrance, and this is where the airport is engaging in surveillance with Ontario Airport Inn. The business is sharing in conspiracy to murder. The business is sharing, as I documented, in harassment, targeting, obstruction of justice in doing so, and also the sex offense committed in furtherance of murder, monitoring in a hotel room, in a bathroom, a woman that's clearly not consenting to it because I'm documenting it, and doing so with impunity, by the way. P.O.C. Oh, hi. I'm coming out of 245. No, just the receipt, I guess.
Okay.
Oh, I can give you the... Hold on, I took the card.
So this one, if you paid it through the third party, Agoda, they're going to email you the receipt.
Oh, I can get a hard copy, though. Can I get a printed out receipt, please?
We don't have it.
You don't have hard copy receipts? I've always gotten one before. I'm sorry?
Not for Agoda, for the third party.
Not for the what?
Agoda,
Who's Algoda?
the third party that you go through.
Oh,
Yeah.
the person that paid for it? You're talking about the person that paid for it, right?
I'm not too sure what you're referring to with the third party.
Do you know what room I'm in? I'm Erica Spencer in 245. Okay, so a third party that did pay for the room, correct? And you're stating that the receipt is accessible to them electronically only, and that I'm not capable, as the one that's checking out, getting any proof that I've checked out. I need a hard copy receipt of something.
Provide that for you. They will email you a final receipt.
I don't know that you can't because I've always gotten one before. Do I need? Actually, at this very same window, and I document it because of you guys' contradictory service and interaction with you every time. And every other hotel also gives me receipts when I check out, so that there aren't any conflicts regarding you didn't check out or you did check out.
Yeah, on our system, you are correct.
It's just that I don't have any proof of that other than what you're telling me right now.
You'll get an email.
From who?
The third party.
No, I won't not get an email from a third party. How do you know that?
How they work.
Who is Algoda?
Go to the third party that you have booked with.
How do you know that Algoda, the third party, you mean on the website? And you're assuming that I did that reservation?
I'm not assuming you did it. I'm just saying that the reservation.
I'm sorry, I can't hear. The light is flashing too brightly. One more time, can you repeat yourself?
So Agoda, the third party that you booked with,
Uh-huh.
email it to.
The third party does not have access to my email, so I'm repeating again. I would.
To contact them.
I contact the third party to get a receipt is defeating the purpose. I want a receipt to show that I checked out today.
That for email, so there's nothing else I can do for you.
Is there a manager that I can speak to then?
No.
Is Louis Mejia here?
He's not here.
Oh, who's the other manager then?
No one's here today.
No one's here? So what's your name?
Angie?
Angie? Okay, so Angie, you're stating that in Engineer Light, and you got another customer back here stalking in the path as well, that I can't get a physical receipt stating that I checked out. What time am I checking out?
Ma'am, you can go ahead and leave the lobby.
I know I can. What time am I checking out
Go
though?
ahead and leave. I will no longer assist you.
You're not assisting me. How do I know that you even checked me out?
You can go ahead and have
How do I know you checked me out?
a good day.
How do I know that you checked me out, Angie?
You can go ahead.
Is there a reason why you're being so dismissive? Is there a reason why?
You can leave.
Or what? I need proof that I'm leaving. This is not how you conduct business. Just because you do not like that I'm calling out that your business is illegitimate does not mean you get to disrespect me.
You're welcome here. And you know
Is there a reason why?
You know why.
No, I do not know why. Now tell me what else I know. Tell me what else I know.
You can go ahead and leave.
What else do I know, Angie?
You can leave, ma'am.
How am I not entitled to a receipt?
You can go ahead and leave.
How am I not entitled to a receipt?
You can leave.
Huh? Is there a reason why? Okay, so I'm glad you do have a witness here that's sharing in the pattern of conduct. And Angie, you want to walk away now while you're enforcing policy though, right? This is Angie that's refusing to provide a receipt, stating that she's assuming that I'm going to get a confirmation email from another person. She's walking away while the entity is stalking with impossible light and maintaining presence in the office. It is a specific environment. This is relevant to harassment by Ontario Airport, and that is engaged in the pattern of conduct, stating that I'm not welcome here, stating that I'm not entitled to a receipt, proof of checking out, and she's given me no confirmation. This is an entity that is untrustworthy and corrupt. I have no proof that they checked me out of the system. I have no receipt stating my identity has been removed from the room, and she's walking away while she's engaging in what I'm entitled to as a patron who is indeed checking out. They're not trusted to exhibit any sort of responsibility for what I'm entitled to as a customer that's not remaining on the property. And while she's doing so, ostensibly under the policies that exist, she's walking away while she's fully enforced with the policies of the company. They don't give out receipts to people that check out of the room. And there's no manager either. No managers on property. This is P.O.C. Angie is what she's stating her name is. This is the entity that's hostile because of documentation that they're keeping under surveillance, and this is going toward what is federal prison. Engaging in harassment is not the answer. Engaging what is being a coward as you engage in harassment on surveillance cameras while I'm documenting you and your patrons is not the answer, and it's enhancing what are the inevitable consequences. This is P.O.C. She's leaving other customers waiting while she doesn't want to be documented, harassing me and refusing me a receipt for checking out from the room, which is an ordinary, common pattern of practice, and I'm also entitled to it under the law. Just want to be clear on that. I'm also entitled to not being targeted in this hotel room and by this hotel. Is there a bell or anything? Alrighty, it is currently 12:21 p.m. Excuse me. Angie! Hello, Angie. Can I speak with you, please? Would you mind telling me on the camera that I can't get a receipt again? I have to document one way or another since you are engaging in this maltreatment and then refusing to provide me a receipt for proof of my checkout. Anybody there? You said there's no manager. This is while the entity is indeed engaged in targeting. This is a means of targeting. So you just have what are unprofessional minions who are amateurs and not very good gang stalkers. Your customers are lining up. I'd like a receipt, please. This is relevant positioning while they're in line. Alrighty, customer walking out and another one being in position. This is pacing while they're monitoring in the office. And Ontario Airport and engaging in what is harassment, targeting as a customer with regard to the audible activity, refusing me a receipt, seeking to force me to let them in to monitor by housekeeping after receiving the services that I requested yesterday while they're stalking me and harassing me and threatening with the police. This is the pattern of conduct. Hi, excuse me. This is the entity that's engaged in what is monitoring evidence, and these are the pitfalls. In other words, this is the threat. When the people of the state, the entity is engaged in what is monitoring evidence. All right, and so this is the entity that's engaged in what is harassing. She's helping them, and they're also monitoring, just so that you know, simultaneously monitoring. This is P.O.C. Excuse me, ma'am. Do you know where Angie went?
Give me 1 moment.
I was actually being helped by her, but
Checking out?
yeah, that's what I was doing. They're monitoring while they're engaging in this. The business is engaged in the pattern of conduct. Literally through the business, the elements of monitoring are simultaneously underway. Is there a reason why I can't get a receipt? I'm sorry, you're done? Okay. I just wanted a receipt. I'm checking out of my room. I think you checked me in. Well, you look familiar. But anyway, I'm just leaving. I'm checking out, and I need something that says that I'm out of the room. That's it. And I've always gotten that, and Angie is telling me I did.
It's the reason why we can't print a receipt because it doesn't show anything on it because it's for a third party. So the third party actually emails you a copy of the receipts.
Do you guys not maintain what is a receipt, a general receipt that has your name of your hotel, it says the address, it says the charges?
What you could print is like the sign-in sheet that you use when you checked in.
You can give me anything, but I've had the receipts before, and I do document them, and that's why it was stated, it's stated regardless of how you check in, you have you can check in through Expedia. It doesn't change how you're treated as a patron at a business. You're entitled under the law to a receipt, by the way. I just want to state that, and it doesn't mean that you don't get one because you booked a room through a third party. That's a convenience, not a liability. That's my understanding. So you don't get a receipt?
I already said
Okay. All right, thank you. Have a good day. Alrighty, this is the pattern of conduct. So while they're checking in and out, this is monitoring the path. The fake sun's going to be over me. And it is 27077S3. The entity is shooting impossible light while Angie's harassing, which you can hear on the podcast. Harassment is based on what is the different treatment and proper treatment. And it's all, by the way, even, let me analyze it to this degree. It's improper treatment while you're getting to the substance of the P.O.C. So that is why you're giving good customer service, while you're being friendly and nice and you're monitoring, you're engaged in what is improper treatment. It is the entity's pattern of conduct to engage in what is harassment. That is aggressive or different treatment, targeting, in other words, which is also shown through the conduct of the business. The employees is the conduct of the business, while they're also engaging in the pattern of conduct. It's currently 12:26 p.m. and the entity has the fake sun over the roof of room 245 yesterday, where the Ontario police are stalking. This is not over that room. That room is in this direction, and the entity is engaging what is targeting me while I am documenting, which, again, the refusal to provide a receipt, so providing me what is a written form, that's fine. But this is an entity that's engaging what is, you engaged in what is molesting a child, and we're going to arrest you now. The entity engaging that, someone called us and told us that you broke into this building, and we needed to come and investigate and find out whether you're the one. We got a call talking about you're harassing someone, and so we're going to search your property and search your person and take you to jail because you don't leave public property. That's what the Ontario police have engaged in before. That's the building where the fake sun is over me at 245 yesterday, room 245. That's the building. On the opposite side of that building is where the fake sun is hovering over that roof, where it was, again, booked right now before I left the room. And the entity's engaged in what is the P.O.C. a departure from. Let me show you what is not over that roof. It's over this roof while I'm facing room 200, and I'm facing a different direction. All right, right now I am facing, that is east, west, I'm facing south. And over here at room 245, I'm facing west. So in the video yesterday, this is the level of analysis you're providing with regard to stalking under fake sun, harassing me as a gang stalking business, and the employees engaged in what is targeting instead of just giving me a receipt like they are every other time, like they do at every other venue. When you're engaged in any purchase, the provision of services, I'm entitled to a receipt. The entity's engaged in what is a means of harassing, while the engineer light is threatening me, and this employee is refusing to give me a customer receipt and stating that I'm not welcome and I know why. That's the pattern of conduct. The entity, Louis Mejia, Kimberly, whoever they are, they're going to prison because this is not small, bad customer service. This is what they do while they harass, torture, and before murdering people. And then there's no witnesses. Nobody saw anything. Nobody heard anything. That's the people of the state that engage in this pattern of conduct. This is an unprecedented threat and ongoing harassment pursuant to the pattern of conduct under a fake sun. These are the psychopaths that are gang stalking. It's 12:28 p.m. and the fake sun's not over the hotel room where it was yesterday, where the Ontario police provide evidence against these gang stalkers of Ontario Airport and P.O.C. It's 12:29 p.m. Stalking in the path where a fake sun is remaining over me. They're stalkers. And driving under the fake sun doesn't cause light to shoot off of your car. They're demons, not just stalkers. They're demons. P.O.C. 27077S3 is engaged in criminal activity with the business. 9UAG 084 is engaged in criminal activity with the business. Those are the demons that are pacing. This is what they're doing under the fake sun that rises over me at the bus stop. Well, it wasn't over the bus stop at 527 this morning. All right, it's remaining over a hotel where I'm under surveillance with P.O.C. Thank you for your help. Alrighty, license 9UAG 084, which you'll see on the surveillance cameras of the business. Customers walking in and out of the door, they're pacing. What you see on the surveillance cameras of the property, the fountain, the lawn area, like the courtyard area, and the shaded area where they park under. One vehicle arrives, another one arrives. Before that one leaves, they're engaged in what's supposed to be a suppressed, muted form. They're pacing. They're maintaining presence. While the entity is inside, the substance of the audible activity is harassment. And this is, again, losers that don't know how to conduct themselves. Remember, they're supposed to be the ones that are playing the passive-aggressive, mastering, oh, nothing's happening, and the target individual is crazy. So they've lost at their own game, and I'm documenting, and this is hostility by demons that are sore losers. But that's not, that's the funny part. But it's actually not funny with regard to prosecuting. Okay, because the prosecution is enhanced when you engage in harassment with the intent to obstruct justice. In other words, you're mad because you've been documented, and so now you're resorting to what is blatant harassment, such as treating me differently as a customer. Especially when I ask you questions that I'm entitled to an answer, and I'm also entitled to a receipt. All right? License. BACT 041, 9VHA 760, 9RRC 916, 8SPY 513, 8NPH 409. This is a demon that's stalking. Parking right in front of me at the 30-minute parking as I'm walking out of the parking lot is a demon that's maintaining presence, stalking, moving under the fake sun in that light, monitoring. License plate 7MFA013, a mustache, glasses, a blue vehicle. This is looks like a Latino male, chunky face. License, 47482, handicap, 7NVD039, 8WGN138, 7YWF011, 4SOK287, 9KDA490, 7KYG864, 7YWE011, 8BLW387. And if you'll recall the harassment by Ramada by Wyndham, those are demons that are also sore because they're documented. And this is relevant to the threat to American citizens. That's what you're getting for while the demons lose, okay? The demons are engaged in what is harassment, targeting someone. This is what they do with regard to what is murder because they are hostile as you expose them. The entity is engaged in what is targeting. That's why I was documenting the demon that's harassing me inside of the front office. And what that harassment is not because I'm a non-paying customer. It's not because I'm a disruptive patron at the hotel, it's not because I'm rude and I don't have any manners. Quite the opposite. It's actually because I'm documenting them and I am embarrassing them while they are also hostile to me. And I'm showing you what is the reason for the hostility, seemingly without any sort of provocation, the attitude, the refusal to provide basic rights that you're entitled to, such as checking me in or getting an early check-in. And then I'm told by one employee you can get an early check-in, and then when I get there, pursuant to that early check-in, being told, oh no, you can't get an early check-in and you have to wait while you're monitoring. That's when I got the fake sun at 2:44 p.m. That's perfectly fine. And I was reminding you about the fake sun being over me at the United States Postal Service. That's Ramada by Wyndham, engaging in what is a pattern regarding the way in which an entity is targeting you, harassing you. Psychopathic pacing, license plates. Right here at the fake sun, black people, 9LS3944, gang stalking demons of the same race, 7A35092. License 8TRB019, I believe. That's another license. Just so that you know, it has nothing to do with black people and we're all alike, and we're not. You could be the one person in a family full of black people or a family full of Asians or a family full of Latinos, the only one that's not demon possessed. We are not brought together. We are not together or likened to one another because of the color of our skin. You're not even family because of the blood in your veins. That's not what makes up a family. Okay, if Tracy Banks were my family, I would not be prosecuting her all over the internet. By necessity, I have to drag this demon because she thought she was going to kill me. So it's not even personal now. The license plate, 6YAZ047. This is an entity that's engaged in that, and these black people are gang stalking just like every other racist white person. Okay, guess what? They have the same hate in their mind as well because they're demons. 48754 Uncle 2. License, this is psychopathic pacing. 8NPH409 is now driving. I wrote that license plate. They're engaging in what is accessing their vehicle in the parking lot for pacing. This is the context. The fake sun is over me at 4:10 yesterday, 4:10 p.m. 9HZL611, as I show you, I walk away, and on this video where Ontario Airport is engaged in harassment and refusal to provide what is a receipt because they're engaged in what is documentation, harassing me upon documentation of them gang stalking me, threatening my life, and wanting to conspire and murdering me, and you're mad because I'm documenting you? You're mad because I put your image on the internet, the image of a terrorist? Absolutely. The image of a vagina monitor, somebody that's a closeted homosexual predator? You keep women's vaginas under surveillance and you're mad because I put that on the internet? I don't care. Nobody cares about that. Nobody cares about the feelings of sex offenders. But what I do care about is prosecuting. I'm going to drag this mom and pop raggedy hotel for engaging in the same pattern of conduct that Ramada by Wyndham is engaging in. The entity has the fake sun over me at 4:10 p.m. What is over me? And what are they doing under that which is over me and impossibility? They're pacing. They're all stalking. 7MYL527. AWEF290. And you also know that they're stalking while engineer light moves across buildings while you're driving your car. 9960, I can't really see that one. They're engaged in what is psychopathic behavior. It's mental illness that's right in front of your face, in fact. It's right in front of your face, removing the illusion of privacy, removing the illusion of normalcy. 9RKD105, and there's also nothing normal about you treating a customer that you're not supposed to know. You're not supposed to know that I'm documenting you. There's nothing that would on the surface give you any indication to be aware that I'm documenting you. You're not even a demon that's aware that I'm using my device, taking a picture of you, acting like you don't know that. Because even that's not evidence to be aware of what I'm doing on my phone while I'm looking at it. You're not even in that position. I'm in my room. So the entity is engaging in what is harassment, and it is not harassment that is uncalled for. It's harassment pursuant to federal group stalking and monitoring. License 0795 A42 7D44498. AFY6814, that's a Washington plate. C14956G, that's a Washington plate. 00828 Apple 3, 7ZBL974. License 498 BNYP. Yeah, I saw this one before and I couldn't see the state. It's a Tennessee plate. License 6PTJ937, 83041U3, 8FIJ038, 9URX034, 6YBD360, P.O.C. Just reading all the license plates in the parking lot. License 83041U3, 7LFE733, 8GWA515, 6WIL847, 9SOW289, BACI04U. In case I did not read these, 9VHA760, I believe I read 9RRC916, 8SPY513, 9NBJ390, 8BLW387, 8WGN138, 7NVD039. These are the license plates. The entire state is monitoring. I happen to be at what is Ontario Airport Inn that is engaging in what is harassment, and everybody at that hotel is speaking as one. They're all monitoring together, and this demon chooses to engage in what is harassment and targeting me as a patron that is checking out and is entitled to a written form of proof that I am indeed checked out. That is a receipt regarding proof of that transaction, and it's not based on where you are reserving or what third party you go through. It's proof of engaging what is ending the transaction with that establishment. This is common knowledge. I'm dealing with what are ignoramuses that are accustomed to harassing or bullying people that don't know what to do, or engage in what is just overacting the fool. I'm gonna fight you, I'm gonna curse you, no, I'm not gonna do that, I'm gonna document you, I'm gonna prosecute you. This is an entity that, again, has nothing to lose, though. They don't care about their abuelo and their abuela getting deported when the feds are honing in on everybody else that's a threat in addition to you, because that federal case is going to where you are, where you live, who lives with you, the threat that you pose, 9K MR 474. Okay? Because that's not what they're thinking about. They're not thinking about Tia. They're not thinking about the entity that's going to be, I'm prosecuting whatever household you represent, while you're harassing me and gang stalking me at the Ontario Airport Inn, when it would behoove you to act like you're not gang stalking, because that's the act you wanted to go in with, and that's how I'm going to prosecute you in order to prove your mental illness and your corruption. 6XYL103, and harassing me because you're losing at your own game is not the answer. P.O.C. Ontario Police gang stalking, crossing path under the fake sun. This is what they do when they're engaged in what is threatening. Vehicle 1077, 1671213, and that demon has impossible light moving across 1802. Connect Staffing. That's the agency that already knows it's being disbanded. That's a mentally ill, it's a male, and he's looking dead at me, by the way, while he's crossing path. That's a demon who's listening to everything that I'm stating, and those demons are hostile and very aggressive when they listen to me exert authority. And it's authority that they are succumbing to. You are inferior to it, and it is actually happening. That's why you're stalking me, by the way. 8L38204. Stalking is not an act of power. Stalking is an act of inferiority. You're following me, and you're going to follow what the laws are. And I stated what's going to happen. That's the entity. I want to be clear, that's federal prison, and that's Ontario Airport Inn that's harassing me with that entity. And by the way, that's also the same pattern of conduct where the entity is then stating, I'm not going to give you a receipt, and in fact, I'm going to call the police if you don't leave. Criminal summoning is set up right there. 9MGZ479, criminal summoning for much less. Just showing up at your hotel room without any provocation as well. What are you doing at my hotel room? What are you here for? While they're monitoring. Oh, we just got a call, you know. That's P.O.C. The laws are changing. 47673F3, the laws are changing. The entities engaging in psychopathic pacing, and the demons are the Ontario Police as well. Psychopathic pacing. In fact, that's what they're doing while the fake sun's over the building that we're looking at on camera. So what was that while they were pacing over me, stalking me with the same Ontario Airport Inn? 9EKP661, I'm going to tell you what the legal phrase is. That was called prosecutorial evidence. All right, it's direct, it's not circumstantial, and every kidnapper of that agency is going to prison. Everybody engaging in criminal summoning, such as those under what is the absence of a fake son by science, not you being at the Ovid Family Community Library and taking a picture of what would be necessarily two sons, because they are not mutually over the same address at the same time. You're going to prison. You're going to federal prison. While this agency is stalking me out here and you don't have any self-control, all right, that's what that means, because you don't have no self-control, you're going to prison and you're already surrounded. All right, it's a checkmate all the way around. License 5GDP069, license 9STU408, and that's how your mental illness is also working for me. Stalking in the path at Everhome Suites. And I'll show you what they're doing. I'm taking a picture. They're stalking in perfect alignment with the fake son, with me. This is a demon that's monitoring with the police, by the way, engaging what is harassment, like the whole hotel is. License 5XME112, and this demon that's engaging what is demonic behavior, stalking with light, is mentally ill, certifiable conduct. While they're engaged in what is criminal activity under the law, Title 18, Section 22618, subsections 1 and 2, federal stalking and furtherance of murder, and it's criminal surveillance with the entity that's listening to every syllable that I utter. They also keep my vagina under surveillance. 8PKR316. This is P.O.C. That's the pattern of conduct. My Corona and G Street, where there is no sun in a natural environment over that intersection. 9 NUX 503, and there would be no sun over my hotel room like I documented on video at 4:10 p.m. yesterday. 9 UZH 726, thank you. P.O.C. 9 KDM 070. That's getting to the deliberation, all right, to communicate a threat. On the roads and the highways where they're engaged in federal stalking, the fake sun is how you know that it's intentional and it's with specific knowledge. Ontario police stalking with the same exact impossible light, the same impossibility, while I'm on G Street, the hotel, no sun over my hotel room like it is yesterday on video, 12:22. The next video, 12:28, 12:29, 4:10 p.m. That fake sun is there. So what are the couple in the vehicle that was not coincidentally pursuant to the pattern of conduct of stalking with light? What are they doing at the parking lot, at their vehicle in alignment to my room, where the fake sun's remaining in alignment to my room, 2:45? Okay? That's how you're getting the answer, and this is how you're identifying stalking that no one is supposed to know about. And not only that, you're looking at the demons that lost at their own game, engage in what is very expensive and very costly. Not just regard to money, but with regard to you being in prison. Harassment. Understand the harms. The entity is engaged in what is psychological torture, ongoing stalking with ongoing amplified noise, stalking of the population. Not only physically harmful, but also that which all of it is psychologically harmful. The entity is engaged in that which is sexual violence, which is psychologically harmful. The fact that the entity is doing it as a population is psychologically harmful. And then you're engaging in what is harassment. Now you're and it's already harassment to engage in the P.O.C. This is the entity that's engaging in what is ongoing harassment pursuant to what is that ongoing unabated program, psychological torture. One demon after another, 8WPT 271, they're all stalking. They're all under a whole crime scene, and it's very obvious. 8BQG 441. And they're doing so while they are hostile because you know it, because you're documenting it, because you don't like the way that I describe what you are and what you're doing. I could not care less, psychopath. I could not care less. Could not care less. That's the spirit of Satan that compels all of them. Satan that is very hostile and aggressive while you discern him. License 8WIR 358. That's the spirit that compels gang stalking police officers to commit murder. You're going to prison. Based on the unlawful and inhumane threat posed by this system being underway, it creates an emergency for so long as that pattern of conduct remains underway. Guess what? I've been being gang stalked for over 7 years with my knowledge, per documentation. But the entity's been targeting for years. You're going to prison. All right? You're going to federal prison. The entity's engaging in that pattern of conduct while 8DUR125 is stalking with the Ontario International Airport like they're taking off now behind the Sheridan. Very mentally ill conduct. 9TBZ070, certifiable conduct. All right, pattern of conduct, and the entity's maintaining, don't forget the evidence is on the record, the fake sun, by necessity. It's not same time of year going to be in Los Angeles at any point over my office or over my apartment. There's no sunlight also that's going to be anywhere where the entity is engaged in this chicanery, this asininity. Okay, this certifiable behavior, this environment is also relevant to knowing that they're all psychos while they're stalking as a population. And this is speaking to what is an international system that I've been subject to and that I'm exposing, okay? The demons that are stalking at Ramada by Wyndham are engaging in the pattern of conduct, and they're doing so while the fake sun's remaining over me. And the entity is maintaining that fake sun as they're crossing paths with me as I walk on the sidewalk and the fake sun moves away from the same hotel where it remained outside of that room until after 4:10. 8SBD 769 is able to be prosecuted with regard to that evidence tying directly to what is criminal presence in the path. Okay? And it's relevant to that's just one person. That's an entity. I'm just identifying the entity. That's it. Because I am embarrassing the demons. That's why. You know what everybody is doing. That's the investigation of federal group stalking and monitoring. It's all out in the open, and while the demons in the police vehicles, in the fire trucks, and the planes and the helicopters, they're the same psychopaths, and now they're exposed, and they have equally lack in self-control. Now you see their mental illness. They can't even hide it. They can't hide it. And this is exposing an international system. They kidnap children, move them to the U.S., gang stalk them, murder them, and share in their wealth. That's what's gang stalking me. That's what's harassing me at this little rinky-dink hotel. License 7BXL 883, where they will not be able to afford the damages. You can't. because it's incalculable. It's that which never been contemplated under federal law, and that's by design. That's by design. And now there's a cost. License plate 9FCL282. Psychopaths that gang stalk you. Oh my gosh, this is the most exciting thing I've ever seen on the internet. Oh my goodness. I am so titillated. Oh my goodness. This is just like the most amazing thing as I stare at my phone and don't look up while the fake sun is over you and the entity is stalking as a population. Okay, the blatant absence of a sun remaining over a hotel, even though that is abstinency, it is absolutely demonic. It's ignorant to have the fake sun over my room at 4:10 p.m., but you're going to prosecute by the illusions that they target you with. And in that clear presence of that evidence, this is where you're getting to analyzing the stalker. Oh yeah, that's a psychopath. That's a psychopath that keeps her back to you. That's a psychopath that looks down to the opposite side. That's a psychopath that looks so excited while the police and the fire trucks and the ambulances and the helicopters and the demons stalking with the lights slinging all the gargoyles, and you're looking down at your phone like you have a defense. You don't. It's the evidence serving for your diagnosis. That's what's happening. License BW27820. You will not supersede the evidence of the pattern of conduct. It's not going to be based on your facial expression, contrary to how you criminally defame American citizens because of their facial expressions while you're stalking them. It's actual mental illness when you're engaged in absurd criminal conduct that is deranged in substance, even as it's being described, and you want to look like and act like what you think looks like and acts like it's not happening. You're delusional. You're going to be diagnosed accordingly. All right, P.O.C. 9VFH175. 8N67896. P.O.C. Fake sun is now over the Sheraton and the Chick-fil-A and the Everhome suites. Yeah, there's not going to be any sun over the Ontario Airport Inn. And this is not new. I'm showing you this every day. While I get up at the bus stop, which is on Euclid Avenue, what point is this fake sun right now remaining on Euclid Avenue? I'm capturing it over that same bus stop at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. All I do is change my routine. Instead of going straight to the library, all I gotta do is change my routine and you'll see that. Okay, and that's if you're looking at it in a vacuum, because I've been documenting this for years. It's not going to be the sun by virtue of the evidence in 2019 when it's remaining over me at 717 North Vine Avenue, where the entity stole my car. Because I'm documenting, that's the same entity that's being disbanded. The ones that are still stalking in 2025, Ontario Police. License plate 9FDY283, 8JZC002, psychopathic pacing with in and out, with KFC. Gang stalking as those establishments are making money. Gang stalking while the entity is proving that pattern of conduct. Every business is sharing in it. And it's not based on the fact that these demons shut down on Sunday at 1860 East Hope Boulevard, East G Street. That's a Chick-fil-A that calls itself observing. So those are demons, and they're monitoring Monday through Saturday inside of the Chick-fil-A, and they're still monitoring while the entity is maintaining that facilitating venue where it's still part of the pattern of conduct. It's still a facilitating venue, and you're not removed while you feign observing some sort of religious holiday. Religion is for demons. It's P.O.C. It's currently 12:50 p.m., and I'll prosecute Chick-fil-A while it's closed. I'll prosecute Chick-fil-A while it's open. License 9JZE988. 8LVF062, 9GTK784, 7LXR433. What are they doing under a fake sun that's moving now? It's not sitting over the hotel room. They're stalking. 9SNC253, GODSPPT. This is the entity that's engaged in internationally kidnapping children. It's not a stranger who I am. California is engaged in this international system. They know, and they're very much interested in murder. They're very much interested in keeping you under surveillance. They're very much interested in ongoing targeting because they presuppose that the witchcraft is going to break you down psychologically while they're stalking and harassing you physically, and you don't have any evidence of it. And they're doing it with regard to money that belongs to you. That's why you were kidnapped in the first place, right? You don't know that though. AZCU055 is stalking with the Ontario Police at the Wendy's under the fake sun, and it's all psychopathic pacing. And the demons, these are the ants and the roaches that are pacing all around. And in California, it's the roads and the highways, 7LTH405, the 405 freeway, the 10 freeway, the 210 freeway, the 15 freeway, the 101, okay, the 110, all of them, the 105. They're pacing. And they're engaged in massive surveillance on the roads and the highways. It is Title 18 federal stalking. And under the language of that law, it's under well, you can analyze it on under every area. I couldn't give you an argument for everyone, but it's generally speaking, it's surveillance. So they're engaging in it with the intent to maintain surveillance and with the intent to engage in what is kidnapping and murder. And this is the point. This is an illusion. There's no privacy. You don't have actual privacy. They've created for your comfort the illusion of privacy so that this international system that I'm subject to, that I'm exposing, and it's being executed as gang stalking in California, and it's exposing what every other state is engaged in as well, and it's shared with what other nations are sharing in with the United States. Targeting those, by the way, who are called by God, targeting those who are wealthy, targeting their children. It's like stealing candy from a baby, in other words, literally. Stealing money from babies. All right, they engage in murder and kidnapping. That's what's behind the disbanding of the Ontario Police Department. License plate 8VLM460. And as the evidence also shows, unilaterally, this is the conduct of mentally ill people. This is why I'm also able to show you they're stalking under a fake sun. They're stalking in commercial planes. They're stalking in helicopters. And they invest a lot of money in that stalking. Okay, Wendy's is stalking, and I'm going to document the license plates while this demon walks out of the entrance, while the Ontario International Airport maintains a fake takeoff right at Vine and Hope. They're also doing the same fake takeoffs at what is Euclid and East Street. So this is P.O.C. And that's a demon that's engaged in psychopathic pacing. Look at my images uploaded to the Google Drive. You should always be doing that, basically, because I'm narrating the criminal conduct. I describe it for you, and this is how you're getting a picture. And I'm talking to those that are learning, but the federal government, I mean, they're literally watching it happen but you can literally look at the Google Drive. I'm describing the picture, I'm describing the vehicle or whatever, and I'm taking pictures of what's happening at the same time. The plane takeoff with the Acura driving in the parking lot, the fake sun over my head. You're mindful it's over my head at the same hotel at 4:10, and before that at 12:22. The entity's engaged in stalking, and while they're flying, crossing my path, while they're driving, they're pacing. You're looking at the mental illness, and you can see it as I show you over and over again so that you're able to recognize the demonic. 8TAK874, 97231J2, 9TDH603. Everybody at Wendy's is gang stalking, including Wendy's, the business itself, which is a person under the law. License plate. And they have the audacity to be making money. I'm taking that money. You're not going to make money while you conspire my murder. License INGCUTEs, engaging in surveillance in the parking lot, while a psychopath are stalking using commercial planes, and you'll see the images right now at 12:55 p.m. There's no sun over my hotel room, which is where it's remaining at 4:10 on video yesterday. While it's over me, and this demon is shown to be engaging in surveillance. You're not coincidentally there in that supernatural environment as a pattern of conduct. You are engaging in what is referred to under the law as surveillance, maliciously targeting as a population in a manner that is designed to falsely depict the character of the person that you are in fact stalking. And it's mentally ill certifiable conduct to engage in stalking as a population with light, which is what they're doing while a fake sun remains over me. Walking in and out, these are demons pacing, walking out of the restaurant, gang stalking by commercial plane, while the fake sun's remaining in motion, and the demons of the Ontario police, infuriated, are engaged in ongoing stalking, driving, crossing path on the roads and the highways. Those demons are going to prison. 8TAK874, the ones that are wearing the badges and stuff, I'm taking those badges. I said that years ago. You're not keeping those badges, Satan. You're going to prison, and you're going to prison as a Looney Tune. Everybody knows you're crazy, and you're going to prison. That's what those are. You're classifying the status of the gang stalker. The gang stalking minors, all right? The gang stalking, the gang stalkers that are acting commercially, every business, that's a threat. The gang stalking government, the police department, in other words, the gang stalking pilots, if you will, the ones that are stalking as an airline, for example, which is under the classification of a business. But this is an entity, you're classifying each type because it's understanding and recognizing the threat posed there. Okay, while you're being gang stalked in your neighborhood, that's the entity that's engaging in that conduct in order to license 5PJP969, 7PLJ396, 9NJZ120, 91592, Mary 3, 5FEZ854. They're stalking on the roads and the highways. The entity controls the lights, so the buildup of the buildup of traffic while they're in position to me, and the entity, as the light is used to turn green, as the light is used as a first of all, it means a light activity. All of it is the elements of monitoring. You're paying attention. The buildup of traffic is in crossing path one after another after another. It's like a centipede of demons. The entities engaging in that gang stalking you in your neighborhood is that which is designed to falsely depict your character. What are you talking about? We live here with our families and we love him or her. No one has any time. My husband goes to work. I'm teaching at the school. This is the entity that's maintaining that ongoing dual reality. 3WFL534. Engaging in surveillance. Right? Crossing path while the fake sun is over me and I'm showing you at the plaza, the 405. This is where this demon, Tracy Banks, by the way, this some sort of gathering place for elderly demons that share in, I guess you like partying with pedophiles. You like partying with old women that think that they can steal the life and the destiny and the calling of God of a younger woman. No, I don't think so. But that whatever hangs out with Tracy Banks, they share the same spirit. They share the same mental illness. They share the same criminal pattern of conduct. They share the same psychological dysfunction. Because nobody in their right mind is going to be hanging out with Tracy Banks, having sex with Tracy Banks, being in the presence of Tracy Banks, because these aren't ignorant, innocent onlookers like myself. They are aware of and are sharing in what is targeting me, and you befriended that and you participated in that, and you're way over the hill. You're 60 plus, 70 plus, hanging out where people have long lost the ability to get their groove back, okay? They're old demons gang stalking at the so-called Bombay that's going to be shut down. This little hole in the wall in the ghetto of Ontario, that's a bunch of gang stalking old people. Okay, the entities engaged in what is the pattern of conduct. That's the plaza that I'm at right now, where people like Tracy Banks are living a whole life that doesn't, it's not, even her fake life is not it. But this is a demon that is engaging in that pattern of conduct because it makes her feel like she's doing something. Makes her feel like she's popular, makes her feel like while you go to Windsor and go buy a prom dress and go to this hole in the wall on Saturday night. It makes you feel like you're doing something. That's what's gang stalking me and thought that it was going to replace me. She's delusional. License plate 8GWE007. P.O.C. is currently 12:59 p.m. License plate 9NSU538 7EIV493 596354 Thomas. That's an out-of-state plate, and it's a commercial truck. Doubletree by Hilton is gang stalking. The Ontario Airport Center Executive Suites at 337. That's the address on the building. They're gang stalking. This is exposing the entire city as I'm walking from street to street, block to block. This is what the entity does when I'm in vehicles, and it does it at the same speed of the vehicle that I'm in. What are they all doing while the sun is not sitting over the hotel room where it remained yesterday as a matter of evidence until 4:10? This is how you're looking at the evidence that I capture, showing them all every day for years, engaging in surveillance in an international system. It's not just these vagina monitors in California. This is an international system, and it's been exposed in California. That's what that is. These are murderers. They're child killers. They're serial killers. They're pedophiles. They traffic children that they kidnap as an entity, and then they gang stalk them, they murder them, and they steal from them. That's what California is doing. That's what Ontario is doing. That's what a police department, no, that's not a police department, it's being disbanded. 9PNE617, they're all stalking. Every single last one. Everyone knows who I am. Everyone knows where I'm at. 9FDY283. DODGRNR 9NIC155, and it's an investment, millions and millions of dollars. That's why you have businesses like Amazon Prime invested in monitoring and gang stalking me. That's why Amazon Prime is targeting. That's why Delta Airlines is targeting. All right, that's why the United States Postal Service is targeting. That's why corporations like Motel 6 are targeting. That's why they're demons that are operating these commercial vehicles, they're targeting. That's why. That's why when I go to Walmart, I'm being gang stalked. That's why when I go to Starbucks, I'm being gang stalked. That's why when I go to McDonald's, this is an international system. And businesses are sharing in that system And that's why I'm being targeted by said businesses, and I'm also going to prosecute those businesses. Everything that you use, you're going to lose it. You use it, you lose it, including your children, so you know. License 5ZGY625, EG39Z16, that's a paper plate, and the fake sun's remaining over me as I'm walking by what is the DoubleTree by Hilton, a gang stalker, the Best Western Plus, gang stalker, and you know that because Impossible Light Activity is moving across a tree while this demon is stalking at an intersection. These two puppets driving in what is license plate, Motel 6 is monitoring, license 6WDU630, those are demons, and license 8GPT949 monitoring, while an employee is pushing a cart on the ground. That's audible activity, and the fake sun is over me. Let me go ahead and document this because Motel 6 is gang stalking with the Ontario police on video, which I documented at 5 o'clock in the evening. You'll see this demon accessing the vehicle. The fake sun is over me. They're targeting. And they are targeting by virtue of venue that's keeping my evidence under surveillance. What is behind what it is that I'm documenting? Motel 6 is always monitoring. They are monitoring with regard to knowledge as I refer to video captured on August 17, 2021, where this entity is stalking me by helicopter just like they are. By the way, big picture, the fake sun that's over me at this hotel at 5 in the afternoon, which I documented, I didn't document it, it's already documented, which I referred to as I reminded you about the pattern of conduct by the Ontario police, that's sharing that with the San Diego police stalking me at my hotel in San Diego, which is shared with the Monrovia police stalking me at my hotel, the Monrovia Police Department, which is shared by the Azusa police stalking me at my Hilton room hotel. That's a pattern of conduct by the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police stalking by helicopter at my Courtyard by Marriott Hotel in Las Vegas, Nevada. There's a pattern of conduct, very specific. They've done this before. Let me show you the other police departments that are targeting furtherance of murder with regard to an international system. As I referred to Motel 6, this is what's behind the retaliatory nature of the pattern of conduct right now. And by the way, it is always to their demise. The sun is never going to be over me at 1 o'clock and still over me outside of my hotel room like it is on video on August 17, 2021, during daylight savings time or not. It's only an hour. So you have what is 4 hours later, and then you have what is the entity while I'm across the street or around the corner at the Ramada by Wyndham, and the documentation of being at what is the Ontario Airport Inn, while they are very much sore because of the prosecutorial homicide that they just suffered on the internet as I'm prosecuting them. And so they resorted to harassing me, and that's also going toward the impunity with which they conspire my murder. It's all hurting them, and they're going to feel it. You're going to feel it. But these are demons that are engaged in psychopathic conduct, and that ego, because it's international, because you thought that you were unstoppable, because you thought no one could stop you, and that's just a lie out of hell. Just like the fact that you're elite, that's a lie out of hell. Who says that a vagina monitor is elite? I beg to differ. I beg to differ, and the evidence also supports that. 9CQM859, the same Starbucks that's engaged in criminal summoning, all right, with J. Chu. And the demons that engage in what is, again, nobody's saying anything and nobody has any basis to say anything, especially while you're using your phone. Like, they're all using their phone. But then who shows up engaging what, oh, you need to leave before you get arrested, which is a threat to commit kidnapping like Craig, Hazelwood, and Owens are doing. They don't have authority under the municipal code. They don't have authority under section 602. There's no trespass when you're engaged in federal group stalking and monitoring at a facilitating venue that's engaged in state surveillance. I can keep going. The entity's engaged in what is harassment with the intent to obstruct justice, while you are engaged in what is just picking on me because it's not private property, which you're maliciously asserting as you're engaging in what is state action, that state that arrives with the intent to what is communicate a threat. That's what the Ontario police has been disbanded. They did that under the 1:13 p.m. fake sun. This is 1:06 p.m. while I'm remaining at the hotel room yesterday at 4:10 p.m. on video. All right, there's so many different angles with regard to the pattern of conduct, and the entity is doing so. The evidence surrounding this same Starbucks that's over me at 7 in the morning, where they're pacing at the drive-thru. That's the context you're getting, 5Z34353. They're stalking, and so is the business Starbucks. And that's what's behind an international syndicate, where children are subject to what this entity did to me, and those children come up dead. Those children are actually wealthy and they don't even know it, and they've been robbed blindly. Not just robbed of their money, but they take their lives as well. They're doing this to people that don't know their background, and that's also because the entity rips you from your family. You have no context, and when you're a child and you're told that this is your mom, this is your dad, this is your grandpa, this is your auntie, who are you? You're not going to question that unless they clearly look like, like panda bears, and you look like a sea monkey. Like, you look totally different. But even so, I just want to be clear, that's not even that. You're not going to question. When you're told that's your mom, you're not going to question that unless you have substantial reason to do that. This is what the entity is engaging in, and that's why companies like Starbucks and companies like Motel 6 are engaging and invested in surveilling, stalking, monitoring, and furtherance of murder. It is a business, an international one. It's an international business. And these are businesses that you need to know and associate with child sex trafficking. You need to associate with mental illness. You need to associate with Satanism. You need to associate with corruption. While you buy their products, while you support whatever agendas that they speak on, while you board their planes, while they're murdering people, be careful. 9DEG 645, that's what UPS is engaging in Kentucky. 9TCU 576, this is what the entity is engaging in while you are ignorant of the fact that surveillance is ongoing in the states. I've exposed the entire country while I'm in California, exposing an international system that this entity has subjected me to, and they failed. They failed in keeping it quiet. They kill before anything could be known, okay? They silence with ongoing, this sort of system is one that would make someone that has been targeted, make them, absorb into the system. You become one of them. That did not work with me. So 96128 Nancy 3. The entity is engaging in the pattern of conduct while they are committing kidnapping, putting you away in a facility or in a state or federal prison or some sort before, and nobody's going to listen to you. Okay, and once you are behind bars, you're talking about what is control of that system as well, whether you get an appeal, whether they choose to entertain your appeal. A gang stalking DA is not entertaining your appeal. And when you see the heartwarming stories on 48 Hours about them taking on a mysterious case 25 years later after they were, unjustly incarcerated, that's an entity that's engaging what is creating an illusion of justice. An illusion of maintaining and investigating. No, they're not. They're engaging in this system, and the entity is very much engaged in what is knowledge of many injustices. This is what they do to maintain this illusion of a legitimate criminal justice system. This is what they do to maintain an illusion of seeking out and knowing and righting wrongs that they're engaged in, wrongs that this system is created and designed to maintain and facilitate. So that this system that is international and it is fully underway in California may exist. Because the target individual is not getting any appeal regarding what is a false conviction pertaining to what was used to kidnap them and keep them locked up, and this entity keeps your money, keeps all the spoils. All right, no one's taking on that appeal. No one's, in other words, why? Because it's the system. Nobody's going to come against that system. The target individual themselves have to come against that system, someone that's subject to it. They're not going to do that. All right, so I just want to expose that those are illusions when you're looking at. They're actually, they are illusions with regard to it's actually happening. Like you see the fake sun. If the fake sun is actually there, I'm not saying that it just looks like a sun and it's not there. No, now that would be peculiar. Okay, it's there. It's just not possibly the natural case. That is impossible. That what you're looking at is actually the case. That's impossible to be. Okay, and so I provide context. How do you know that? Well, then I'll go ahead and document and I'll show you. Matter of fact, open up your front door and go look outside. That's how you know it's impossible. We're not looking at the same thing. And what's reflecting off of this windshield over here is not over your head at your home in whatever state that you're in. And what remained outside of my hotel room at 4:10 p.m. is now moving in real time while demons are stalking. Okay, stalking. That's the pattern of conduct. And that's relevant to a whole international system, which immigrants share, and they come to the U.S. engaging in this conduct. This is going to change the law. This is going to change the laws regarding immigration, but it's going to change the laws regarding you're prosecuting for mental illness. An entity is not going to be, while they're engaging in surveillance, no, you don't have a right to take somebody's property against their will because you want to decree that they're mentally ill. Says who? Says who? The government that's engaging in surveillance and framing it and engineering mental illness. You cannot be trusted, and that is permanent loss of that trustworthiness. You're not getting that back. Once you see that, that's unforgettable. Okay, so you're changing the laws, and that's relevant. I just want to be clear. They do that to celebrities. That's what happened to Miss Spears, and it's very unfortunate. That's what happened to Miss Wendy Williams, and it's very unfortunate. But this is the system that's underway, and it prides itself in doing things like that to people of that stature. By the way, that's why they think that they're so unstoppable, but you're not. You know, bless their hearts. You know, I wish the best to them, but they are not Christ Jesus. It's not the same. You're in it's a whole different ballgame. Okay, so you're talking about what the Lord God has said, and it doesn't matter who you think you are. You're going to find out who you are. You're going to find out, because apparently you don't know. Apparently you do not know. So this is an entity that's engaging in that conduct, and that's a system. Nobody's going to come against that system. In fact, even people that have been abused, subject to this system that I'm exposing, they are too fearful to speak on it. They will not. Because they feel as though they cannot. And to a degree, perhaps they're right. Okay, because especially if you do not have what is the specific assignment, meaning if you don't know that God told you to do it, I wouldn't do it. You know, this is something you're coming. It's Satan. So you're coming against what is a whole entity that's at work, and it is spiritual warfare. So if you don't even know Christ, you're not suited for it. You're not even suited up for the game. Okay, I just want to let you know you're not qualified. He can't use you. Don't know you. You're not qualified. But that's neither here nor there. This is relevant to what is a whole system, and it is the foundation of it is Satan. And now I'm getting you to breaking down the practical pattern of conduct, moment to moment, day to day. And the fake sun is moving over. This is demonic. These are all demons. They're all demons, and this is the pattern of conduct, which is the ability to look at it from an aerial point of view. What they're all surrounded by. They're all surrounded by the evidence. Not only is that the pattern of conduct as you're looking at it, but it's impossible that you would have that combination of circumstances, and you have that combination of circumstances where you're engaging in what's supposed to appear on the surface as just everybody's just going about their day, and nobody's noticing the environment that they're in. You know, and then you're getting to, okay, this is patently, it is absurd. It's as absurd as the fake sun itself, okay? It's also not a coincidence that Amazon Prime is indeed gang stalking at the roads and the highways, engaging in surveillance at Corona and Holt. So let me read you this demon's license plate. This is Amazon Prime. I'll prosecute, that's fine. 15217 Bob 4. And they're gang stalking at the intersection while they keep my evidence under surveillance. There are no coincidences in the specific environment. This fake sun is supposed to be over my hotel room at 4 o'clock in the evening. It's impossible all the way around. So let's go through that. It's impossible because the fake sun's over my hotel room at 9:37 in the morning. It's not going to be the natural environment, period, here alone. But there's more than that. It's not going to be the natural environment when it's supposed to be remaining at the same time of year at Alvarado Gardens, where LAPD is targeting just like Amazon Prime is, while engaging what is surveillance of my evidence, while that company is engaging what is a conspiracy to commit murder pursuant to an international system that is shared outside of California, where they're engaging in what is that pattern of conduct with real-time knowledge that they've been identified, they've been named. That's the same conduct that the Ontario police engage in. And they do so while bearing guns and badges and acting like they're authorized under the law. Engaging in what is pacing all around me and then committing a kidnapping under the municipal code. That's Satan. That's the entity that's going to prison for that. That's an unprecedented threat. That's the entity that does so against people that don't have evidence. They're suffering in silence. All right, the demons that are monitoring you, you're thinking about what scares you, and then that what you're thinking about in your mind that scares you, they do it over and over again because they're monitoring you. That's psychological torture. And they do that while they stalk you obsessively, and they do that before they kill you. They track you down. It's like following you into a corner where you can't run anymore, and they're laughing. All right, they're having sex. The rest of them are having sex in the background while they all sharing what is killing you, and they're pacing all around. Those are the demons that are gang stalking. That's the sickness behind the pattern of conduct. And they do that to you who have a lot of money. Children that have been kidnapped, taken from other parts of the world, and taken to another place like where Satan is dwelling in California, and monitors you. And they do so, and it's invested by companies like Amazon Prime, who keep telling the world that they're enemies of this country, and that's fine. It's my pleasure. It's my pleasure. But there is no coincidence there, and there is no circumstance where it is anything other under the law. And with regard to science, which I'm going to prosecute, which is Mr. Bezos' problem. Okay? He's got a serious problem. In case you did not know, he is a demon. And so his company is engaging in that pattern of conduct, very much invested in it. The capitalization of surveillance, the investment in what is this system that's underway in other countries throughout the world. License plate 9UYL376. And I want to be clear, I'm going to prosecute business after business after business after business. I literally have the evidence to surround what is beyond any pattern of conduct, and I'm going to drain your pockets. I'm going to bleed them dry. In addition to what is federal prison, where you engage in like what Omnitrans does, stalking me with the police, that's prison. So, I didn't know that was a bus stop right there. That's prison. So the entity's engaged in that pattern of conduct and has done so as a documented pattern while they keep my evidence under surveillance. How can I help you, sir? This is P.O.C.
Background, Ovid Family Community Library that has a fake sun over it, over me, following with that haunting, psychologically harmful environment, the clear and direct evidence to prosecute a government for surveillance upon what is kidnapping, upon what is criminal defamation, upon what has been a massive theft, as I'm exposing an organized crime. The entity has the fake sun while I am remaining at my hotel room yesterday, and that fake sun is at that same hotel room. In fact, not only in images as I capture at 2:46 p.m., and I will confirm that right now. But I took images of it yesterday afternoon, and I took video of it remaining at the same hotel room yesterday at 4:10 p.m. The entity has the fake sun that is remaining over me at the Ovid Family Community Library, two distinct locations such that it is not occurring at the same time as well. And under no circumstances would the sun be, for example, in the city of Ontario, a little blip on the map with regard to a sun that's a gaseous ball of fire that's in constant movement. That would not be, first of all, not only over the same person, but it's over the same city. And this is where I'm going when you're looking at an aerial view. What is G Street to Vineyard to Holt Boulevard, C Street. The library is off of Euclid. Holt intersects with Euclid. This is nowhere. This is not the sun. And it's also clearly not the sun while it remains over my hotel room at 2:46 p.m. yesterday as a matter of evidence, where the demon is gang stalking in the Tacoma truck this morning on video at 9:37 a.m. and threatening my life, psychologically harming me, and an admitted perpetual sex offender while impossible that coexists with that stalking in the shoes of the state in that parking lot at 1801 East G Street. The entity is moving the fake sun in real time over me, and that is what you'll see in images while that fake sun is over me at this entrance where you hear the door closure. That is audible activity punctuating my movements, monitoring. That is underway under the fake sun at 1:55 p.m. It is impossible that the sun would remain over a hotel room, over one person, that there is more than one sun in order that I would document that, and someone in Florida, someone in Northern California, someone in Riverside, someone in South Ontario, California can state that they're looking at the sun. This is exposing a system, and it's exposing also the demon possessed that maintain what I've also spoken to is an international system regarding what is the motive behind businesses that are targeting me, government bodies that are targeting me, surveillance that's underway on the internet regarding everything that I am exposing, everything that I'm doing, and that's relevant to that. And it is shown. The entity has a fake sun over me. Just want to be clear, at 4:10 p.m. on video, and it's not just right now that's speaking to the P.O.C. You know that the Ovid Family Community Library is gang stalking every day. I'm here at 10 in the morning when the library opens. I come at 1 o'clock when the library opens. Fake sun. As I exit at 4 p.m., fake sun. So what is outside of my hotel room door when I change the routine and remain at a third-party in-keeping venue that's engaged in harassment because they are exposed as conspiring in my murder. And then engaged in what is documented acts of targeting me, harassing and psychologically torturing me in the shoes of the state while making money, literally gang stalking, while you're making money using the business as the criminal pattern of conduct. That's literally the RICO case, okay? The entity's engaged in what is conspiracy to murder while they are engaging in that criminal activity. This is P.O.C. I just wanted to make sure you'll see the fake sun as I get off of Omnitrans. That fake sun's over the bus while I'm at Hope Boulevard in Lemon, and it is not outside of my hotel room at 4:10 p.m., and it will not be, and that is not the same presence of the sun, which is under all circumstances impossible to be. At all angles of that evidence, it is an impossibility. That impossibility is where you are seeing the pattern of conduct. This is P.O.C. Alrighty, it is currently 4:11 p.m. This is my shadow being projected, and it is magnified in size. You can see it stretching at a distance. This is a lot taller than I actually am. I'm 5'5". So I am also not at my room 245, facing the direction west. I am at 215 East C Street.
the location where I arrived, by the way. And I arrived at 215 E.C. Street, the Obit Family Community Library, and there's so many angles of analysis. This is not outside of the hotel room where I am east of this location, and it's not a pure east, but it is in the direction east regarding my room, also on the property of 1801 East G Street. It's the same city, Ontario, California, 91764. This is Euclid Avenue. Over here will be Hope Boulevard, then that will be Vineyard East, and it's on G Street. This is the same city, and at a map, you're talking about what is not even 10 miles apart, where the entity is keeping a fake sun, 9 a.m. 9:38 a.m. is in particular this morning, and there's more evidence than that, but this is showing what is, under all circumstances, we're already within what is the P.O.C, and everybody is stalking. Everybody is stalking me. Not only that, it's more detailed. The entity is keeping the fake sun outside of that hotel room at 2:45 p.m. So the couple that you see with the black vehicle, while they're talking to each other, they don't know me. We're not conversing with one another, and there is ostensibly no connection with each other. There is a direct connection, and they are not strangers, and they are also state actors who are engaged in criminal conduct relevant to surveillance, and they're also demon possessed. You know, all of the above, including that they are obsessed with my vagina by virtue of the fake sun being over me at the same time in two distinct locations where, with regard to nature, science, what is the ecological address, the ongoing incessant movement of the sun, it would not be in the same city. It wouldn't be over the same person. It could not be outside of my hotel room, room 245. It wouldn't be there still as I'm capturing it in the morning the next day, where the sun's engaging in what is substantially similar conduct on a day-to-day basis with its ongoing orbit. And I'm standing here showing you what is different from what happened yesterday. But that difference is the P.O.C, okay? This is the entity that's engaged in that. The environment, the fake sun that's outside of my hotel room is not creating any sunlight spotted on the Ontario Senior Center. Everybody in that building is engaged in criminal monitoring over the age, well over the age of majority, by the way. Everybody sitting on the benches, everybody in traffic, they're all listening to me. These are demons. And this is the international syndicate regarding criminal surveillance of children that are kidnapped, children that are murdered, children that are sex trafficked, children that are treated as a lottery ticket. All right? Stealing their money, their wealth that they've inherited that they don't even know about. That's what the entity has done to me. That's what the entity is still doing. The entity thought that gang stalking me and intended to accomplish murdering me through the kidnappers of the Ontario Police Department, which represent the state. All right, it's 4:14 p.m. P.O.C. The entity is stalking, and that is the entity that is stalking me at my hotel room, Ontario Airport Inn, engaging in harassment on behalf of this entity. Murder together while they're stalking. You already know this is where they are stalking. You know exactly what that is. This is stationary presence while pacing around amongst what is impossible light. Look at the storefront. All right, that's while demons are over here one after another after another. This is the international system where they kidnap children and they murder them, keep them under surveillance, and they're all demon possessed. They're monitoring me together. They're all sex offenders that have children. They're sex offenders that are immigrants engaged in targeting with. And this is the government that's referring to the municipal code when they conduct a kidnapping while they are stalking. This is P.O.C, mental illness. This is public corruption. This is federal stalking under Title 18. And it's also the evidence of demon possession. This is a pattern of conduct. That is P.O.C, all right? And that is the disbanding of the stalkers using helicopters. They're engaging in stalking with a population who together are invested in murdering someone that this entity sought to steal my money and property. All right? It's impossible light, just like the engineer light inside of my hotel room. They're monitoring and they're stalking and they know exactly who you are. That's not their headlights. That's creating the vacillation of light on the wall. That's audible activity of somebody that's stalking. Chevron is, Arco is, Starbucks is, and they're engaging in the pattern of conduct while the environment remains around me, okay? The entity is indeed targeting, as I documented, Pizza Hut at 715 North Euclid Avenue, and the environment, that is the population, is stalking me everywhere that I go. There is no municipal code enforcement upon federal group stalking and monitoring. That's a kidnapping that I was subject to, and that agency is going to be disbanded, not only for what I've exposed, but because they're engaged in what is an international system, an international syndicate, which is requiring martial law, the lawlessness of the entity that steals children, kidnaps them, rapes them, and does so with regard to stealing from them. This is the criminal system that the entity committed in order to get away with stealing my money and property upon defaming me. This feces consumer defaming me, right? That's the system, and that's what's going to be prosecuted. This is P.O.C. This is the psychopathic pacing that they're doing at the Ontario Airport Inn. Gang stalking together. And at Ontario Airport Inn, you're not also hovering over Euclid Ave. This is the entity that's engaging in that ongoing conduct, and they're doing it before the world, and this is the entity that has also sentenced itself to death. Their witchcraft is going to circle back, and it is circling back, including while they're being prosecuted and humiliated. This is a business, not just a demon operating a vehicle, and that is Ontario Police, P.O.C. That's the entity that's engaged in that, and that's, remember, with regard to the stalking and surveillance, a threat communicated, but that's okay, they're being disbanded. Mike LORENZ is going to prison as well, and that threat's going to be played in court as evidence against him. That pattern of conduct. This is the pattern of conduct at what is 5:34 p.m. All right, that's POC. Alrighty, I just want to make sure that I am, because on the podcast you're not looking at it, and of course my evidence is not looked at in a vacuum with regard to a prosecution. You know, those that are looking on social media, you may or may not be thoroughly assessing what it is that you are being made privy to. But with regard to an investigation, which is what I'm maintaining, with regard to a prosecution, and with regard to informing the masses who are paying attention, the entities engaged in what is communicating a threat in that environment. These are demons that behave as animals, so the audible activity gets louder. The impossible light activity becomes more spectacular. That is threatening. That is more impossible, more outrageous, and the blatant stalking by the police, by the government that's engaging in that. That's what's relevant while they are engaging in what is monitoring your evidence. So that's what's behind the Ontario International Airport. That is engaged in what is the international system regarding this organized crime that the Ontario International Airport has devoted millions of dollars investing in committing murder, and that is the shutdown of that airport. They are a threat to national security, and that's the exact same pattern of conduct. That's the psychopathic pacing while the fake sun remained over my room as a matter of evidence, as you could just combine what I documented from 9:38 a.m. until 4:10 p.m. while the entity's maintaining impossible light activity inside of my hotel room, where they're engaging in the same thing outside at a bus stop. Where the municipal code does not apply. The entity is intentionally crossing paths with the City of Ontario that says police, and it also has the symbol of the City of Ontario that's engaging in criminal surveillance with the population, and they're all demons. These are the ants and the roaches pacing all around me with engineered light, okay? Targeting me with impossible light. That's not going to create my shadow projected, multiple shadows inside of my hotel room, and you're also not touching me with headlights at nightfall across the street at 506 North Euclid Avenue. I'm going to prosecute Chevron for the perpetual sex offense in furtherance of my murder, and I'm also going to prosecute their gang stalking employees. Any of them that are immigrants, you're being deported. This is a massive means of prosecuting that corrupt population that's threatening, stalking, kidnapping, and sexually violating with the police, with the airport. That is every airline, okay, that are engaging in that international system, and they do so with regard to real-time knowledge of that surveillance. That's what's behind the police pointing out the fact that they're gang stalking in a video, and that's very damning evidence that the rest of the entity would never engage in. These demons you're witnessing the crash out of the demon possessed that thought that they were going to criminally defame an American citizen, and you were going to witness my crash out. The demons are always crashing out of my evidence. Okay, this is the P.O.C. They are engaging in admittedly and conceding that they are engaged in atrocious criminal conduct, terrorism. They're terrorists, and they're openly admitting that, and that's not because they're in control of their faculties. It's not because it's a part of their plan and it's a strategy. It's because they are desperate, and it's also because they are fearful, and it's also because they have nothing else to do. This is what demons do. They monitor. Demons that are in positions of demons that are in position that are being that have been corrupted and are being abused in order to violate another person, which is this system right here. You have the police that are engaged in actual stalking, and not only that, they're demon possessed, while they are then not only engaging in stalking, but they hide behind a badge while they're stalking. The entities engaging in that conduct on video, while you're witnessing the mental illness, admittedly, they are exhibiting the fact and no longer hiding. In other words, that is a crash out. When you're freaking out and you're engaging, because it's no mystery that there's no airport taking off at the Ontario Airport Inn. The name does not mean that the airport is taking takeoffs, is conducting takeoffs on G Street, because that's where Southwest Airlines and UPS were rising in elevation, as though G Street is the same distance from Terminal 2 and Terminal 4, so it's going to look the same. You're going to see the logo, you're going to see the paint on the plane, you're going to see them taking off from that terminal, and no, you are not. And it's the same conduct while I'm at 537 North Euclid Avenue right now, and the entity is engaged in what is blatant stalking, in other words, while I'm in the process of capturing documentation of it. The entity does that as a pattern. And that is not a strategy. It's them engaging in what is stalking that they cannot hide. Stalking, by the way, that is relevant to King's Towing is engaged in sexual assault and battery. King's Towing is on surveillance cameras at Chevron at 506 North Euclid Avenue at 5:39 p.m. And that's, again, the sex offender Chevron gang stalking. And Chevron is merely a third party that's acting as the entity. Just want to point that out. The entity goes out of its way to make a U-turn. If the specific environment were not here, then all of this is innocent conduct. The impossible light is already shown. The fake sunrise and set here is already shown. The outright abandonment of the sun remaining over the Ontario airport in my room in particular is already shown, and the ongoing stalking by that agency and that airport is already shown. They're stalking, and so is King's Towing. So anyway, the entity is engaging in that P.O.C, and they're doing so while you are witnessing their mental illness, that they are, who are demons, who are kidnappers. The government's engaged in kidnapping children. The government is doing it with the people of the state. They place them with sex offenders and pedophiles like Tracy Banks. They place them in their households. They gang stalk and torture other children, just like what the people of the state are doing to me. And Tracy Banks would like to pose as someone that's a loving mother. I'm a grown woman, first of all. But second of all, she's been engaged in this act since I was a child. So you're understanding what it is that I'm exposing and how this government system is operating with regard to children, with regard to those who are already dead, those who are subject to it now, those who are kidnapped in a facility somewhere. These terrorists are maintaining facilities with regard to juveniles. They're violating them. They're monitoring them. They're psychologically torturing them. They're sexually violating them while they're kept in these facilities with children. That's San Bernardino County Sheriff. That's Los Angeles County Sheriff. They're being kidnapped by the demons who are gang stalking me. Los Angeles Police Department, the Ontario Police Department. That incorporates all of San Bernardino County. So that's Fontana Police. That's Rialto Police. That's Colton Police. That's Montclair Police. All of the departments that I have documented gang stalking me, they maintain access and control over children that they place into juvenile facilities, and they're engaged in this very pattern of conduct. Just want to let you know that, and this is while this system is underway. The Ontario police that have shown you that they're openly gang stalking me, that's the evidence that you're referring to with regard to what is kidnapping children from other parts of the world, like the entity has engaged in, stealing money from them, that's the purpose, motive behind that, stalking them by helicopters while you expose it, that's the disbanding and federal imprisonment of Mike Lorenz, and the entity doing so while they're engaged in federal stalking. They know who you are, where you're at. Stalking with Ontario Police, 9 CLR 736. That's federal prison. Just want to be clear. Engaging in the perpetual sex offense while the entity flies over my head by helicopter, and they're doing so while I'm speaking of very damning evidence that ties LAPD, all of San Bernardino County's gang stalking police departments who share in kidnapping children, sexually violating them, stealing their money, keeping them under surveillance, keeping their genitalia under surveillance, placing them in the homes of the demon-possessed, where they can be violated and abused by this very system, including by that government that maintains juvenile facilities, like the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, like the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, who are very heavily documented gang stalkers, acting in furtherance, co-conspirators of my murder. And we're at the part in the evidence now where you already know that I'm telling the truth. That's why Mike Lorenz federal imprisonment is further secured by the entity flying over my head at 5:40 p.m. by helicopter. That's the entity that's stalking on the video in the police vehicle, the white pickup truck that says police. That's the entity engaging in that same iteration of that same threat while they're keeping you under surveillance. This is the entity that's going to be dealt with martial law. When I say that they cannot be trusted with children, this is also relevant to that, even the demons that they give birth to. But this is what they're doing with regard to children like myself, who are ripped out of homes, their parents are murdered, their parents suffer some demise, and they take the one that's to inherit that wealth, the children, they steal them. They kidnap them, they're abducted, they're taken to other parts of the world. This is an international system that corrupt companies like Chevron, that corrupt companies like Starbucks, corrupt companies like Amazon Prime, who like to target you and harass you more while you refer to them, while they're engaging in, admittedly, criminal surveillance and furtherance of murder. Which I want to be clear, Bezos is not ignorant about. Bezos is a billionaire because of this system that Amazon is fully invested in, that he is fully invested in. Stalking me by helicopter was never going to help the kidnappers in Europe. It's not going to help the money that's been frozen in those accounts that you stole, and that's money that's coming right back to me. That's them stalking me by helicopter is not helping. You need to know, and if you were not the inferior demons that you are, you would have put that together a long time ago. It's a pattern of conduct. One is connected to the other. While you're engaging in this part, it's axiomatic that you're engaging in the rest of that. And you're doing so not coincidentally over and over again. You're doing so as a very well documented pattern of conduct. And all of those monies, all of those people, all of those entities all over the world, all over this country and all over the world are being exposed while the Ontario police has committed a series of kidnappings. And Mike LORENZ is going to prison. He's a terrorist leader, an established one. Engaging what is kidnapping, stealing from me and defaming my character, Mike LORENZ is going to prison for the pattern of conduct of that terrorist organization that's maintaining criminal surveillance in the United States. Newsflash. That's the P.O.C. And then it is engaging in that while Mike LORENZ sought to accomplish my murder in order to stifle me from exposing that. He wanted to murder me before I was able to expose that. Newsflash, he's going to prison. He's a terrorist leader. This is gang violence. All right, that's synonymous with, and this is the breaking down and understanding of what is terrorism in the United States. While you have puppets that are stalking outside of all manner of venues, they're going to prison. You can jump on the gas and accelerate all you want. He's not getting out of prison. He's going to federal prison for what I'm subject to right now. He's going to prison for every kidnapper, every psychopath like Craig Hazelwood and Owens. He's going to prison for that. And every kidnapper are going to prison. He's going to federal prison for every terrorist stalking me by helicopter because you want to steal my money, kidnap me, and keep me concealed by this system that the Ontario police has been engaged in for years, including this gang stalking mayor, Paul Leon, at least 20 years. Paul Leon. This is P.O.C. So I just want to be clear, that's how all those facts work together. That's relevant to everything that the entity has admitted, and then thought that gang stalking me in Ontario was going to be separate from what is an international system that they are engaging in, and that pattern of conduct is what is underway where they are kidnapping children, and the entity that is gang stalking me is unfit to be around children. That includes the kidnappers of any police department in California. That includes those that are keeping them in facilities and raping them. You're raping them, you're psychologically torturing them, you're abusing them, and they're engaging in that if they don't get that spirit of Satan in them. In other words, condition them where they're just like these demons. This is how you have that spirit so prevalent. These counties, these departments, the gang stalking, and these demons that are of these law enforcement agencies, in other words, they're the ones that are instilling the spirit, if you will. They're spreading that spirit, that demonic spirit. Okay? When you're being violated spiritually, sexually, you're being violated spiritually. And that's why they rape children. That's why they violate them. That's why they abuse them. That's why they combine both. Well, sexual violence is abuse, but that's why they combine sexual violation with physical abuse. And that's what's happening with regard to Los Angeles County Sheriff, to San Bernardino County Sheriff. They're gang stalking me. What you're looking at, I am the one that's pointing this out. I'm exposing it. What you need to be paying attention to are the children who are being kidnapped by these agencies who are maintaining custody of them. And who are their parents? These demons. These demons are their parents. While they're being kept for crimes that they may or may not even have committed, they're being conditioned when they're placed into those facilities. They're being violated, and they're being violated with regard to what is abuse of position. Nobody's questioning these agencies. Nobody's checking it at all. That's how I have over 8,000 videos. This is why I have 7 years of what is being targeted on the internet, but there's going to be a payday. There will be retribution. I just want to be clear. There will be retribution. No terrorist leader, you're not getting out in 2 to 5. I just want to let you know that. You're not getting out in 2 to 5. This is an entity that's engaging in that pattern of conduct, and what you are paying your attention to, the sex offenders that like to molest with light, they like to molest children in jails where their parents know where they're at. Their parents are having them programmed. All right, their parents are demons. All right, and that's how you have also, that's how you have these gang stalking minors. They're demons, and they have been violated by demons. Those that are abusing their position in government, gang stalking me. Those that are abusing their position with regard to what is a corrupt society, the demon-possessed people of the state. They're the ones that are birthing them. And they're conditioned by the system. These are all demons, and this is how this demonic system is operating. What I'm getting to outside of referring, but I want to be clear, it's directly relevant that they're demons. But I will speak to, with regard to what is a prosecution in the courtroom. This entity that's engaging in what is that federal offense, federal group stalking and monitoring. This is with regard to this international syndicate. This is specifically with with regard to stealing from wealthy people who have children. Taking candy from a baby is what they're doing. Kidnapping the kids that are the product of what are wealthy parents or wherever it is that you are inheriting your wealth from as a child, and you don't even know that because you're a baby, but the government knows, and this is international. So you're born in Russia, and your parents mysteriously die in a car accident, or that's what you're told. In other words, they're gone, and that money belongs to you, and you are kidnapped, and they move you to the United States. Okay, but nobody knows that you're kidnapped. Okay, they're in Russia stating, you know, missing children in whatever language that they speak, whatever propaganda that they use, and it's disingenuous because Russia is engaged in this very pattern of conduct. Okay, but they're engaging in that, and what's going on? We're missing a child. Call us, please report if you've seen this child. This is what the entity is doing. Meanwhile, that child has been kidnapped as an heir to wealthy parents or grandparents or whoever are the ones that were in custody, in control of that child that was left money, and they were intentionally put in that position and kidnapped, and they moved them to another part of the world, such as the United States, and this is what they do. I've been targeted since I was a child, and the gang stalking system is relevant to what is surveillance of every aspect of your life. The entity engages in what is, if not placing you into the home of a predator like Tracy Banks, a predator that is engaging, like putting you in the custody of the adoption agency, like such as San Bernardino County, a gang stalker. All of the pattern of conduct. You know that the gang stalkers who are demons are sex offenders. They're malicious. They engage in criminal defamation. You abuse children, stating that they're mentally ill. You inject them with drugs. They're adopted. They're placed into agencies. They are trafficked all around. They're abused in the system, and they're treated as though, oh well, it's just been you know, an unfortunate circumstance, and that's the reality of being adopted. I want to be clear, this is a very specific means of moving around children that have been kidnapped, that do not know also that they come from wealth, but the government knows. The government's that's full of demons who are monitoring you. They know exactly who you are, and they also know what belongs to you, and they steal it by kidnapping children. And that entity that's engaging in gang stalking is fully engaged in what is violating children through a system just like this that facilitates criminal defamation of children, that facilitates violence and abuse of children. And it's all smuggled, that violence is smuggled in by the system, the imperfect system. Because everybody accepts, well, you know, that's what happens when you're adopted. That's what happens when, actually, it's not. Actually, it's not. It's very targeted based on your knowledge that their ongoing surveillance is underway. And based on what is a system of an organized crime. What is the focus of the City of Ontario on me? To engage in what is targeting me so that I'm in a position where I, as a licensed attorney, can go to work without being stalked and harassed with helicopters. So I can't collect a paycheck. So then I'm sleeping at a bus stop. That's where you want to engage in the kidnapping. Okay? That's the entity that is framing you. They're steering you to that position in life. And while they're abusing their positions, they're stating that you're in that position because you can't take care of yourself, because you are mentally ill, and this is after they've kidnapped you from some other part of the world with regard to stealing money and property from you that you never knew that you were the owner of. And they're doing so while a population of demons are sharing in that targeting system. And they all know who you are. How have you tied all that together? The fake sun, the engineer light, the absence of any coincidence, these so-called strangers making malicious assertions that couldn't be farther from the truth. That's targeting as well. When they make these absurd accusations, they're targeting. The entities engaging in this very system and the adoption agencies, the so-called, I just want to be clear, these caretakers taking care of elderly people. This is something that is occurring in many different ways with regard to this system of a government that's abusing, targeting American citizens in order to snuff out their life and take their money, all right, take their property. And it's the government itself. Tracy Banks is nothing other than a means of the entity stealing my money and property, and the government permits her to do so. The government lets her walk into a courtroom, or anyone walk into a courtroom, and act like they're me. They were not confused. They know who I am. They're monitoring me. They know exactly who I am. The government is engaged in what is stealing my identity, because the people of the state that engage in that are the entity. That's the government. The same government that's stalking me by helicopter and then engaging in a kidnapping after they're engaged in what is targeting me so that I cannot go to work, so that they can maintain that narrative with regard to what was the purpose in the first place. Not for me to be a licensed attorney, successful, with 2 homes, or whatever it is that I will be doing by now, 10 years into my career. You're talking about the entity that's engaging in what is targeting you to keep you at an economic state so that they can continuously siphon your money. You're mentally ill. I'm in charge of her estate. This is her conservatorship, and I know nothing about it. And I'm, meanwhile, ignorant about the fact that I'm being targeted from job to job. I don't know why I can't ever remain at a job without being harassed by somebody. I have to quit because someone's always trying to bully me, and I don't want to beat them up. I don't want to cuss them out. I don't want to jeopardize my license that I work so hard for. I'm not going to do that. So this is an entity that's engaging in this very targeting system for that very specific purpose. LAPD is gang stalking me while I'm working for the law offices of Michael Bielis, just like the city of Ontario is. You're going to prison, by the way, in case you did not get that. I said that before and you think that it's a game. You conducted kidnapping via the municipal code when I am stating very clearly you're going to federal prison. Mike LORENZ is going to federal prison. So what you got to sample was, it's just that you're not getting out in less than 24 hours. LORENZ is going to prison and he's not getting out. You need to understand the kidnapping that occurred. As you listen to my podcast, listen to my evidence. Because I documented, I took screenshots calling him a sex offender because he is. The entity conducts a kidnapping. The entity is engaged in what is stalking on an ongoing basis. Mike LORENZ is engaged in what is a kidnapping as an entity, and he's engaged in what is surveillance. And I want to be clear. You are walking in submission to that which has already been decreed over you. That's the judgment, that's the verdict, and you're going to prison. You're going to federal prison, sir. And you're going to federal prison for another kidnapping that Craig Hazelwood is committing with regard to his being locked up and your being locked up, and neither one of you are getting out in less than 24 hours. You like to take people's shoes off and treat them like they're some sort of animal when they've committed no crime like you did. You're going to be treated like an animal in federal prison. I'm going to let you know that. People don't like the police that are engaged in bullying people. You're going to be put in a circumstance where you're going to get a dose of what you've been doing for decades. You're going to get a dose of it. I'm just going to let you know, these are spiritual truths. You're reaping it. It's happening, and you are definitely going to prison. You're definitely going to federal prison. Kidnapping me was not going to change that. It accelerated it. You're going to federal prison. You are a terrorist. In the United States, there are no negotiation with terrorists, and you are proven. This is not a conspiracy theory. The P.O.C. is not treated as what is a strong hypothesis. This is factual. This is already proven, even beyond a reasonable doubt. You've been prosecuted on the internet. There's no controversy when it's in the tribunal. I understand that you're lost, but that's because I'm here to prosecute you, and you will be found in a cell. This is an entity that's engaged in that pattern of conduct, and you're going to prison as a terrorist in the United States, just like any other foreign terrorist. P.O.C. The entity's taking off over Bethel congregation while the demons are pacing. Let me go ahead and take a picture. This is what they're doing, by the way. You'll see it in the distance. This is what they're doing at the Ontario Airport Inn. So look at a map. That's miles. First of all, this is the entity that's engaging in what is ongoing gang stalking while they are stalking while they're keeping the evidence under surveillance at the same time. So only somebody that eats feces is responding to what you are listening being exposed about you. Your criminal conduct. Oh, what do we do? Oh, what do we do? Oh, I'm so angry. Let's go do another cartwheel with the plane. Oh, what? Who does that? The demon possessed. And this is exactly what is violating children in these facilities maintained by the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. When I say disbanding for kidnapping, that's already removing Shannon Dykes. That's already removing Ontario Police. But you're talking about the level that is approaching disbanding as well. And I don't want to say approaching. The level that is met with regard to the violence that I am subject to as I documented Los Angeles Police Department. They've been engaged in targeting me. My evidence does not begin in 2024. You can look at my evidence, also evidence which I'm referring to in my podcast when they stole evidence. It starts in 2018. It's evidence in 2020. Some quite spectacular evidence. They had 2 helicopters flying in circles all around me. They were very hostile when I went to Los Angeles to document. And that was Michael Moore. You're not retiring out of a prosecution, sir. You don't retire out of being a terrorist. Yeah, it's coming. Anyway, the entity's engaging in the pattern of conduct, and they're engaging in that, and this is a term of years that the entity's been targeting me, and this is relevant to being kidnapped, being abducted with regard to stealing money, and this is a system that I'm exposing, and it's relevant to children. This is also where they'll be taking those children, putting them into the facilities where these demons are maintaining control of them, sexually violating. They're gang stalking on the streets, on the roads, and the highways. They are violating children in the facilities. They are programming and conditioning them. They're injecting them with spirits. How do you do that? Sexually violating children. That's how you do that. It's spiritually significant what you sexually engage in with another. In case you did not know that, you are joining to another spirit, and if that spirit is a demon, that's exactly what demon-possessed predators do. They call them rapists. They call them pedophiles. That's a spirit. That's a Jezebel spirit, and it injects itself into innocent children, and that spirit stays on them. This is what the demons of, just want to be clear, this is what the demons of the Los Angeles County Sheriff, the San Bernardino County Sheriff engage in at their juvenile facilities. While they've been entrusted, we're assuming that they're protecting and serving in the best interest of the children, and they want you to see them taking pictures and holding hands, holding the little bunny rabbit, and holding the toddler and shaking the little girl's hand. They want you to see that on their website. They're engaged in gang stalking. Okay, what I'm documenting is of great contrast to what they are actually engaged in and to what they are a part of, which is failing at containing this international system regarding stealing my money. Obviously, it's a large amount of money. They're not going to engage in this for $2,500. Okay, that's not what this is. That's not why you have a population share in what is 24-hour surveillance. That's not why you have strangers literally drive 500 miles over the precipice into a federal case. They're not doing that because it's over $2,500. The entity has engaged, they heap and hurl themselves into federal cases. That kind of impunity, why? Because the entity's invested. It's a large amount of money and property. There's a large amount of people. It is international. Okay, you have large entities that are invested in my demise, invested in my silence. And that's not happening. In fact, it gets louder the more that they engage in targeting. License plate 6CQB 173, I believe. So nonetheless, the people of the state, substantially similar. The people of the state sharing in what is ongoing psychopathic pacing. That's their mental illness while they're molesting. Just one stalker after another, engaging in what is molestation with light. It's not headlights. These are sex offenders that keep a fake sun over me while they're worshiping, they're molesting, they're all inside of my hotel room, they're all interested in my vagina, and so is this pedophile Tracy Banks. A disingenuous, okay, superficial. She's a state actor. She's a hitman. Okay? She's very much invested in getting my money, and so are her co-defendants, the Ontario Police. Mike LORENZ is going to federal prison, and every kidnapping is the evidence testament to this system regarding children that have been subject to the very exact thing that I have exposed. And it's relevant to those children that have been targeted for reasons that they may not know about, like myself. Okay, this is the entity that's engaged in that. That's what's behind the entity stalking with the police department that seems to not give a darn about being all over the internet, clearly seen. It is unequivocal targeting. Why would you do that? Because this is what they really don't want you talking about. But you need to get to a level of evidence, and then we're going to take a walk down. What do we document? Because this is relevant with regard to that international system that's underway. That is the context regarding this blatant, unlawful, ongoing, gross acts of violence by the public and by that government that then also engages in what is kidnapping. That's the entity that's engaging in what is literally threatening your life. That's not an arrest, it's a kidnapping. You're not engaging in stalking and a false arrest. You're engaged in stalking and then what is kidnapping. You're engaged in law enforcement and a tortious false arrest. When you are actually engaged in the execution of the duties of an officer. This is not a false arrest, it's a criminal act, and it's terrorism. It's no ordinary criminal act. And it's relevant to a greater criminal system. Not just in the U.S., not just in California. It is international, and that's why you have demons running into what is a very serious federal case. Not saving anybody. The ongoing blatant stalking by the Ontario Police Department is showing you how high, how far, how heavy this entity is invested in murder to conceal what is going on with a vast amount of other children. What they do as an international means of trafficking children, of stealing from them, of stealing wealth that belongs to other people, and then distributing it amongst these demons, amongst these peasants, amongst these imbeciles, these feces consumers, who get triggered when you speak the truth about them. You're a light-slinging gargoyle, all right? You're a hyper-sexed psychopath. You're a pervert, And you're a thief. You're a demon out of the pit of hell. The only thing that is triggered by the truth is the lying demon himself, the lying devil himself, okay? And all these demons are engaged in his bidding. And they're angry like there's some sort of competition or some sort of loss in a game. And guess what the loss is? It's your life. It's your life. They're psychotic. They're psychotic. They're marching toward death, and they're doing so while they've already understand this is beyond any sort of exposure that's ever supposed to happen. The entity that's stealing money from me, where you follow that money, everywhere that money goes is revealing all of the ways in which this entity has engaged in what is an elaborate system. You'll see the entity that's investing it into all manner of creative ways, all manner of hiding the original source of that money. And it's all coming back to me. It's all mine. Those are my investments. That's my interest accrued. That's my property. Those are my stocks and bonds. That's my trust. That's all of my property. It's all coming back to me. Just want to let you know that. You didn't make any investments with my money. You made investments on my behalf, and it's all coming back to me, including while you're still stalking right now. That's why you're going to be broke. You're going to be broke. You are manifesting severe poverty. You're manifesting it. This P.O.C. This Omnitrans that knows I'm not getting on the bus. They have the fake sun over me. This is monitoring. That's license 1545907 bus 2363. That's the entity that is, again, manifesting. They call being delusional. They call light slinging manifesting. They've manifested severe poverty. They're going to be on the streets, but not because someone targeted them, but because they have sentenced themselves to death. They've sentenced themselves to generational poverty. They've sentenced themselves to extreme poverty. They've sentenced themselves to abuse by the government. They've sentenced themselves to not being able to be trusted to go from your home to the grocery store. You're talking about martial law. That's what you're talking about. That's what they sentenced themselves to. This is an entity that is, again, triggered by the truth. But I am merely I'm just letting you know, when you have the formula right in front of you, these are the figures. Okay, 2 plus 3. I am just the messenger. That equals 5, just so that you know. I didn't come up with the rules of arithmetic. I'm just telling you what the answer is. And it is a fact. And it doesn't matter whether you like what the fact is regarding what 2 plus 3 is. It remains 5. Monitoring me and stalking me and harassing me, including while I keep putting all of it on the internet, and then reminding all of you that this is relevant to an international system regarding kidnapping and stealing from children, minors, trafficking them, having sex with them, making them sex mates in pornography. The entity that's done these things to me, I want to be clear, making AI images of me, me and my likeness, and putting it on the internet, placing cameras in my home and putting that on the internet. This is what they do to children. So if you are a pervert watching child porn, those children are likely the product of having been kidnapped from someone else. They're drugged. They engage in all manner. And this is, again, the entity that's engaged in thought. That's what's gang stalking me. That's what these people are. Like I stated, you're going to follow the money. You're going to follow the money, and where you follow the money, you're learning about all those that are very much invested in the Ontario Police Department kidnapping me, criminally defaming my character so that no one listens regarding what I was stating in 2019. Not only that I'm going to prosecute, but that this entity is gang stalking me. Now you have learned relevant context while I've been maintaining the case in chief, okay? I found out, okay, there is an inheritance. I did not know that in 2018. There's a large price tag attached to me. There's a large price tag, and that's why you have every police department, every city I go into as I'm documenting, that's that investment. That's that investment in that, and it's international. It is international. And how also do you know that it's international? Because you have the gang stalking airlines, that's implicating interstate commerce. Because you have the gang stalking trucking companies, that's implicating interstate commerce. Because you have the gang stalking as I'm going from state to state, the entities maintaining that ongoing pattern of conduct. This is the entity that's relevant to interstate commerce, and the entities engaging in this pattern of conduct on the venue of the internet. That's relevant to what is interstate commerce. The entities, and now I'm combining what is the application of law as you're getting to what is outside of California, and you're also getting to what is implicating federal law. And the entities also engaging in this amongst immigrants who come from other countries. They are gang stalking like natural born citizens. They come to the United States and they partake in this system, kidnapping children, and they target that child that has been placed in another country, and that country keeps them under surveillance. That country steals their money, their identity. That's why you have gang stalkers sharing in what Tracy Banks has committed, what Eric Spencer acting like he's my loving brother has committed. This is criminal conduct that the city, which is the state, which is the country, shares in. Any state that I go to, guess what they're doing? The pattern of conduct is underway. I go to Louisiana, that pattern of conduct is not stopping. This is an international system. And I've given you what are the fundamentals with regard to, for your ability to know that. Look at the fake sun over your head. Look at the fake sun over your head. This is shared with what's going on in other countries, and these are demons that are monitoring. They're monitoring all of us. They're monitoring, and monitoring is relevant as you're prosecuting it to what is surveillance, and it's surveillance in every regard. Surveillance of your devices, surveillance on the venue of the internet, surveillance of your physical person, surveillance of any and everything everywhere that you're going. You don't have privacy at the bank. You don't have privacy at the doctor's office. You don't have privacy when you go to the dentist. You don't have privacy when you're engaged in your transactions on your phone, when you're engaging in your banking either. All manner of violation. This illusion is necessary to maintain this system being concealed. All right, there is this pattern of conduct, and the entities engaging in that, while you have been witnessing the entity engaging in a public crash out, because stalking by any police department is not going to make that problem of exposure go away. Stalking by any airport is not going to make that problem of exposure look less serious. All right, or less credible, or distract away from that. In fact, you're honing in, especially as the federal government understands. Okay, because the federal government is very much ignorant, because they will be looking at, and why do I say ignorant? Because you would have, outside of what it is that I've exposed, been ignorant about paying attention to, no, it's not just because there's an airport, oh, look, there's a plane. No. Just because there's an airport, that doesn't mean everywhere in the city, the planes are taking off. Pay attention to what they're doing, and also look up at the environment that they're doing it in. Moreover, listen to what it is that I'm talking about and what it is that I'm doing even at the moment that they do it. And there are not flights, and there are existing laws that inform that. So those are the things that you would be paying attention to. But you would be ignorant to that, and part of it is because of the witchcraft that they practice. So they do practice witchcraft with regard to your glossing over details that you should pay attention to. So I strive to point out what I perhaps think should be automatically known, but that's fine. If I get it, people, I have to show you these things. It is not the case that because there's an airport in that state or in a city, that everywhere in that city, planes are supposed to be present. Absolutely not. That's also outside of what is an agreement that they enter into when they have these airports in the city. It's outside of what are zoning laws that exist, and this is common sense. This is basic level scrutiny. You don't have to be some spiritually discerned Christ follower to get to that level of analysis. Yes, I do have additional insight, but I am speaking to what you need to be informed of on a surface basis, because that's how they're engaging in surveillance. And you're not paying attention to that. You're glossing it. It's totally unchecked. Nobody's paying attention to that, and that's because they're all monitoring. That's why. But this is speaking to what is on its face. Everybody pay attention to that. You don't have planes everywhere in the city just because there's an airport in that city. You certainly aren't taking off from the same airport, the same two terminals in Ontario, and you're taking off everywhere. You're taking off more and more and more west. You're taking out more and more and more north, and you still have to be hovering over Stater Brothers. At what point you're rising up? You're rising like you're taking off at Ontario Airport Inn, and then at 646 West Holt Boulevard. So at what point are you hovering? You must be, based on the evidence as you would look at, and that's the clear-cut prosecution of stalking. Moreover, by science, you're doing it under the fake sun. They're stalking, okay? And that's a psychopath. Okay, and guess what? That psychopath with that particular airline is not acting as an individual alone. That's a whole pattern of conduct. That's speaking to a whole bunch of crazy people who have no business having access to pilot licenses, to planes, to airports, national security threat, planes into buildings, UPS in Kentucky. Okay? This is an entity that's engaging in this system of kidnapping children, stealing their money, and doing so by keeping them in any state. The entity engaged in what is keeping me with Tracy Banks, who is not a true, she's not a true family member. Being blood related does not make you family. Clearly, she's been targeting me, she's been gang stalking me, and she's been loathing me since the day that I was born. Okay, so this is someone that literally wants to be me, but even aside from that, because I really don't care about your jealousy. I get it. Okay, you don't like me. That's fine. Moving on. This is someone that is engaged in what is inexplicable hate. And I would encourage you, don't sit and dwell on that, because that makes no sense. You're dealing with the devil. That's not going to make any sense. Okay, so I just write that off. This person is already dead. Satan has taken that over. That's fine, okay? This is real life. That's what happens. People that are in darkness, they choose death, they choose darkness. And I can't control that. So it is unfortunate, but I'm well beyond shedding tears for that. I have a prosecution to maintain. All right, this is somebody that is engaged in what is delusional, depraved, deranged behavior, and is committed to maintaining a mask in public, while that same mask is shared by all these demons that are gang stalking me with her. And they're doing so in operation of a whole government system, an elaborate, intricate one that's operating outside of the United States. And that's the entity that's engaging in psychopathic conduct, stalking with light. They're monitoring. What's monitoring? The only things that are monitoring are demons. That's the only thing that's monitoring. That comes from the term monitoring spirits. Do you know why you're monitoring? You're monitoring because you're inferior. You're monitoring because you're not all-knowing. You're monitoring because you're curious about that which you don't know. And you're monitoring because you're nosy. All right? You're monitoring because you do not have it. And you're sitting around following someone else that does. That's Satan. Satan is not the equal opposite of God. Satan is a created being. He will never be equal to God. And that's also why he monitors the children of the Lord, sitting around monitoring and obsessing over them. What are they doing? What are they thinking? What are they saying? Where are they going? Who are they talking to? What are they eating? What's going on in the bathroom? Are they going number 1 or number 2? Are they wiping from the front or wiping from the back? How's their digestion going? How long does it take to swallow? How many times do they wash their hands together before they rinse? All right. How many times are they brushing in each quadrant of their mouth? What type of body wash and what type of mouthwash are they using? All right. I'm going to make sure that that's not in the store the next time they go to. That's monitoring. It's obsession, and it's a spirit. And it's within this population that like to kidnap children that are gifted like that. And they monitor them, keep them under surveillance their entire life. And they also, that's again relevant to spiritually abusing them. Abuse that you're ignorant about. This pattern of conduct is underway against children. They're also confined in facilities by these gang stalking agencies that are engaging in this spiritual abuse, which is also sexual abuse. You think these children are engaged in that sophisticated level of enforcing their rights, not knowing that an officer is not supposed to be violating them in the cell, not knowing that they have a level of protection under the Prison Rape Elimination Act, and they're not aware of the ways in which PREA is being violated? They don't know that. They don't know.
Every what?
And especially when you're adding in the fact that they're demons sharing in that violation, psychologically torturing them. Every time they go to take their pants off, an officer has to come in and have them sign something. And an officer has to come into the cell while they're trying to use the restroom. And that officer is always getting a peek at them while they're relieving themselves. That officer is always treating them like they're overreacting every time that they're trying to use the bathroom. And they're, how come I can't? I'm trying to, that's not a coincidence. They're monitoring and they're violent sex offenders. They violate children in the same way that they're gang stalkers, monitoring with impossible light, pacing all around me at the bus stop while they're listening to me tell you about the ways in which they violate children. Those same violated children, they grow up to be demons gang stalking. That's what's out here on the streets, gang stalking. But I just want to be clear. The entity that's engaged in this system that's operating internationally is the one that's engaging in that P.O.C. All right, let me show you the entity that is stalking at the Ontario airport that engaged in harassment upon gang stalking. This is what MEJIA is sharing in, and Kimberly and Angie that don't want to give me a receipt because they're hostile demons monitoring. Very, very unfortunate with regard to how I'm going to prosecute that business that's threatening my life and gang stalking me in furtherance of murder. Doing so as a business in the name of Ontario Airport Inn. and that is very much stalking me at that room under that fake sun while that airport. The demons operating that airport, psychopaths, absolute psychopaths. Alrighty, that's what's stalking me at the bus stop where there's no takeoff. You're not taking off at the airport. When you're hovering next to the parking lot where my hotel room is, you're not taking off from the airport when you're hovering over Euclid Avenue and doing cartwheels just like they are outside. This is exactly what I'm capturing on video. This is where I'm showing you the entity is stalking. The city of Ontario has invested millions of dollars in my murder, doing so with regard to trying to cover up an international system regarding theft and organized crime, which includes the court system. It includes the entity that's kidnapping through corrupt law enforcement agencies such as Los Angeles County Sheriff, the San Bernardino County Sheriff, and Ontario Police. That's San Bernardino County. They have engaged in kidnapping together with the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court. Okay, the San Bernardino Superior Court has engaged in what is evasion of service of process. That was a criminal act, not a violation of my First Amendment rights on a civil basis. It was a criminal act with the intent to obstruct justice while I'm subject to this system. And Thomas Garza, San Bernardino County Sheriff, that together worked to evade service of process regarding my 2019 lawsuit that was filed against the state of California, and it refused to provide service of process to a fee waiver recipient. That's not a basic, ordinary, normal violation of my First Amendment right to redress in the courts. The entity it's a violation, and it's very glaring, very obvious. And there is no reason for you to not provide your service of process with regard to a fee waiver recipient, or for basically any reason outside of my own failure. You need to do this and do that in order to have service, or like you have to fill out the paperwork in order to request that the sheriff deliver service of process or notice to the respondent. That outside of what is certainly your own error, there is no basis with regard to precluding my ability to prosecute my case, which is an unlawful violation of my First Amendment rights. First Amendment rights. And why are you engaging in such a glaring violation of my free speech? At the door, you don't want that to go on, because this entity has conspired murder. Thomas Garza is engaging in that in 2019. That's the San Bernardino Superior. That's the same California court system. The civil court, the criminal court. Thomas Garza is invested in my murder. Thomas Garza, that Superior Court, I want to be clear, fake sun over the top of my head at that courthouse. What's stalking while that fake sun's over the top of my over my head? Because you will see it on video. And it's the entity, San Bernardino Police, stalking by helicopter. We don't have any coincidences here. While they're targeting me at the courthouse, and they are simultaneously violating my right to the First Amendment in order to prosecute my case for this very system. And there are people going to prison for it. All right, that's not an ordinary violation. That is a violation of my First Amendment rights in furtherance of murder. Remember, everything changes upon facts of federal group stalking and monitoring. Everything changes. You're not just stealing my property. You're not just stealing my laptop upon facts of federal group stalking and monitoring. All right, you're not just engaging in what is violence. You're not just engaging in what is breaking my umbrella while you call yourself pushing and throwing my phone out of my hand. And I'm not going to bash your face in with my foot. I'm maintaining you're going to prison. You're going to federal prison. You're doing that as a co-conspirator of murder. And it's on video, genius. It's on video. The Chucky doll's going to prison, and guess who else is? Mike Lorenz. That's his criminal conduct. That's his pattern of conduct. He's going to prison while the entity is conspiring my murder, while they are engaging in federal group stalking and monitoring. And this all starts when the state of California, via Thomas Garza and the kidnappers of the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department. There's so much rich history here while I'm exposing to you the extent to which the state of California, that is the United States, are engaged in what is an international syndicate. In fact, I am not the only one that is a secretly wealthy person. I grew up to be an adult. This is what they're doing to children, though. And that's because it's easy to steal from those children that don't know that they're wealthy. And by the way, they're engaged in sex trafficking these children. They're engaged in violating these children, and it's embedded into society. The very sex offenders are maintaining police departments and sheriff's departments and corrupt gang stalking courthouses where they facilitate that sexual violence. And they're doing that through corrupt agencies like San Bernardino County, who are unfit by virtue of this criminal pattern of conduct to be around children, to have anything to do with children. But that's how the state of California is operating. This is how this, for example, adoption agencies operate. I just want to be clear, outside of placing them in the homes of people like Tracy Banks, who is claiming to be a family member, you're talking about stealing them from another part of the world, kidnapping them, bringing them to California, an agency full of demons like San Bernardino County. Yeah, they're facilitating violence against those children. And they do so in the same manner. Children that are not mentally ill, children that are not criminals, or they're doing the same thing. They're doing it to children, to kids. They're doing it to them. So I just want to point that out. The entity is engaging in the P.O.C. These are the demons that are they are pacers, and they are the ones that are in need of martial law, and that's exactly what's coming. The entity is engaged in lawlessness, and this is an entity full of what is actually contrary to what you see on television, perpetuating an illusion that you see on Dateline, that you see on 2020, that you see on 48 Hours. This is, again, a society full of law-abiding, basic good people. And by the way, I just want to be clear that that's not what the Bible says, that all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. There is none righteous, no, not one. Okay, so it is a lie, and it is a lie that's perpetuating an illusion to believe that most people are just inherently good. I'm showing you a population of people that are not just bad, they're wicked. They're wicked. And they're all under the fake sun. The fake sun is not just some phenomenon. It's got demonic roots. It's of hell. This is Satan's demonic imitation of the environment. The entity is engaging in this pattern of conduct, and they're all demons. They're all demons. All of them. This is an entity that's engaging in conduct with regard to what is wicked. Everything that you can conjure up regarding what is wicked. Violating children, stealing from people, defaming them, accusing them falsely. These are all the things that are spoken of in Scripture. This is what the wicked do. And it's all incorporated in gang stalking. By the way, these are hell-bound people. They are not basically good. No, they are not. And that's perpetuating an illusion. Just like the fake sun over me while they're all in my presence. It's perpetuating an illusion. An illusion that an American citizen lacking the evidence of the P.O.C. is mentally ill, paranoid. And the illusion that they are all law-abiding citizens minding their business, engaged in what is private conduct under the law that's constitutionally protecting them. That's an illusion. And I'm here to shatter all of that. No more illusions. And then I'm going to strip you of your illusions, and then I'm going to have you diagnosed based on your illusions that you target with, and you're also getting locked up based on those illusions, because those illusions are used to target maliciously. They know very well what's normal. They know what's acceptable. They know what's lawful. They know what's violent. They know what's harmful. They know what is perverted. They know what, that's why they're embarrassed by it. They also know what is mentally ill. They know what's weird, even in its surface. That's why they engage in things like psychological torture. Not threatening you like a police officer yelling out the window, I'm going to shoot your brains out. No. They don't do that. Satan is much more subtle. Satan is engaging in, well, it's not very subtle when they're stalking a helicopter for an hour. Those are the crash outs. But the subtlety of the entity that is threatening you as monitoring demons, maintaining a corrupt society, where you are engaging in what is communicating a threat as you are in that environment, and you're sharing in that pattern of conduct, and you're doing so also while you are maintaining that ongoing it's not passive aggressive. It's basically a combination of passive aggressive / microaggressive type conduct, because it's not passive. There's nothing passive about the police stalking you. All right, it's overtly aggressive. It would be described as a passive because of the nature in which that the police are stalking you. They're doing so while being on the roads and the highways, crossing your path while the fake sun's over you, while the people of the state are yelling out FUB, all right, and the police are just driving by. They're doing so while the entity is molesting you with impossible light activity, and the police are flying by helicopter. This is the entity that's engaging in that microaggressive conduct, and it's also not that's not harmless conduct. None of it is harmless, and it's also not harmless because it's relevant to this international system. They're keeping you under surveillance. There is nothing that is lacking in threatening content there at all. It is absolutely threatening, the heights of threatening conduct. This is an entity, and I'm breaking that down because you're analyzing the stalker. This is the system, however, where you are ignorant about that, and the entity, that very same system is used to falsely depict the character of an American citizen. There's no coincidences here, not only with regard to the specific environment, there are also no coincidences with regard to exposing criminal surveillance when the entity is indeed engaged in what is kidnapping children from across the globe, putting them in places in the United States, like in California, and keeping them under what are not only criminal but inhumane, mentally ill methods of surveillance. And the entity does that because it worships money. All right, the entity is engaging in the pattern of conduct, and it's revealing what is wrong with the society that is not automatically and basically and inherently good. There is nothing good in any of us, in and of ourselves, just so that you know that. We are all sinners in need of a Savior, which is exactly what Christ Jesus accomplished when he rose from the dead. Okay, so that death, sin cannot be triumphant over those who know him. He belongs to me. Excuse me. Well, he does belong to me, but I belong to him. It's both ways, okay? He belongs to me and I belong to him. So that is this sin of death, this spirit of death, this sinful people, this wicked people, it's literally as though I am impenetrable because of the Holy Spirit that fills me and covers me. In the same way that, I don't want to say it, but basically this is, Satan compels them. The Spirit of the Lord God himself, the Holy Spirit, compels me. Okay, and that is superiority. Literally, it's superiority. Nothing that these inferior demons, nothing that Satan is doing, can they do without his permission. He is the omnipotent, all-knowing God. He gives Satan permission to do the things that he does. Refer to the book of Job. Okay, I don't want to get into preaching, but you refer to the book of Job, the devil, admittedly flying here and there, looking for, like a roaring lion, seeking whom he may devour, looking like he's stating in the book of Job. And, well, he didn't state that verse in the book of Job, but that's what the devil is talking in conversation, and I'm paraphrasing, when the Lord is basically having a conversation with the devil. And he's talking about, he basically suggests, try my servant Job. He tells him, and that's telling you a lot, first of all. It's letting you know, first of all, the Lord God's faith in his own servant. And there is nothing that the devil can do to you that is outside of what the Lord God permits, which is to say that you remain in a position of inferiority while you continuously engage in what is monitoring and stalking with light and stalking it. But first of all of your tactics have been exposed, but you are in a position where you have been given permission to do a certain level and you can go no further. You can't go any further than that. And even that is serving his purposes. He remains God on the throne, and the devil knows that. It's these foolish demons that Satan has deceived, who sentence themselves to death. They did it to themselves. The devil knows he can't do anything to a child of God that he doesn't have permission to do. He knows that. He's counting on their ignorance. The devil knows very well. He can't touch me with his spirit. He can possess them. He can't possess me. He can't force me to do anything. I'm going to tell you what he did. What he did is he took everybody that is around me, okay? Every person that I know. And he took everything that I own. You can touch everything, but you can't touch me. That's the bottom line, okay? And you can refer to scripture because I'm not talking about anything that's foreign. It is in scripture reflecting how the devil is literally getting permission from God to attack his child, whom the Lord God referred to as righteous, and that he is able to do X, Y, and Z, but you cannot take his life. The Lord did not give him permission. He can't do anything. He cannot take his life. Okay, so the Lord, in other words, set a standard. He set a standard. And who was setting a standard but he who was superior? Who is thinking that Satan is a god? Except he who is ignorant, hell-bound, deceived by the devil himself, who wants to be worshipped even by fools, who don't know any better. And why do they not know any better? Because of their pride, they refuse to repent. Who's supposed to feel bad? We're well beyond that. I don't feel bad. I'm prosecuting you. You're a defendant. I don't have any feelings because I'm representing who is my client. Okay, that's what I'm, in a courtroom, I have no mercy for you. None. That's not the forum for that. I'm prosecuting, but I will be clear. This is spiritual warfare that the devil, these demons, they lost. And I just want to be clear, Satan is getting what he wants in the end. He knew that it was not going to be me. He can't do that. He cannot. That's why he attacked everyone around me. He attacked everybody around me because he knows he cannot touch me. Meaning he can't compel me to be one of his followers. I will never. I would never. You will never have me being some light-slinging gargoyle. I will never be a feces consumer, and I will not be fraternizing with any. It's not going to happen. But anyway, I would never, and Satan knows that. Satan knows that. So you're hurting my feelings. You're gossiping about me. You're stealing from me because you want to be me. You want to be me. you wish that you were the edges on the side of my scalp. Like, that's how you want to be me. It doesn't, you're stalking. Who wears stalking somebody like a badge on their chest? Who does that? Who does that? Because these demons are doing that. And while they're doing that, this is an entity that's engaged in kidnapping children from all across the globe. They bring them to places like California and they keep them under surveillance and they murder them. They steal every and anything that belongs to them, including their identity, including their reputation. They do it to people that are much younger than me, like little babes, children that come up, quote unquote, missing. And then the so-called Ontario Police Department is investigating. They're not investigating anything. They're keeping themselves employed while they conduct investigations, while they sound their sirens en route to an emergency, 20. While they're all monitoring together. It is a joke. It's a joke. And it's serving for what is Satan's system here on earth. It is fully in operation and it has been for a very long time. But it does not matter how many demons, and it doesn't matter how many millions of dollars that city police and the airport and every business, it doesn't matter how much they spend. It will never supersede what the Lord God has said you can do. And you can do no more than that. And when he says stop, it's over, that's exactly what he means as well. He meant that. He meant it. Now, you're talking about what are tests that people fail, because he said, touch not. He's talking to the devil about what the devil can do. He's given instructions. He's given warnings. Touch not and do no harm. He's been very clear. So you're talking about people that have basically sentenced themselves. There is no excuse. They're watching themselves being exposed. So what are you stalking for? No, you're exposing people on the opposite side of the globe. All right, this is an entity that's engaging in what are egregious acts against mankind, okay? This is inhumane. It's not just criminal. It's inhumane. And it's also exceedingly abnormal. All right, the entity engages in conduct which is relevant to what are getting away with stealing that which doesn't belong to them, and that's what's behind kidnapping, stealing children, their parents being murdered, their grandparents being murdered, whoever are their caretakers that has a large amount of money that's been bequeathed to a minor that is then kidnapped and taken to another part of the world, just like California, that engages in surveillance, gang stalking that American citizen. All right, and this is relevant to the facilities where minor children who are very well kidnapped from other parts of the world, whether they know it or not, and they're being systematically violated by agencies like the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, like the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department. And by the way, the entity that's engaging in this pattern of conduct, which includes the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, they are unfit to maintain custody of children. They are unfit. You're engaging in criminal surveillance. You're engaged in gang stalking in particular. They cannot be trusted to maintain custody of children in the way that the San Bernardino County and Los Angeles County sheriffs currently are maintaining those facilities. I cannot be any clearer than that. So you're talking about what is systematic violence amongst minor children who do not have any means to contest it whatsoever. You're talking about adults that don't have a level of sophistication to confront the system. It's even worse with children. They cannot be trusted, okay? And they cannot be trusted while they're engaging in what is unlawful conduct that has not been reported to the nation, that they're engaged in surveillance, and that there is an ongoing system facilitating kidnapping by these nations, okay, by the different parts of the world. Kidnapping from the United States, sending them over to Korea, or sending them over to, sending them to somewhere in Africa, sending them to Russia, sending them to, and they're sending them all across the world, sending them to Europe, while they're engaging in what is this system of surveilling them, keeping them under surveillance, and they're stealing from them. They're stealing their identity. They're doing it while they are killing them and or kidnapping them and not exposing where they're at. So after 20 years, you're assuming that a child is gone. Something happened to them, and they're somewhere, having been stolen from, has no idea who they actually are, and also that they are an heir of wealth. I'm just giving you an example regarding what the entity is doing to me, what the entity sought to get away with doing to me, what's relevant regarding the context of gang stalking, how you're getting down to the criminal conduct of people like Mike Lorenz, and the entity that's engaging in that, even while I'm exposing it, and they're engaging in that while it's exposing the rest of the world. What California is doing, it's exposing its cooperation with this criminal conduct. Follow the money. Follow the money that they stole from you. Follow the money and the property and the investments. Follow that, because it will give you a lot of insight regarding how far-reaching, how intricate, and how broad this system and stalking and monitoring someone like myself is going. People that I don't know, I'm not engaged, but somehow my money is over there. Okay, that's speaking to a very much interested in the paid co-conspirators of murder, the Ontario Police Department, the Ontario International Airport, the people of the state, gang stalking immigrants, psychopaths that schedule in their day to come stalk me just by sitting next to me and keeping their eyes fixed on a computer. All they're doing is stalking. They're psychos. That's the investment of a population. They're psychos. Alrighty, it is currently 6:39 p.m. This is the entity that is indeed engaged in what is stalking while I'm at a bus stop, okay? And they were all stalking while I'm in a hotel room. They're very much heavily engaged in stalking while I just go to Pizza Hut. Okay, as I take one picture, that's use my device, those demons, they're cockroaches. They're coming out of nowhere, meaning you were already stalking on the side of the building, and then you're walking, as soon as I snap a picture, crossing path, a demon pulling up, molesting with light while I'm inside of the parking lot. The demon's stalking at the parking lot area of 7-Eleven. There are no planes that are right now flying north of my person. Neither are they when they've already taken off from 2500 South Airport Drive. Okay, you're not taking off at Bethel Congregation when you've already taken off from the airport. You are stalking, and you are a psycho who is stalking in a whole plane. That's a lot of money and time and people invested in that. Alan D. Wapner knows all about it. He knows all about it. The state of California, this is a business that's engaged in kidnapping children, and the entity tried to steal. There's a lot of money, and not only was it a lot of money, it's even more money because all the thieves that had their hand in the pot, they've stolen my money, and they bought this and they invested in that, right? That's even more money, and it's mine. It's not yours. It's mine. There's a lot of money and interest behind committing murder, and that's also why Mike Lorenz is going to prison. It doesn't get any more clear than that. That is the exact opposite of what you are supposed to be doing. You're supposed to be protecting and serving me. This demon is targeting me. You're going to prison. You're going to federal prison. It is currently 6:40 p.m. at 537 North Euclid Avenue. This is P.O.C. This is the fake moon. This is the entity stalking. You can see the Stater brothers reflecting off of the van. You see my shadow in front of me. That's the airport stalking, and so are the Ontario police. You'll see in the images. This is psychopathic pacing that they're also engaging in the store. The Terminal 2 and Terminal 4 located at the Ontario Airport, which is south of Vineyard Avenue. The entity's engaging what is acting like they're taking off from the Ontario Airport and taking off from that location, stalking at the Ontario Town Square, and like they're landing right here behind the Habit. Those are demons that are mentally ill, and so are they. 9LNZ825, they're pacing an engineer light where my shadow's appearing up right on that van. That's the P.O.C. Hope Boulevard. The Ontario International Airport is south of Vineyard Avenue. So this is the entity that's stalking at the Ontario Airport and engaging in like they're landing at the Chevron at 506 North Euclid Avenue. This is all stalking, and that's what they're doing inside of the Stater brothers. And you know that because this is where I document the fake sun over me and the engineer light inside of that store, 7 in the morning, 10 o'clock in the morning, but not when I'm at the hotel where the entity kept the fake sun from 9:38 a.m. until when I'm documenting at 4:10 p.m. And this is where the Ontario police are engaging what is threatening my life, stalking me, kidnapping under the municipal code while doing so, and they're engaging in that while I use the Stater brothers Wi-Fi to upload the evidence, which you'll see on the Google Drive. This is P.O.C. It is 10:36 a.m. Alrighty, this is Ontario police that are stalking along with the airport, hovering over the 646 West Hope Boulevard Stater Brothers. This is the entity that you see stalking in the images as I walk out, with their stalking inside of the store pacing, where they are pacing over the airport. That's engineer light you see on the asphalt, not their headlights. And that's a demon in a police vehicle. In other words, this is the Ontario police that are stalking me from place to place, and they're also doing so vicariously. This is pacing that you're looking at, by the way. That's mental illness by a police department that's being exhibited. That is stalking. They're engaging in what is demonic behavior, and it's criminal surveillance, and it's shared in concert with the demons who are the people of the state. This is a gargoyle driving a police vehicle. This agency committing kidnapping, Craig, Hazelwood, and Owens, are stalking, and they commit kidnapping under the municipal code. They are stalking, following me from place to place, including when I am going to the bus stop, where they are stalking me en route to that bus stop, monitoring me, and then engaging what is stalking by kidnapping. They're literally pacing. That's engineer light you see on the asphalt. You see it? It's a demon. And they're stalking me. And this is called, what is the show of harassment and, hostility. Jason Fields is going to prison. Jason Fields is gang stalking with the demon operating that vehicle with the whole agency. And Mike Lorenz is also threatening me while that agency is stalking, and they're monitoring every syllable that I utter on my podcast. He's going to prison. The kidnappers are going to prison. The entity that's engaging in this stalking as a police department is going to.
Let me get this license plate. This is P.O.C. This is a molestation. License 1644200. Vehicles 1052. What is going on, sir? What's going on with you? You're driving in circles. Are you dizzy? Everything okay?
No.
Why are you getting out of your vehicle and stopping in front of me?
Because they don't want anybody.
Who is they?
Loitering.
Who's they?
Security.
Who's the security? You or them?
No, I'm the police.
So what are you talking about? So what just happened in 30 seconds? What happened?
Can you please leave the property?
For what? What am I doing? How do you know I'm not leaving? How do you know I'm not leaving?
Because I watched you sit there and then
You've been watching me doing what?
And then you pulled out your phone to record me.
What did you watch me doing?
Huh?
What did you watch me doing?
Sitting right
This is a stalker. This is mental illness.
Huh?
That's the entity stalking. What did you watch me doing?
Trespassing. That's what I'm watching.
Where am I trespassing in the parking lot?
You're trespassing in the parking lot.
Yeah, where? How am I doing that?
Okay. You need to leave or you're going to be placed under
You're threatening to commit a kidnapping while I am doing what? What am I doing?
trespassing.
How am I trespassing? Because you said the word, or what am I doing? Because I was standing over here like everybody else sitting in their cars. Are they trespassing? Or did you get out of your vehicle because you're monitoring me and I'm documenting you, and so you're throwing out words that you believe have substance because it's coming out of your mouth while you're stalking in a police vehicle? How do you know what I was doing? I was just standing over there. You're driving in circles in the parking lot like a psychopath. You have a pre-existing hostility?
You're the only one hostile.
No, I'm not. I'm asking you questions. You hopped out of your vehicle. That was very aggressive. That's a threat. You're wearing a gun and a badge, and you're making unfounded accusations while I'm at a great distance doing nothing that's suspicious, and you're making very specific allegations.
Did you not walk up to me?
No, I did not. I'm walking in the parking lot. I'm walking in the parking lot. How do you know what I'm doing on my phone? No, I did not. He made an accusation. You are very unintelligent. You should stop talking. Really, you should. You're making unintelligent assumptions. You are telling on yourself. This is the agency that's stalking by helicopter every day, that's engaging in kidnapping under the municipal code, engaging in stalking, and then referring to codes under the penal code and the municipal code that they don't have authority under. And he drives up toward me after he's pacing, and then he throws out trespassing when they're all sitting in their cars in the same parking lot, and he's talking about security that's nowhere around, talking about they're telling me that that I'm trespassing. What was I doing? What was I doing? What was I doing?
Check it out.
What was I doing, sir?
I'm going to kick out every other homeless person in this parking lot.
How do you know that I'm homeless?
What else are you doing here at midnight?
What else is everybody else doing going to the grocery store?
Everyone else is working. The grocery store.
How do you know what everyone else is
The
doing?
other business is closed.
How do you know what everyone else is doing? Why are you making assumptions about my living status? Who told you that I'm homeless? You're talking like a stalker. You have pre-existing knowledge about me? Do I know you? I know you? What's your name? Huh? I'm sorry? You're the one telling me about my life and my details and what I was doing way over here. Were you in fact watching me? Were you in fact watching me? Is that why you're making these allegations? Am I doing something suspicious with my bag? Where you know where I'm living? Where you're talking about that? These are the statements of a stalker. They're going to prison, and so is Mike Lorenz. This is harassment by the agency that does not have authority under the municipal code. They're putting their partners in prison. Craig Hazelwood's going to prison. Owens is going to prison. Mike Lorenz is going to prison. These demons have the police department filled with engineer light where they're monitoring at that police department, stalking by helicopter, stalking as demons pacing around in the specific environment, making unfounded allegations, and there is no trespassing when I'm walking outside of the venue, minding my business, but I'm documenting gang stalkers. This is the entity engaged in what is that international syndicate, kidnapping children, stalking and keeping them under surveillance, and then these are the bullies that commit kidnapping, all right, and pulled up in a very aggressive manner. We're called Fontana Police.
U.S. Sharpie that is engaged in what is harassment just like this, while they are threatening your life and they're engaging in that pattern of conduct. This is P.O.C. Is there anything else? Because I'm going to go on with what I was doing, not violating the law, but you're violating the law. I want to be clear. This is documented harassment pursuant to targeting. Is there anything else? Because I'm getting everything on the record. What else? People are not trespassing. This is not trespassing. Trespassing has a specific definition under the law.
Okay, I'll give you an opportunity to gather your things.
You're not giving me an opportunity. You're threatening right now. Trespassing has a specific I know that I am. My point is that you don't have a right to harass me right now. You assume that I'm homeless. You're making an assumption that I was doing something. You should leave me alone while you're monitoring. Don't say anything while you're monitoring. That's P.O.C. He's a stalker. That's the pattern of conduct. They're going to prison. And he's a demon. 1644200, vehicle 1052. He's stalking. They're going to prison. License plate 169. That's a demon molesting. That's what Craig was doing. They're stalking with light. They're mentally ill. This is pacing. And that's a threat while they're monitoring. 1680792, vehicle 1109, under the fake moon, where this agency is stalking. Just like the airport. Remember what the airport is doing. They're going to prison. This is the disbanding of the entity. They are paid stalkers conspiring my murder. Jason Fields is going to prison. Tracy Banks are going to prison. They're going to federal prison. So are the kidnappers. Those two demons are going to federal prison. This is P.O.C. It is currently specific environment. It's currently, let me see. Sorry, I have gloves on. Let me touch my screen. 11:15 p.m. This entity, this demon's making assumptions regarding what it is that I'm doing. Let me show you. Here's my shadow here. Here's my shadow right here. Here's another shadow over here. Here's another shadow over here. They're monitoring, and that's engineer light on the asphalt. I'm catching this demon on video pacing. He's a psychopath, engaging in Nothing that I'm doing over here is illegal. It is not trespassing under the law. Everybody else is engaging in pacing in and out. How do you know what I'm doing over here standing on the side? And it is nothing suspicious, and you do not know that I am homeless per se on the surface of my appearance or anything that I'm doing. I'm not out here with a grocery cart. I'm not out here walking around with a blanket on me. I'm not out here begging for money. I'm not out here smelling like feces. They're the demons that are monitoring and stalking, and that was a threat. And they're also engaging in that with someone that knows the law and their rights. So they engage in trying to bully. You're going to federal prison for that. That's the entity that does so with the people of the state, Ontario Airport, and harassing because they're being documented. They're going to federal prison for that. It's domestic terrorism while they're conspiring your murder. And this is while they kidnap children, just like the entity does, to steal your wealth and take your life before doing so. And they are still stalking. They are still stalking and harassing me in this conspicuous manner while I'm publishing the evidence on the internet. Jason Fields is going to federal prison because when he got caught, they didn't stop targeting me. They engaged in more targeting. That demon is going to prison, and so is the Ontario Police. They're being disbanded. Refer to J. Escarpia of the Fontana Police. You'll see that same threatening conduct. P.O.C. It is currently, again, 11:16 p.m. The video you just listened to is the video evidence of criminal stalking, and it's federal stalking under Title 18, Section 2261A, subsections 1 and 2, and it's stalking by the Ontario Police Department. It is stalking by the Ontario International Airport, and it is stalking by the people of the state at the third-party facilitating venue where the fake sin is also documented. It is indeed an established venue where criminal surveillance, which is a demonic system proving targeting by a corrupt business that is equally invested in this. What I'm showing you is the United States that's engaging in surveillance, maintaining surveillance through a corrupt population that are maintaining a business. It's an international syndicate regarding child abductions, kidnappings, child trafficking, and they're doing so with regard to stealing money, also stealing wealth from wealthy children. And so this is an entity that's engaging in that. The Ontario Police are stalking. That's what you're listening to in the video that you just heard on this podcast. And the entity is engaged in stalking in that environment. The entity is engaged in stalking while they are also keeping under surveillance the evidence of them stalking me as I document it, as I publish it. This is P.O.C. It's the people of the state. This is Euclid Avenue at C Street, where the Wells Fargo is located, where the downtown Ontario luxury apartments are located. The Ontario Police are stalking me as I leave that venue at 646 West Hope Boulevard, and I walk to what is C Street in Euclid, and I've already documented the fake sun rise and set right here. And the entity is stalking by Ontario Police vehicles, which are going to be of record, and I'm documenting it. Stalking by crossing path with me, keeping me under surveillance, stalking me by crossing path, driving south on Euclid Avenue at 11:29 p.m. And they do so, they're demons, they're monitoring. So the moment that I look up, an Ontario police vehicle is right in my path, conspicuously stalking, psychologically torturing while they do so at the moment that you look up. They're not engaging in coincidental conduct. They're engaged in demons who are, they're engaged in monitoring, which is demonic. So the moment that you move, the moment that you look, there they are stalking with noise or stalking in the path. That's demon possession that the Ontario police are affected by while they are engaged in criminal surveillance, which I have the tangible evidence of. That tangible evidence is also proof that they're demon possessed. This is also underway while they're engaged in what is proving the ongoing international system of child trafficking, kidnapping, and what is the entities gang stalking me, and not only to engage in what is stealing money, wealth, and concealing that which the entity has already stolen from me. The Ontario police are engaged in stalking me in furtherance of murder with the population that are also proven as a matter of evidence to be engaged in stalking me in that same criminal, in furtherance of that same criminal conspiracy to commit murder, and they're doing so having already stolen money and real property, real and personal property from me, and doing so not only to cover that up, but to get away with stealing, to continuously engage in that. They don't want to let go of that money, the money that's been invested, property that's been stolen and invested, has been invested into other types of property. And this is, again, an international system that people all over the world have stake in money and property that belongs to me. So the Ontario Police Department, who are paid stalkers, they're paid serial killers, and they're engaged in what is harassment for profit. They are stalking out the Stater brothers, and they're doing so while you're looking at this demon, while you're listening to me narrate it on the podcast. He's literally pacing. The entity that's stalking me by helicopter flying in circles, he's doing that in the parking lot, and he's doing it with what is engineered light. Those are not headlights that are creating that light activity in the asphalt. This is the illusion that's being compared to the image of a police officer. This is demon possession and it's criminal surveillance, and it is an unlawful threat while the entity is conspiring my murder and stalking me through this police department. These two demons that are aggressively approaching me and then making unmerited allegations. That's when you're assessing it with regard to the surface. It's deeper than that. They don't have a right under the law to be in my presence. They're monitoring. They don't have a right to or any protection under the law with regard to going to federal prison while they're engaged in that pursuant to the pattern of conduct already established by that agency. In other words, that agency is not doing anything other than stalking me at all times. It's already established. They're doing so while they're keeping evidence under surveillance that I publish onto the Google Drive, onto YouTube, that they are monitoring on the internet, informing and providing context regarding the criminal conduct that is underway psychologically, and while the entity is engaging in the criminal monitoring and furtherance of my murder, pursuant to evidence that I am documented that's already published on the internet while this agency is stalking me in that parking lot, and then this demon is on video approaching me in this aggressive manner. That's a threat to my life. Understand that. Those demons under those circumstances and for much less pull out their weapons and commit murder and then control a narrative with regard to why they are going to make up a reason under the law that they were warranted in using deadly force, okay? That's why they go to federal prison for gang stalking, wearing those uniforms. The entities engaging in the pattern of conduct, I'm referring to the trespass section 602. It's while they're monitoring. They don't have authority under any section. They're engaged in stalking. You're not exercising authority under the law while you're stalking, and that's what that agency is doing. They're also doing it while they are engaging in retaliatory criminal conduct because they are hostile to the evidence that I published on the internet. So I just want to make sure that all that is clear. The entity is stalking me as I go from one place to the other. The entity is doing so on the roads and the highways. The entity is also engaging in this while you're understanding this is an entity that's gang stalking me pursuant to what is an international system of children that are in my position. And this is relevant to what is the entity seeking to conceal murder that was committed by this entity that includes Tracy Banks and Jason Fields, okay? This entity is interested in concealing murder that has not been accounted for. Murder with regard to what is retrieving money that was bequeathed to me, that was left to me in a will, in a trust, that was left to me in the form of real property, that was left to me with regard to any sort of form of property that was given to me under my name, Erica Lorraine Spencer. And this is something that family members of mine were murdered for. And this is something that the entity, including Tracy Banks and Jason Fields, have escaped justice for. In fact, Jason Fields abusing his property as a corrupt military officer to get away with murder, to conceal murder that was committed in order to steal money and property that was left to me. This is what Tracy Banks is also interested in gang stalking me for. This is why the people of the state are gang stalking me as well. They share in money that was left to me as a child that is someone that position an heir, all right, to an inheritance, and the entity is engaging what is gang stalking me and furtherance of murdering me to get away with stealing from me, and also to engage in what is escaping justice, obstructing justice, killing me, silences me, and you never hear about a family member of mine that was murdered, which Tracy Banks and Jason Fields need to be investigated for. The entity engaging in what is gang stalking me, directly relevant to that murder. Family members who left property to me, their death is exactly what needs to be investigated. It was not an accident. It was not naturally caused. It was not coincidentally related to money that was left to me and the fact that I'm being gang stalked. This is relevant to what is motivating the Ontario Police to gang stalk me so overtly. While they are interested to the degree to which they are incriminating themselves, they're not even covertly, they're not surreptitiously, they're not inconspicuously stalking. They are on the internet before the world stalking me, unprecedented criminal conduct by a law enforcement agency that is invested in what is accomplishing a contract to commit murder because of all of the investments of an international system. You have multi-million-dollar companies that are invested in targeting me. All right, you have celebrities and politicians that are very much engaged in monitoring me and know who I am and are very much interested and very much perturbed by what it is that I expose on my podcast and what I'm exposing on my website and on my YouTube channel regarding real-time criminal conduct, which is relevant to the threat to my life, while YouTube has done things such as removing my evidence with knowledge that there is an international system of targeting that I'm subject to, and the entity has simultaneously stolen my intellectual property, making money off of it at the same time. But remember, they're also defaming me, trying to, like I'm crazy. Oh, I'm so crazy, but that's why you're stealing it and trying to take responsibility for it. And claiming that you created it. Those are the same people that are stealing my money, property, and identity and gang stalking me. This is the entity that's going to prison. This is what is behind this agency stalking at the Stater Brothers parking lot and talking about trespassing. That's the first thing that comes out of their mouth, because how else are you stalking as a police officer? Because it has to be something that's related to only on the surface when you're ignorant about gang stalking and an international syndicate regarding what is kidnapping children, sex trafficking them, stealing wealth by kidnapping those children, murdering their parents, whoever it is that is leaving wealth to them. Because that's exactly what I am subject to, and this is what is motivating the entity that is stalking me. And like I stated, the entity is indeed, these are demons and they are psychopaths. The more that I get into the details about this system, the more anxiously the Ontario Police are stalking. Every corner that I'm walking by, a demon driving by, stalking by helicopters, stalking it in their vehicles. That's the entity that is threatening you, okay, not standing down, but becoming more aggressive. This is relevant to that mental illness that is their demon possession. They're in the grocery store, Stater Brothers, anxiously pacing all around. They're psychos. They're pacing up and down the aisles. They're pacing using those machines as a means of audible activity and psychopathic pacing. I walk outside, the Ontario Police are stalking, crossing path the moment that I walk outside of that entrance door. Where the Ontario International Airport, psychopathic pacing with the planes. There are no landings beside the parking lot of Stater Brothers. There are no landings behind the Chevron Bethel Congregation Church. There are no landings behind the Ontario Town Square Amphitheater. There are no takeoffs and landings adjacent to the Ontario Airport Inn. These are demons that are stalking, and this is speaking to the investment, the millions and millions of dollars, the years and years and years of what is keeping me under surveillance while stealing a lot of money and property from me. And that theft of money and property is also relevant to more money, where you will follow into what are investments that have been made, purchases that have been made, property, money that belongs to me. Interest it all belongs to me. And the entity is engaged in stalking me and threatening my life. That demon hops out of that vehicle with a gun on his waist. And guess who's threatening my life by doing so? Jason Fields is going to federal prison. This is a military officer who is married to a Jezebel. They're both Jezebels. Jason Fields is a Jezebel, and so is his wife, 63-year-old, 62-year-old, 60-something is old enough. And he married her. And they're engaged in what is targeting me together as a married couple. That's not love. That's not a relationship. The whole basis of your relationship is stalking and monitoring and stealing from me. That's the reality of the demon possessed. Okay, they don't love their children. They don't have love with each other. Their relationship is about someone else. The demon possessed are out here stalking and monitoring me. This is what Jason Fields and Tracy Banks have with regard to a transaction to get away with stealing and conspiring my murder. Those are facts. There is also murder that is relevant with regard to Jason Fields' interest in abusing his position as a military officer. And this is also relevant to the psychopath that he is, not innocent, not deceived by Tracy Banks, and also not stopping this system. He's not exposing it and stopping me from being subject to this. He is engaged in what is targeting me, kidnapping, interested in every kidnapping, interested in every means of harassing and terrorizing and psychologically torturing me, because this demon, this coward, this homosexual psychopath is engaged in targeting me because he's scared he's going to federal prison for what him and his wife have already committed. Stealing from me, committing murder, trying to cover it up, and also wanting to conceal the fact that there's an international system regarding this system of theft of my money and property that's occurring on the opposite side of the globe, which Jason Fields has direct engagement in as well. Okay? This is a demon that's engaged in what is surveillance with every aspect of the criminal conduct of the Ontario Police Department. 8TWY700, 8ZYB331. This is an entity that's committed murder. They committed murder to get away with stealing my money. They committed murder to get away with stealing my money, and doing so with regard to a reasonable question regarding who are my blood relatives, regarding who is leaving me money that Tracy Banks, and this, he's absolutely irrelevant, but he's relevant with regard to criminal conduct that him and his wife have engaged in. This fake friend, this demon, this closeted homosexual, somebody that's actually a stranger to me. He's no friend of mine. There was never a genuine relationship. He's a hitman, and this is Jason Fields, okay? This is relevant regarding this criminal conduct, this psychopathic conduct that's a threat to anybody's life. Jason Fields is going to prison for it. This is a demon that is invested in committing and getting away with murder that's already been committed, and my murder, because he is fearful of going to prison. He's going to prison under all circumstances. He's also going to prison, and what's going to happen, if that death spell, hoodoo doesn't hit him first and him dropping dead, he's going to prison. Okay? It's not going to be necessarily in that order, but that's what's going to happen. He's going to federal prison, and on the record, it needs to be known that he did not stop this criminal system that he did not ignorantly participate in. He's not a victim of Tracy Banks. They are full throttle in it together, sharing in a conspiracy to get away with what they thought was some grandiose scheme. They're both numbskulls. They think with their infected genitalias. They're demons. They're both inferior to me. Okay, they're engaging in this pattern of conduct, and they have conspired my murder, and they thought it was a genius idea. It sexually gratifies them. They engage in sex rituals together, practicing witchcraft and plotting on my demise and stealing my money. Jason Fields has no business having 1 cent, $1 that belongs to me. He did it to get money. He did it to get money, and he's a serial killer. He engaged in ongoing targeting. He did not stop this ongoing threat to my life because he is invested in my murder to conceal this international system, which the United States has been engaged in. The city of Ontario have been engaged in. I'm not the first one. Look at this ongoing, thirsty, obvious, and sloppy means of this investment, all this money. The entities engaged in, the United States government is engaged in this. This is an organized system, trafficking children from all around the world. And it needs to be known, I want to be clear, this demon is a liar. He's not ignorant about what was going on. He was not deceived by Tracy Banks. He sought to get away with it, to conceal all and everything that she has committed, and shares in everything that she committed. Also based on his position. You don't have a defense talking about, oh, the sex was so good and that's why I got sex with a 62-year-old grandmother was so. This is a disgusting creature who is hellbound, and he's a criminal that's engaging what is abusing his position with the military. Okay, this is the Fed, and he is representing an entity. So the branch of military that he is with are engaged in targeting me. The feds are acting with the state of California in furtherance of my murder regarding what is an international system of trafficking children. And they sought to get away with it by gang stalking me and accomplishing my murder. That's what's behind a whole bunch of strangers who are stalking me so aggressively. That's why you have strangers invested in that. That's how you get people that don't even know me who are clearly stalking. That's how you connect those dots. It's not just the fact, yes, they are demons. Absolutely, because that's why you would get, because there is no amount of money that you could ever offer me. And in fact, I would look at you weird, like, what did you just offer? What? Who does that? Why would you? They wouldn't even offer me. That's why I'm the targeted individual, by the way. This is a certain type of sickness. This is the wicked. Okay, and they have a whole intricate system, and those demons at the Ontario Police Department are stalking in that parking lot, and that's aggressive conduct that he is engaging in on video, and they're doing it with regard to specific knowledge of everything that I'm publishing on the internet. And what I want you to know, this is relevant to what it is that I'm exposing. This entity is gang stalking me not just for my money and my property. It's relevant who are my relatives and who left me money and property. It's relevant that the entity never disclosed to me that there is money and property that they also have stolen and took from me. Not just didn't disclose it to me, but they've already cashed in on it. Lied and said that I was dead and cashed in on that. On insurance policies, on people that I also don't even know. I've never died. I've remained alive. My evidence is documenting that. My documentation serves multi-purpose. I did not die at all. 2018 to 2025. I've been maintaining an ongoing track record of where I am, what I am doing, and what I'm subject to. And they're lying, stating that I'm dead. And guess who is aiding in that? The Ontario Police Department that are engaging in kidnapping. And stating that they're kidnapping me because I'm mentally ill. While they're engaging what is abusing the law, targeting me in the workplace, claiming that I can't hold a job and that's why I'm unemployed, which is inevitably leading to an economic situation as is the present, and then stating that you are breaking the law while you are sleeping outside. Sleeping outside on the bus bench. I'm not sleeping behind a dumpster in the trash. I'm not doing that. And the entity's engaged in stalking me. You're using stalking me as a means to put your hands on and pace all around me. And engage in what is harassing me because you're very mad as I'm documenting. But understand, they're going to federal prison for what is engaging in what is this international system of organized crime. Murdering children, kidnapping children, sex trafficking children, and doing so with regard to stealing their wealth, stealing inheritances, stealing their trust, stealing what is bequeathed to them that they are ignorant about. While they've been kidnapped and taken from their parents or taken from the relatives that are in that position of having a wealthy status. This is what the entity is engaging in, and this is relevant to murder that Tracy Banks and Jason Fields have sought to conceal. And Jason Fields and Tracy Banks are gang leaders. They're going to federal prison. Okay, this satanic couple that are engaging in this pattern of conduct to date. Jason Fields is not innocently engaging in anything. He is not ignorantly engaging, nor is that the case when you hold that position. Okay, you are, and by the way, it is unreasonable to contend that you are ignorantly or you were tricked into gang stalking somebody. You were tricked into targeting someone and you're calling it an investigation. I'm showing you what the P.O.C. is. That's a delusional psychopath that's going to federal prison. The crazy part, the crazy people part. Okay, that's totally unreasonable. It's ridiculous. It's patently absurd. This is a psychopath. He's a predator. And they've engaged in murder before. And he got way too ahead of himself because he thought that he was going to take me out like everybody else. He's going to prison. And the reason why I'm still subject to gang stalking, the reason why they haven't called, and he hasn't called in while he's gang stalking me, they haven't called in any true investigation. There's been no ceasing of the Ontario police stalking me by helicopter. There's no protection. There's no protection from being kidnapped. The reason why the entity's engaged in this manner of ongoing unabated psychological torture, there's no limit with regard to what the entity's doing while they're so-called maintaining an investigation because Jason Fields, the federal government themselves, are trying to contain it. They're going to prison. No American citizen is ever subject to this, should ever be subject to this. The Ontario police are being disbanded. They're not the only agency. And not only that, Jason Fields is going to federal prison. All right, and if he drops dead from death magic first, well then that's judgment, okay? But he's going to federal prison. They've also engaged in what is death magic. He is not innocent. He is absolutely not innocent. He's a witch. He's a Jezebel. He's engaged in what are praying to Satan for the death of people, and he is going to pay for that. He's also going to prison until he stops breathing. He is going to federal prison. This is an entity that is stalking with the police department. License plate 1591669. Another demon stalking with that agency. Engaging what is stalking me because they're hostile regarding everything that I'm stating. Jason Fields is threatening while that agency is pacing all around. That demon is going to psychopath. He's a psychopath. He's going to prison. Okay? He lusts after men. He's a homosexual that engages in what is gay sex with regard to what is practicing witchcraft, and then hops on his 62-year-old wife, which he also thinks is some form of witchcraft. He's nothing other than a Jezebel who has issues with his mother that he's having sex with, and her name is Tracy Banks. This is a demon. He's a psychopath. He's a pervert, and so is his wife. And they're both preying upon me regarding money that those two brokies stole from me. This is an entity they're going to federal prison. And these broke bums out here who are stalking me day and night are doing so while driving Ontario police vehicles, gassing them up, gassing up these helicopters, following me around. You have that investment with regard to what is an international system of stealing children, stealing their wealth, stealing their inheritance. That's why Tracy Banks can walk her wrinkly, cellulite-ridden self in a courtroom and act like she's me, 20 plus years younger than her. I don't think so. Not on her best day. There is no magic glamour that is going to make that realistic. This is an entity that knows exactly who I am. All right. And this is an entity that's engaged in what is sharing and stealing from me and conspiring my murder with Tracy Banks, who wishes she was me. She wishes she was me when she was my age. She's not. Nothing close. And there was nothing similar about a witch and a child of God. There's nothing even similar whatsoever. This is and this demon Jason Fields, he can close his eyes and fantasize about my vagina all day as he wants while he's having sex with that 62-year-old wife of his. I'll keep it at that. It's never going to happen. It's never going to make that. They're both mentally ill. This is an entity, and they're also mentally ill to ever have engaged in this conduct, and they're still targeting me, and Jason Fields is going to federal prison for that. And he's going to federal prison for what I remain subject to after this coward is caught, and now they're engaging in this conduct because they're mad and you're angry because you are going to prison. That's the mental illness of this whole entity that is still gang stalking in the face of what is proof that you're never getting away with it. You're never getting away with it. So I just want to be clear, there is context regarding why the Ontario police are still stalking, because the feds are targeting me. It is an international system. The feds are not stopping the state from engaging in targeting me because the feds are engaged in that pattern of conduct. Jason Fields is going to federal prison for what he stole from me. And he is behind every kidnapping while he is lying, talking about he has any authority over anything that belongs to me. We never talked about it. I never talked to this fool. He's a liar. And he's acting like he's married to me on paper while he's actually married to my mother figure, Tracy Banks. While he's watching me undress in my apartment, putting it on the internet, and they're making money. And then they're also falsely depicting my character as though I'm putting myself on the internet and I'm touching all over myself and I'm putting that and selling my images on the internet. Something I have never done in my life. This is while they're gang stalking me in furtherance of murder. That's what they're using to falsely depict my character. Them sex trafficking me is what they use to falsely depict my character. I'm mentally ill because you are putting cameras in my apartment and putting it on the internet and making money off of it. That's how this entity that knows exactly who I am, they know that that was not me doing that. They're monitoring and stalking me by helicopters and planes. The court is not ignorant. They're all caught and they're all still gang stalking me while I am exposing it. The reason why it's still ongoing is because the feds are a part of this criminal system. They're going to prison. They are not getting out because of the ongoing continuation of it. Hear me and hear me good. They're not getting out of prison. You're going to prison and you are not getting out. This is the pattern of conduct. It doesn't get any more psychotic than this. It doesn't. You're stalking in the grocery store for what? You're sitting around pasting in the parking lot for what? You're following me as I go to the bus stop and go to sleep. For what, though? For what? It's an obsession that they can't let go of. They can't let go of it. But it's over, and it's been over. Jason Fields is going to prison and his old lady is going to prison. And that's where Tracy Banks is going to expire. And whenever that death magic hits Jason Fields, that's where he's going to expire. All right, this is P.O.C. because that's what's behind the Ontario police stalking me and the Ontario International Airport stalking. All right, they're acting like they're landing in the parking lot. Then as I walk down Vesta, they're acting like they're landing right there at the house behind Vesta. Then, remember when I'm at the Ontario Town Square, they're engaging what is hovering while I'm sitting right next to the Christmas tree. This is the entity that's doing that. I want to be clear. The Ontario Airport Inn is way north of where I'm located when you're looking on a map. So you're flying next to me in the parking lot, but the Ontario Airport Inn, when you're coming from the same airport, this is a vast difference between what is south of Holt Boulevard and what is at the 10 freeway at the Archibald exit, which is northeast, okay? The entity is clearly stalking as you're looking at on the map when I'm showing you where they're stalking me and acting like, oh, we're landing here. And you're getting that because why are you hovering so close to the ground? This is mental illness. severe mental illness. What are you stalking for? And then you're throwing out accusations about, what am I doing? 602, I'm supposed to be scared by that? Okay, I'm supposed to be intimidated because he's wearing a uniform and he's throwing out trespassing. You don't even have authority under any section. You're stalking. You're stalking. Jason Fields is going to prison. He's going to federal prison. This is exactly what they do to commit kidnapping. I'm getting away with stealing Erica Spencer's money, and all I have to do is have OPD throw her in jail. Okay? And then we're just going to pick up and resume the mental health case against her. We're going to keep her locked up for 6 months. We're going to create some more paperwork. We're going to have this doctor sign this, and we assess that. And that's how they're keeping that ongoing money train. He's going to federal prison. All right, this is what an entity's been doing. He's going to federal prison for the ongoing stalking by that agency, and the ongoing stalking by that airport is providing ongoing context. The people of the state are already established as stalking. They're stalking as an entity in that parking lot. And this is a psychopath that is literally pacing in circles in that parking lot with engineer light. The engineer light that you see on my hotel room wall inside of my room, that's what's moving around on the pavement. This is a demon who then is approaching me aggressively in a police vehicle with a gun on his hip, a badge on his chest, and throwing and speaking as though he's a legitimate law enforcement. He's a stalker. He's a stalker. That's a threat to my life. That is a threat to my life. That Jason Fields needs that. He needs me to stop breathing. But it's not going to happen. He's going to stop breathing. It's not going to happen. And he's going to prison. He's going to federal prison. He's not getting out. I don't even think this demon has hit 40 yet. He's going to be in prison, though. He's going to federal prison. It's over. He's hit the peak when he was spending all my money and traveling around and spending on his gay lovers, on his gay hookers, and then doing whatever sort of weird relationship he has with Tracy Banks. He's going to federal prison, and this is something that he's continuing because he refuses to stop engaging in targeting me. All right, this is a psychopath who has some delusion with competing with a woman. He's not a man, and this is why you need Christ Jesus. If you don't know the Lord, you are not a real man. This is why you have these feminine males who are closeted homosexuals who are envious of a woman. And so you call yourself stalking me, and that's supposed to make you a man? That's supposed to make you feel better? Because I am defeating you with regard to enforcing my rights? There's not a competition there. You're sleeping with Tracy Banks. I could not care less about you. You're a psychopath. You're stealing from me. He is out of his mind. He's going to prison, and he requires an ongoing battery, an ongoing system, a battery of tests, okay? This is the mentally ill that are gang stalking. Alrighty, I just want to be clear on that. That's what's relevant. Understand, these psychopaths, they committed murder regarding my family member, an elder that left money to me, and this is what is relevant regarding what Tracy Banks wants to conceal. Getting away with murder, Jason Fields and Tracy Banks. All right, murder regarding money that was left to me. Also, that's something that Tracy Banks, the only person that is related to me. Jason Fields is literally an irrelevant psychopath. He's not even relevant, but he's engaged in what is targeting me and abusing a position with the military, and is doing so while he is gang stalking. That's the only reason why he's relevant. Understand that. That is, in other words, what I'm speaking to. He is, by virtue of being involved in this, stealing my money, he's going to prison. There is no reason why he should even have any knowledge about it. There is nothing pertaining to Tracy Banks. Even him sleeping with Tracy Banks does not get him to my money and property or knowledge of it. He's going to federal prison. He's going to federal prison. I just want to be clear on that. Jason Fields is threatening my life, and it's his fault that my life is under threat. And this is the feds that are engaged in targeting me. He's not been an investigator. He's been sitting in his car stalking me while I'm at Alvarado Gardens, and LAPD is stalking me in my apartment. Sitting in his vehicle, stalking me, lurking in the dark, masturbating while he's monitoring me while I'm inside of my hotels, while I'm inside of my apartment, subject to gang stalking by LAPD, by Los Angeles County Sheriff, by the Los Angeles County Fire Department, with the people of the state at Alvarado Gardens, and he's sitting around a corner monitoring, watching everything, monitoring on my devices, watching me on cameras, making money off of what they're also then putting on the internet, on the dark web. And this pervert's engaging in what is sex trafficking me, but also engaged in what is perversion. And they call that witchcraft. It's not magical. Because it's not working. You're going to prison. You're nothing other than a sex offender. You're a pervert. Your mind is sick. Your mind is twisted. You're a pervert. You are a violent threat to children. Okay? You are a threat to women. That's what you are. You're a predator. There's something wrong with you. You are not magical. You are mental. That's why you're sitting around in the dark, masturbating, watching me on cameras that I don't know are there, stealing money from me and gang stalking me to do that. You're a demon-possessed psychopath, and this is a population of them. Stalking at a grocery store, all right? While I am literally in the parking lot, minding my business, at a distance away on my phone, and this demon was making very specific allegations and statements about where I'm at. How do you know I'm homeless from over there? You're driving in circles. How are you looking at me when you're driving in circles? How are you giving detail about me being on my phone, which is not suspicious? And so if you're talking about me being, first of all, me being in the parking lot like everybody else that's engaged in surveillance out there, and you're talking about me while I'm putting stuff in my bag, they're stalking in the path. They're all monitoring me and what I'm doing with regard to I'm putting stuff in my bag after completing purchases, and I'm also uploading evidence onto my phone, okay, without incident. But it's the P.O.C, but it's without incident. And while I'm packing up my bags and I'm getting ready to walk, this demon is a psychopath. He's pacing in the parking lot. He's pacing in the parking lot, and I'm documenting it on camera. But where I'm at on the surface, which is where, again, on the surface, nobody knows what's happening. You're not gang stalking me, and I'm not paying attention to you gang stalking me. Nothing's going on here, right? Why are you making such specific allegations from that tremendous distance? That's not an investigation. That's not attention to detail conduct. No, it's not. He's in a vehicle, and there is nothing suspicious, anything about what I'm doing. I'm doing the exact same thing right now. Talking on my phone, holding up my phone. How do you know I'm not FaceTiming? Why are you making these specific allegations regarding what is unsuspicious conduct altogether? And then you're talking about I'm homeless. How do you know that I'm homeless? And what are you talking about? Trespassing? Why? Because I'm outside? What are you talking about? And not only that, then you can get into the analysis. They're stalking, and they're engaging in what are stalking wearing police uniforms. And they're speaking out using what are highlighting words and phrases that are supposed to have significance because they wear those uniforms. You're stalking. You're stalking me. And that's why Fields is going to prison. This agency is being disbanded. They're engaged in what is an international system of kidnapping people, and they have been paid to keep me under surveillance. They are sharing in that with Tracy Banks, who has committed more than one kidnapping with that agency in furtherance of murdering me, and doing so while necessarily maintaining criminal defamation. Criminal defamation by these stalkers who are following me around from place to place. Stalking me in my hotel room, stalking me at the grocery store, stalking me at the library, stalking me when I'm on public transportation, stalking me when I'm walking down the street, stalking me when I'm sitting at the Ontario Town Square, stalking me while I'm sleeping at the bus stop, stalking me while wherever it is that I'm at. And you're talking about sections that don't even apply. And you're also talking about sections that don't apply while you're stalking. Federal stalking, that is trumping anything that you're talking about, and it is your fault that I'm sleeping on any bus bench. You're going to prison for that. You're going to prison for harassing me, for putting me in that position, and then trying to recite law regarding the law that you don't have authority under, and you're using that to harass and kidnap me. You're going to prison for that. That's an unprecedented level of malice by psychopaths. Psychopaths who are lurking in the dark, masturbating while they're sitting around monitoring and stalking me. Sex offenders, psychopaths, demons. Jason Fields is going to prison for that. Understand that. He's an ignoramus. He's a hypersexual. He's engaged in this conduct with a third party, Tracy Banks, but she is engaged in conduct with state actors like Jason Fields. And this demon, that again, he's a hypersexual. He's an ignoramus that is engaged in what is unlawful conduct, corrupt conduct, while he is engaging in that based on what is his affiliations and what are also his responsibilities, abusing his responsibilities, abusing his authority, authority that he is unfit to have. He's not even stable. He's mentally ill. He shouldn't even be in that position. And the proof of that is literally this documentation prosecuting him. He's unfit to be in that position in the first place. And it is a concession to the same when you would try to assert, oh, that you didn't know this and you didn't know that, and that's why he's a liar. Because I'm still being gang stalked. So while you would try to claim that you were ignorant then, what are you doing now? Because you're still gang stalking me. This demon, there are no feds that are coming and interfering and stopping and interfering with this pattern of conduct, stopping the Ontario police from kidnapping, stopping them from stalking. They're clearly there is no concern about them hopping at that heliport, hopping in a helicopter and flying in circles over my head for an hour. They're not concerned about anybody of the feds investigating that and seeing that. They're not concerned about that at all. They're not concerned about me putting it on the internet. There's a reason, because the feds are sharing in that criminal system. I told you this months ago. I said that months ago. Pay attention to the impunity, because it's telling. The impunity is telling. Fields is going to prison. He was never investigating. And by the way, the court that's listening to him and the paperwork that they're signing off on, and all of this cooperative acts that are occurring within these gang stalking courts, where they're providing what is evidence. Oh, she's mentally ill and we need control over this estate, and I need to access these funds, and I'm going to make sure that she receives this. They're lying. I'm not receiving anything. We're not talking. They're stealing my money. They're buying property and investing in it. They're paying other people. They're living and traveling with it. They're engaged in what is squandering money and property that belongs to me, and I'm not seeing a dime. I'm sleeping outside and I'm being kidnapped and gang stalked by the police. That's what's happening. And the court knows that. The demons that are defaming my character, claiming that they're MDs and they're psychiatrists and they've diagnosed me for this and diagnosed me for that, they're lying. They're lying. I've never met them, or they are a documented kidnapper, and I documented them gang stalking me. After I refused to speak to them, I don't talk to these imbeciles. I know my rights. You don't have to talk to any medical professional. And while you exercise your right to not talk to a medical professional, that is also not to be used against you under the Welfare Institutions Code. You cannot enforce your rights and then have that right be used against you. You have absolutely nothing. So refusing to talk to them is not any information that is serving for them to diagnose. The entities engage in that, moreover, while they're kidnapping. So by virtue of you being in my presence, you're committing kidnapping. You're committing what is criminal defamation, because they literally use that ongoing circumstance to defame you. You were in my office. You're mentally ill. That's all they need. That's all they do. The Ontario police kidnap. The facility engages in what you're here, and that's all they need. All they need is you there in the uniform, and they take it from there. The entity Tracy Banks, Jason Fields, defaming, stealing my money, making money off of it. Money. Taking all my money, all of it. Jason Fields is going to prison automatically. What is he even doing getting $1? Who is this? Okay, this I wouldn't give him $1. Literally. He has no business. Who are you? You are irrelevant. I don't even know you, fool. Who are you? He's going to prison. And he's going to prison. They're stalking me still because what this demon has done. He's going to prison. There is a reason why they're still stalking. They are delusional about what's over. And not only that, I just want to be clear, these demons threw out voodoo, hoodoo, regarding death spells. It's not touching me. I'm on top of the case. I'm doing splendid. I'm not going anywhere. You are going to be dropping, though. But before you do, whenever that occurs, you're going to prison. And I mean that. You're going to federal prison. You're not getting out. This entity, Jason Fields, has been committed and obsessed with stalking me because he is obsessed with money that he's not getting. He's not going to come around. You're gang stalking me, and then you're going to come and come rescue me at the bus stop. I'm going to get in your car. We're going to have a conversation. This demon is delusional. He's delusional. Him and his 62-year-old wife. She's not coming to talk to me. You see what happens when she approaches me? It goes right on the internet. She's going to prison. Okay? And his wife, and not only that, that's documenting him. Every time that he's going to prison. These two are delusional. They're acting like nobody knows that they're married, that they're together conspiring against me. They are the ones that are mentally ill, and everything that they stated against me is going to be used against them in addition to what they're doing, and nobody's ignorant. You're approaching me and coming around while you're gang stalking. You're coming to, they're poisoning my food. Putting poison in my food to make probably like a laxative or something to create an urge to use the bathroom way too frequently, an abnormal urge that is not normal with regard to how my body usually operates. I'm documenting that. I documented that. That's the entity that's poisoning my food with regard to what is harassing me. And then you're stalking at the library, coming in and giving me chocolates and talking about giving me money. Nobody asked you for any money. I didn't tell you where I was at, and I don't talk to you, and I don't call you and ask you for anything. What you did not give me, though, you didn't give me that trust, that will. You didn't give me any information about you stealing all my money. Why don't you run that? Why don't you talk about that? That's what she's not talking about. She's not talking about the fact that she's been having oral sex with Jason Isaac Fields. She's not talking about that. In fact, on my podcast, she's denying it. That's also relevant to her character. She's a liar. She's a whore and she's a liar. Okay, that's what she's lying about. She's going to be prosecuted by every lie that she uttered. You know why she was so foolish in doing that? Because she thought I was going to be dead by now. That's why. You're going to listen to every lie that she told. You're going to recall everything that she was stating and all the confidence with which she did it. You know why? Because she's a witch and she thought that I was going to be dead by now. She's a fool. You are a fool. You are an entire fool, and so is this demon that hasn't even hit 40 yet, and his life is over. He's going to prison. Jason Isaac Fields is going to federal prison, and everything that Tracy Banks engaged in, she's doing it while Jason Fields is 100% acting and cooperating with her. And that's including the kidnappings at Woodside Senior Apartments. That's including the kidnappings by that agency. American Medical Response, the Ontario Fire Department, the Ontario Police Department, while he has been making money off of it. And these demons are engaged in what are seeking to conceal and suppress my YouTube channel. This is all going to come out. But right now, on December 28, 2025, as it is, this entity has been still gang stalking me in furtherance of murder. Gang stalking is an organized system regarding surveillance. The entity is doing so targeting in furtherance of seeking to obstruct justice. Now, they don't just want to steal my money and property. They want to get away with it, and they want to continuously engage in it. They don't want to stop stealing. Okay, even though they've been exposed, and I know about it, and I'm exposing it, they're still gang stalking. This is delusional, okay? They're still gang stalking in furtherance of getting away with it. They just want to keep on doing it anyway, even though the whistle has been blown. And when you're engaging in this is the type of stuff where everybody's supposed to stop what they're doing and act like nothing is happening. But these demons are not doing that. They are not doing that. They're not doing anything close to that. You're going to remember this, because every aspect of this is going to be exposed. And it's relevant to the entity that is gang stalking now to the present, because they are aware of the fact they practice witchcraft. So they've looked into the future and they are not all knowing, because if they were all knowing, they would have known that it would have got to this point before. They're not all knowing. And what they also don't know, you're going to prison and you're not getting out. And I don't care where that death magic hits you, you're going to be in a federal cell. You're not getting away with this. This is what they do to American citizens, and the American citizen is not documenting anything. So you're looking at the obsession that the ongoing delusion when you are caught. You understand you're placing this in a context. They do this to people, and Jason Isaac Fields laughs about it. Jason Isaac Fields sits around masturbating as he recalls the people that he's tortured and that he's gotten away with harming and threatening, and he does so while he is pleasured by that. He's a psychopath, and this is something that the entity does when the average American citizen doesn't have any evidence. They don't have the P.O.C. They're not able to expose it. They're not exposing it to anybody. There's nobody to report it to. The feds are in a comfortable, convenient position of not knowing anything about what you're talking about. So when you're reporting, I'm being gang stalked, literally, what are they going to do with that? This is the end. The feds are gang stalking, by the way. They know what it is, but you're talking about what is willful ignorance. You're talking about what is not established beyond what are conspiracy theories. Enter in the P.O.C. That's where I come in. But the entity is to date engaging in that. If you were to report it on the FBI .org website, you're not going to get a response. And what are you reporting when you're talking about gang stalking? The entities engaging in conduct which the average American citizen is not in a position to describe in like 2,000 characters or less. Also, and not only that, the entities engaging in that pattern of conduct where they are targeting you by the agencies themselves that are fully engaged in that criminal system. They're not investigating that which they're engaged in. It's not going to happen. Okay, and that's relevant too. I've submitted a response. Well, not a response. I submitted a request for an investigation by the FBI on the internet, on their website. I did this in 2018, in the end of December of 2018. And of course there was no response, but I did that. And that's a part of the documentation, okay? The FBI maintains a satellite office in downtown LA. That's the specific environment that's gang stalking with the Los Angeles Police Department. The Los Angeles County Sheriff's, they are engaged in the P.O.C. Those are demons calling themselves the FBI in downtown LA. Okay? They are engaged in surveillance. So when I'm working in downtown LA and I'm being targeted by LAPD, FBI already knows about it. They already know about it. They're going to federal prison. I just want to be clear. The feds are the reason why the Ontario police feel so confident to commit what are clear and glaring violations of the law that they are going to regret. They're going to very seriously regret it. They are not getting away with it, and it is not going to be suppressed and treated as a small thing. I'm not going to drop dead, and I'm also not going to succumb to the system. Everything that I said is going to happen to them it's going to happen, and it's not going to happen way far away from now. It's already starting to happen. It's going to happen. And I just want to be clear. Let the record show. This is happening still because the federal government, Jason Fields is sitting up. He's a psychopath and he's a murderer. And he is engaged in what is stalking, not engaging in what is doing justice. Doing so with these cockroaches that are stalking into police vehicles while they're listening to me document. Fields is a psycho. He's a demon, just like every cockroach stalking around in police vehicles. That's him. It's the same demon-possessed entity. He has no business being in the military. He is mentally unwell, just as the demons that are stalking me in Ontario. It's the same entity. I'm exposing his mental illness, his unfitness, how unfit he is, rather, with regard to being in a position that he also abused. That's why he's engaging in that conduct, abusing it. And I am not the first one. I'm just the one that's exposing it. This is a system that he's engaged in with his 62-year-old wife, Tracy Banks. Okay, they rape people together. They steal and rob people together. You're talking about committing murder together. I just want to make sure that that's clear, and they do so with paid kidnappers of the Ontario police. And they're supposed to be intimidating me and scaring me when they refer to, oh, you're trespassing. And then all I'm doing is, what is this idiot? What are you talking about? I'm standing on the sidewalk. Where am I trespassing? What are you talking about? And that's not even getting into the fact that you're stalking. The Section 602 is not implicated when you're gang stalking. This is the reality. They're going to prison, though. They are going to prison, and they're not getting out. This is an entity that's gang stalking with the feds right now. The demons of the feds, the demons within the feds, they're going to be dealt with in the law, and so are these demons in Ontario. They're going to prison. I kid you not. They're going to federal prison. And this is an entity, I just want to be clear, because it's relevant to prison that Fields is deserving of, and this is what is relevant with regard to not doing justice, not stopping the egregious conduct, not coming upon information that he was ignorant about and didn't know, and was ignorant about what was happening to an American citizen. No, he's full throttle engaged in it and committed to continuing it and engaged in more of it as he was enraged by my exposure, that is the P.O.C. Enraged that you're not going to be able to get away with stealing money from me, which you were not accidentally and ignorantly doing in the first place. You are not a man when you're stealing from a woman. You are not a man. Amongst many of the other things that he engages in, proof that he's not a man either. But you are not a man stealing from a woman. But this is somebody that wants to be treated and viewed as such, and you're enraged because I'm proving no, you're not, and you're going to prison for what you've done. You're not a man, and you're not a legitimate officer of the military. You're an enemy. You're a domestic enemy. You're a terrorist. What he's done has facilitated terrorism by the city of Ontario, by the state of California. Jason Fields, the feds are engaged in targeting me with not just Ontario police, but every other gang stalking agency. As I'm going to Monrovia, as I'm going to Azusa, as I go into Chino, as I go to Pasadena, as I go to Pomona, as I go to Los Angeles. All right? As I go to another state, Nevada, the feds are gang stalking me the entire time. All right, and this is, I just want to be clear with regard to geography. This entity is engaging in surveillance throughout the country, okay? But I just mean as I go from the city of Ontario, and I go to another city and that same pattern of conduct is underway. Jason Fields is targeting me as a corrupt military officer that's engaging in a pattern of conduct with the corrupt state of California. And that's why I'm able to document every single police department sharing in that pattern of conduct. And this is what he's relied on while he has been stealing millions of dollars has been stolen from me. While I am sleeping outside. I'm sleeping outside. He's going to prison. There is no other way for me to put it. It's very blunt and clear, and it is very obvious. Tracy Banks is sitting up, living in at Woodside Senior Apartments on the surface, accepting government assistance to pay her rent, while she's also simultaneously stealing millions of dollars from me and defrauding me, stealing my identity. And that's how she's concealed from me the fact that I am not only wealthy, but she's stolen it. She has been stealing it, in addition to my identity. She's a psychopath who was obsessed with my vagina. And Jason Fields married that. He married that. It goes to show he is equally, if not more, mentally ill. And they share in and fully partner in, are cooperatively engaged in targeting me in furtherance of murder. They are both bloodthirsty psychopaths. And all of the psychopathic stalking by the Ontario Police Department, these are roaches that are stalking, and they're stalking in a very thirsty manner. I mean, very, very obsessive. Very obsessive. It's an agency of stalkers. I just want to make sure that that's clear. That's relevant to the video that you just listened to. And this is directly tied to what is murder that has been committed. Murder of an elder of mine regarding money that was left to me. Okay? And this is murder that Tracy Banks and Jason Isaac Fields, seeking to get away with that murder, and seeking to get away with it and stealing money that was left to me upon this murder and this murder victim of an elder of mine that I'm related to. And that elder left money to me. They didn't leave it to Tracy, and Tracy is engaged in how is she accessing it? Then the only way that you would be able to access it and do it secretly, while I am perfectly well and healthy, and in a position to, and I could have a long time ago. This is somebody that's been stealing from me, and then is literally using Jason as a tool to gain access, attach himself to me on paper, while they are together as a couple, engaging in some weird sex obsession, fantasy. They're demons, they're sick, they're crazy, and it's so disgusting. It's so weird. But they're engaging in what is, oh God, disgusting, perverted sex acts with each other while they call themselves being married or whatever. They are in a partnership with one another, and they've engaged in what are targeting me with criminal acts that are geared toward profiting, stealing money from me. I mean, siphoning money from me, and also financing this gang stalking. They're financing it. The Ontario police are being disbanded because they have literally been paid to commit kidnappings, paid to harass me. They are paid to harass me, stalk me conspicuously as I refer to Jason Isaac Fields. Understand, this is an entity engaged in surveillance. That's how detailed this is. These are demons. So as I talk about their employer, if you will, Jason Fields, Tracy Banks, and those demons start pacing around me in helicopters and in vehicles, they're doing so because they're paid to do that. They're engaging in a service. And it's not law enforcement. And they're engaging in this pattern of conduct with regard to what's an international system of surveillance that's underway in the United States as well. All right, a system where this entity that's gang stalking me, they engage in trafficking children, stealing from children, murdering their parents. Okay, that's what this entity has done, and this is relevant to what Tracy Banks and Jason Fields are guilty of, a murder of an elder of mine that obviously left money to me, and this is why this entity has engaged in what is targeting me upon my knowledge, becoming aware of it, and then all of this other weird stuff that Tracy's into, like having sex with everybody that I know. And it says a lot about the character of these people that are around me. They were all demons, and this is why I stopped talking to them. Why would you all be having sex with this 60-year-old, this old woman? Why? What is wrong with? They're gross. They're gross. They're all having sex with each other while they're gang stalking me. These are mentally ill people. They're all demons. And it's absolutely disgusting. And they were all stealing from me at the same time. This is an entity that's engaged in stalking me. All right, so these are in fact demon-possessed people. Their perversion, their lawlessness, their demented behaviors, their wicked conduct. It's based on this condition. They're demon-possessed people, and they're sickos. They are sickos, and that's not just my opinion. This is criminal conduct that they're guilty of, and a whole population of people are proving that while I'm being gang stalked in Ontario by people that I don't know that are sharing in the identical pattern of conduct. All right, this is P.O.C. I just want to be clear, that's relevant context regarding the Ontario police stalking me in the parking lot. They're doing so while the Ontario International Airport is stalking in that parking lot. They're doing so while I'm showing you that pattern of conduct as I go from place to place, going from the bus stop, going to the hotel, going to the grocery store, going to the Ontario Town Square. That is stalking, as I documented on podcasts, which I've been maintaining since 2020, the podcast. I maintain the podcast because it's ongoing documentation regarding my evidence showing that the government is engaged in stalking me. That is evidence of it following me from place to place, which I prove as an entity is gang stalking in the specific environment. That fake sun, that engineer light, everywhere that it is present, that is the evidence of stalking me as an entity, where that environment is maintaining surveillance, and that's the significance of my podcast. All right, and that's the entity that I also capture in videos and images while they're gang stalking. Just like ARCO is licensed EB52T38, paper plate, molestation with engineer light, stalking at ARCO at 434 North Euclid Avenue, maintaining surveillance, and so is ARCO. This is P.O.C. It is currently 12:25 p.m. It's 12:25 p.m. on now Monday, December 29, 2025. But this is the ongoing podcast for yesterday, December 20. All right. Also, sexual assault and battery as an entity, they're engaging in what is harassment, psychological torture, sexual assault and battery with that which is engineer light. It's a psychopath who are demons who are stalking, and they like to slap you around with engineer light while they're stalking you. And they're angry stalkers as they're monitoring what you're publishing on the internet. And that's what Chevron is engaging in. Chevron's customers are routinely engaging in what are sexual violence. That's Chevron engaging in sexual violence via what is impossible light activity, while Chevron is stalking. Chevron is stalking in concert with its gang stalking patrons who literally go to that gas station just to stalk me in relevant position. Chevron is making money off of that. Chevron is doing so with every other third-party company, everyone else within the entity, but Chevron in particular is engaging with a sexual assault and battery while a gang stalking demon is crossing paths as I'm publishing the evidence of the Ontario police gang stalking me at the Stater Brothers, and as I'm accessing video regarding Jay Escarpi gang stalking me and threatening me in another manner, where you would see the pattern of conduct, the ongoing threat to the life of an American citizen who was confronting stalking by police officers, and the threat that they pose as you analyze those stalkers wearing those uniforms, engaging in the shared pattern of conduct. Jay Escarpi of Fontana Police. As I literally refer to that video, I'm being accosted with impossible light by a demon at Chevron at 506 North Euclid Avenue, and this is while the demons are keeping my evidence under surveillance. I want to document that this is P.O.C. while I'm at ARCO, and the demons are pacing all around me, keeping me under surveillance at the gas station while I'm publishing this evidence right now. This is all of that which Jason Fields is going to prison for. Okay, and so while I'm in this circumstance, then the demons who are never sleeping, they're monitoring me and every breath that I take while I'm conscious and while I'm sleeping and stalking, and they're all pacing around me while I'm sleeping outside. That's how obsessed with me they are. And then they want to engage in kidnapping under the municipal code. You're stalking 24 hours a day. Don't forget about that, because Fields is going to prison. Okay, this Fields is going to prison. Tracy Banks is going to prison, and they're going to be sitting in cold cells, them and their STDs. They're going to federal prison. This is P.O.C. It's 1:11 a.m.